recently and said that they're breaking the law. You know, they're breaking the laws.
Yeah, they got confused. Yeah, they did say that. They did. Admittedly, there were some people in the U.S. military who did say that we can't explain how this is doing. It doesn't conform to. But they have been validated by people who then subsequently looked at them. I mean, they for instance, they mistake a duck. Because of the you get a sort of parallax effect. They actually mistook a duck for something moving more quickly than they thought it was moving. It's just, you know, various optical effects that occur. None of this has been verified, and all of them have been invalidated and shown. Things like the parallax effect was the cause. I mean, Thunderfoot did a very good video on some of the claims of the U.S. military, and it showed that they were bollocks. There's still, like, I think there might be one or two that are just left over that haven't been validated yet, but they will be.
Yeah, this sounds like one of those classic arguments where it's like, when you go to look into it, oh, we just get a bunch of this fake shit. But then why is there this push to show fake shit? Like, it's similar to that whole law argument that, like, oh, stupid sovereign citizens, you're just going to go to jail. And all you see is stupid sovereign citizen goes to jail. But then when you see leaked videos of people actually using this shit in court and actually getting away with it and actually schooling the judge and shit, but you're never going to see that. You're never going to see the real UFO. You're only going to get the parallax duck bird. And then they're just going to push the parallax duck bird on.
Present some evidence
and
then.
Like, oh,
present something.
So UFOs
That's
exist?
the only example. Because they're poisoning the well.
Well, present some evidence then. Give us the best evidence you've got.
The well is always poisoned.
Give us the evidence then, and we'll have a look at it.
Yep.
But at the moment, all you're basically saying is there's a few things you can't explain, therefore it justifies you believing in God knows what. Sorry, that's not the way logic works. Just because we can't explain something does not mean to say that you can start making up stuff about the way that things do exist. It just means we can't explain it at the moment, for whatever reason. So if you've got some evidence about a really good UFO, present it. And then we'll look at it, and then present it to the government as well, and their agencies, and say, look at this. But no such evidence exists.
Why couldn't there be quantum locking up there?
Quantum what?
Locking.
Quantum locking? What's quantum locking?
Where something is put into...
I just posted one. Sorry, I just posted one.
If the helium that's coming up from the Earth, going up in the atmosphere and getting under some type of pressure and temperature and turning into a superfluid, and then you send an object up there, let's say a satellite, and it becomes a superconductor with whatever technology they have, they put it in its orbit as a quantum locking, it would stay in that forever.
Well, that was just gibberish. I mean, from start to finish.
No, not really.
You talked about a superfluid. That doesn't. That only occurs for helium when it's at 2 degrees K. That isn't 2 degrees K.
Well, you're assuming there's not. I'm saying what if.
Gibberish. I mean,
please, one at a time.
What about the what if?
Well, hold on. If you talk about, you mentioned, let's go with what you said. You talked about helium becoming a superfluid. That only happens at 2K. What's more, there is almost no helium whatsoever in the atmosphere. Why you think it's going to collect together into a fluid? And the temperature around the Earth is simply too warm for it to go into. Hold it. Finish. Let me finish. You just claimed that helium was in some superfluid state. 2K is the temperature you require for that, and there is no 2K temperature around the Earth. So from the very start of your premise, you're talking bollocks.
Well, that would depend on the pressure also, right?
Stop, Rumpus, stop yelling.
Boy, this really triggered him. He doesn't have a lot of time.
Hold on a
just trying to make this point. Jesus, Numpty decided you had to interrupt every other word.
Well, you say there's no temperature.
Not of 2K.
Knowledge.
There is no 2K temperature around the Earth.
That's a claim of absolute knowledge, bro.
And you know the temperature, even in their own model, guys, even in their own model, there is a temperature of 2,000 degrees.
Not of 2K. No, 2K is 2 degrees above absolute zero, you idiot.
Oh, 2 Kelvin? You said 2 Kelvin?
Yes, 2K! Jesus Christ!
Rumpus, hold on. Rumpus, you're being muted for 5 minutes for insulting and for screaming.
There must be a lot of truth in this, right? That just proved to me that there's truth in this. So it depends on pressure. Hang on.
That's not what that just did.
Have you ever heard Rumpus do that over a simple question? I haven't.
No,
but anyway, what he's saying is nonsense. Okay, give me 1 second, sir. It would depend on pressure. Hang on. Jesus. It would depend on pressure also. So it's not just temperature. It's the combination. We all know we have helium, right? There's ginormous amounts of helium that we don't know what happens to it. So what if it's combining that temperature and pressure up there at altitudes we don't know about and turning into a superfluid, and then at a certain angle or with whatever technology they've discovered with all the investigations they've been doing since NASA was started, they can insert an object like a satellite into the superfluid, quantum lock it. It could go at whatever speed they want at, and once they lock it in there, it's over with. It's there forever.
Oh, yes.
That's
Thousands
actually a
of
really good
degrees.
explanation.
So that's a
Miles per
big if,
hour.
right? That's a big if, but
We've got.
But
the
it kind of
quantum locking up
assumes the
here.
same
It's
amount of
wonderful.
shit that they assume
yeah,
with
I
their
guess I
whole.
can talk. That's
I think Moryak's trying to talk, but
Fuck you.
Moryak, hey man, your mic is really, really low. Don't leave. Seriously, your mic is low.
All right.
All right, buddy.
All right. You're suggesting that we have thousands of psi sitting on top of a near vacuum, which is what we see with balloons. It's got at some point reach near vacuum because that's what we see there.
No
You
vacuum,
got
bro.
thousands of psi of pressure with no barrier, keeping this superfluid up, which is denser than air. It's defying all of your flat Earth thinking to even suggest this is possible.
No, not really. I don't know exactly
no
what's going on.
vacuum,
You're
and it's
inserting the
acceptable.
globe model into a flat Earth
Exactly.
explanation, but I don't know where you get all this pressure. Like, is that what it needs to be done in a lab? We're not talking about at sea level what pressure you need to turn it into. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe things are different up there. And when you mix, maybe
Well, you can't do it in a vacuum.
Okay, go ahead. So you
have
don't
to be
think
you have to be in high pressure.
so let me ask you this. At the Big Bang, at the start of the Big Bang, what was the fluid that came out of the Big Bang? What do they call it?
No idea.
It's
something
called a
speculate on.
superfluid. Yeah, your model of Big
Sure, whatever
Bang.
you want to call it. That's
Yeah, no, that's
speculation.
what the scientists that
not
developed
true.
the
That's
Big
not
Bang
true.
theory, they
At the start
theorized.
of the Big Bang, we had a plasma, a gluon quark.
It's called
plasma.
superfluid. They call it a superfluid,
It
and
wasn't a
only it.
superfluid.
Yeah,
It
it
was
is
superfluid.
called. I can show you articles. Yeah, it's called a
Okay.
superfluid,
What's
and
it
there's
called?
reasons for that. And they say once it cooled down, it became something else. But at the beginning of the Big Bang,
Now you're
it was
talking about our model.
Yeah, I'm using your
We're talking about the
model
flat Earth
saying
model.
that superfluids
It
exist
wasn't
up there.
superfluid.
Yeah, it is. It was a
It
superfluid.
was a quark
That's what.
gluon plasma.
Okay,
Some
plasma.
people say.
Okay, is plasma a superfluid there, genius?
No,
No.
plasma and not a superfluid.
Okay, so if I
Plasma is
find
just a
articles that
medium
show
of
you that it was superfluid, what would you say then? I don't even get what you're saying. Like, you obviously haven't researched it as much or haven't found the article I have, because I'm not making it up.
Let's be very clear about the term superfluid.
Let's just say that the article I read said even in the Big Bang Theory there were superfluid created. So now we're getting some reference that superfluid
I'm not saying
could
there
be up
wasn't
there.
superfluid created, but what I'm saying is at the start of the Big Bang, it was a gluon quark plasma.
Well, that's
You
what the
couldn't have a
article I
superfluid
read. Yeah, I've read
no
many
atoms
articles that say many
to make
things. They disagree with each
type
other
of
all the
thing.
time. But this particular article said as soon as the Big Bang happened, the fluid was a superfluid. So can we move on, please?
Right, we can move on. Specifically,
Yeah,
the word
it's
superfluid does not give enough description, because you need to say a superfluid of what? A superfluid of helium. A superfluid of helium is not the same thing as a superfluid of protons and neutrons.
Okay, so any superfluid now. Because if superfluid is described in the same way as a frictionless environment where an object can be placed in there and quantum locked by another process, then we could have quantum locking happen above us in a superfluid, which would explain a lot of the exact orbits above us with astronomical speeds, like things we can't fathom, wouldn't it?
Quantum locking does not have a fixed velocity required to hold an orbit.
I didn't say
So
that.
no.
I didn't say it did. I said, but you
Right,
could
so it's
reach
not
these
quantum
velocities.
locking up there.
Well, I don't think I know that, and I don't think you know that, but it's just a theory, right?
It's
I mean, I
not
would
a
make
good one, because quantum locking allows you to have any
according to you,
velocity.
yeah, you could have any velocity. The velocity would depend on the initial velocity that you set it at. And it would maintain that velocity without change because it's a frictionless environment. Right?
All right, that's
Yeah,
not what we
thanks.
experience with the
But
orbits of the stuff above us, though.
yeah, we have different velocities, different planets going at different velocities, which gives them different orbits, elliptical orbits at that. So with the different velocities of these different mass planets, gas and otherwise, could be in a superfluid, right? And if they're in a frictionless environment at that particular speed, that speed wouldn't really vary that much.
All right, so
Right.
let's try this one more time since it seems you weren't quite listening. Any
Yeah, it
orbital
doesn't seem you're
distance
listening.
from any orbital distance from the thing that it's orbiting at any time during quantum locking, the velocities could be different from other objects at that same orbital distance, which is
now you're
not
an
what we
expert?
see, which is not what we see up there.
Now you're an expert on quantum locking and all that shit, bro?
Okay, look up anything about quantum locking. You'll find
Well,
out
first you were
that
denying
anything
it,
that
right?
is,
Now you
look up
turn into an
anything you want
expert
about.
and you're saying it cannot be possible because.
Thank you very much. Thank you all about that. Thanks. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
If you look up
Yeah,
anything on quantum
Mike
locking,
check. Mike check.
thanks
Can you guys
again.
hear me
Thanks.
now? Because I was saying something earlier and no one could hear me. So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, your mic's working good.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay. Now, if you look up anything on quantum locking and any demonstration of that, the objects that are in that kind of a track that they're following can do so at various different velocities and still follow that track, which is not what we see up there.
Okay, but in a superfluid, okay, just rule out the quantum locking. Great job. In a superfluid, could you set something in motion and have it go at certain speeds and it would hold that speed forever?
I'd have to look into that because there would have to be
yeah.
at least some sort of inertia to the fluid itself. However, the objects that would be continually in motion in their same motion would also be possible for them to be in an environment with no matter.
I would just like to say also that regardless of this whole superfluid locking, see, we've just, our dumbasses without billions of NASA fucking funding have already come up with a slightly plausible fucking explanation for what we observe in the sky. Now, given that someone's argument earlier was the Occam's razor, do you understand how much extra shit you have to fucking bring into the globe model? And that basically it's not a simple model. It's not like we're taking the simplest model. Your whole Occam's razor argument doesn't make any sense because you're using all these complicated orbits, complicated theories of gravity, complicated general relativity to predict where planets are going. Whereas we just came up with a simple quantum locking thing. So I think we defeated your whole Occam's razor definition of why we should be a heliocentric.
All right, since I already ruled out quantum locking for the exact reasons I already went over, that's pointless for you to mention again. But in addition to that, gravitation and Kepler's laws are not actually all that complicated. But mention quantum locking again. It'll really fix it.
I'd say they're about equivalently as complicated as a superfluid where things retain their momentum. It's the same shit, bro. Occam's razor would say, "Oh wait, look, these two explanations are about similar in complexity. These are about similar in complexity, so we could use either." So
and
your
who's to say
out the fucking roof, bro? Your Occam's
who's
razor
to say it's only
it
one way to lock it in, like quantum locking, like the one way we've discovered here on Earth? Who's to say that's the only way to lock it into a superfluid? But the superfluid does make sense, especially when they reference it in their own model being up there. And if you look up superfluid being studied by scientists, that is an explanation of why they get the observations so wrong too, because they got the medium wrong. If it's a superfluid, then it would throw off their observations. There's talk about this all over the science community, and I don't know why people deny it.
Yeah, my question is like,
speculation on what they mean by superfluid doesn't change what I said, though.
I'll be honest with you. Until you slap me in the face with reality, I probably am going to trust some of the other people that I haven't met because I don't have a bias built up, but I do have a bias built up with you. Sorry.
Congratulations for not addressing it. That's okay.
This is a question I've been interested in. Is the whole superfluid flying in it. I can't get past the fact that you got to move the shit out of your way, which has to impart some energy somehow. It has to use up energy somehow. So, does anybody have a scientific explanation?
That's why they call it super.
I'm
that's
not
why they call
asking
it
you, Ricky.
Yeah, well, I'm the one that's researched it the most, it seems like, because no one else is coming up with anything. That's why they call it super. It's frictionless and it doesn't use up energy. Once something is put in motion in it, it goes forever. It doesn't slow down.
Right, but you, the person who has done the research on this topic, told us that it's not necessary for helium superfluid to form down as low as 2 Kelvin when we have the research that actually says you have to get it that cold.
I didn't say that. I said that might be the temperature on Earth, like in a laboratory, but that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about above us in the unknown. So
right. So now you just need to make up something and says it can be
I'm not
there.
making anything up. I'm saying it's a possibility. I was giving it just as a theory, a possibility, and Rumpus lost his shit over it, and you're so upset that you can't think straight. Yeah, I know. I admitted that. I already told you I was. What's your problem?
Hold on, Rocky. So we need it to be very cold as you get higher, right? For this temperature?
2 Kelvin specifically.
Is that cold or hot?
It's colder than the near vicinity of the Earth or the solar system.
Okay, and it gets all right, and it gets colder as you get higher, right?
Not that cold, not near Earth, not in the solar system, not that close.
You can claim that, but it does get
not
colder
in the
as we
solar
get,
system.
it does get colder as we get higher, right?
Sure, if you want to go all the way out there past the solar system, sure.
Jeremy,
well, do we have any evidence that? Do we have any evidence of the temperature at, I don't know, 300, 500,000 feet? I don't know.
I mean, we can go with the measurements on the ISS because that's further than 300,000 feet for sure.
Well, I wouldn't go trusting NASA all willy nilly now.
Jeremy.
I know you might, but you can do that if you want.
We have.
You can trust.
Jeremy.
You can trust NASA if you want, but I don't think a lot of us are just going to be willy nilly believing them guys.
Well, for the lack of any better information,
you get to the point where you are just going to make up a number and say that it's possible for that number to be that low, that far up there. We don't have any data that you will trust that says anything like that. You're just speculating.
Well, we do know that it gets colder as you get higher. So I mean,
wait, Jeremy,
so you're free to speculate.
Hello, mic check. Hello.
Anybody? I can hear you. I don't know about everyone else.
Just trying to say, Jeremy. Every answer he's giving you is going through the filter of the globe model. So when you say, I know you're thinking like maybe up there is colder, right? But when he thinks, you know, when you ask him about how high, he's thinking, well, we have something already there, and it's not that cold. So yeah, he's not open-minded about what your idea, Jeremy. That's a problem.
I'm not open to the idea of just speculating and saying a temperature could reside at a specific distance away from the Earth. What I'm not open to do is to just speculate. That's what I'm not open to do.
Your ISS is a speculation for you because you don't know nothing about it, but you've been told. That's all you know.
We have
you didn't work in it. You didn't do anything on that thing. You're speculating.
Yeah, I've seen it though.
One second. What's the height? Information. We'll go with the best information we have. So that's what we have to do. That's all this is with the competing ideas.
Right, and basically,
when there are competing ideas, we have to go with the best and most complete ideas. That's all it is.
Okay, right. And now we have competing ideas. On one side, we're questioning the integrity of NASA. On the other side, you're accepting the integrity of NASA. You then using and begging the question of NASA's integrity in your arguments does not help your argument. It just shows that you don't know our position.
It doesn't matter whether
we're accepting. No, we're accepting the evidence. We're not just accepting what they say.
The evidence comports with what we know about reality. For example, the ISS being in orbit doesn't break any laws of physics. So accepting that there is a space station in orbit isn't out of anyone's realm of reason.
Have you proven orbit?
Because it doesn't break any known laws of physics. If you
Right,
want to
these
claim that
laws.
it's not there, you have to show evidence that it's not there, not just show and look at videos and say, haha, look, there's someone with funny looking hair and some harnesses that no one can see.
What the
Everything that you
harnesses
just
are
said
visible.
goes through the filter of your indoctrination, bro.
There's no
It's
indoctrination.
sad to hear you.
The only
Yes,
people
it
that
is.
You know
are
how you
indoctrinated
could,
are you.
you know how
Indoctrinated
you
in
could,
flat Earth belief.
you could
In
prove
flying
that
in
the
the face of all
ISS.
known
I'm
physics.
sorry.
If you want to do that, it's totally fine. But
You
come
know
up with
how
better
you
explanations. If you want to do the superfluid thing, then start researching superfluid properly. Until then, it'll just be
do you know how
speculation
you
in
could
the chat room
Wait,
on the internet.
you didn't know nothing about superfluid until he brought it in, and now you are telling people, man, this is ridiculous.
He thought.
Yeah, I know it is
He didn't know that
ridiculous.
superfluid could. Never mind. Never mind.
you know how
What's
you
the
can prove
height?
that the ISS wasn't there?
Yeah, no one
You could
cares.
Guys, we
hold
gotta
on,
let
hold on.
everyone
Let me.
finish their sentences, though, please. I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
So predict. See if the prediction matches. Hey, it's gonna happen on this day at this time. You gotta look in this direction, and if it's not there, then you can say, "Hey, this prediction didn't work." So obviously they're faking something.
Prediction only
That would
work
be one way
when
to do
there's
it.
prediction only work when there's not a pattern and nobody has ever seen anything. Then you predict it to be that is gonna happen. Then yeah, that's a prediction. But if you see a pattern before and then you call that a prediction, yeah, it's not a prediction though.
And I'd like to address the superfluid. I've looked into it before Flat Earth. I actually went to a seminar at my local university that they taught us about superfluid. They even had a quantum Lockham experiment set up, and it was just a round track. They didn't do it underneath like they do on the YouTube videos today. But then when I started getting into this topic and wondering where all the helium went and how things could be set in motion up there and work like a clock, that added it up to me. So then I started researching if the true scientists were being funded and researching superfluid, space being a superfluid, and voila, there it is. You can go research it yourself. There are definitely reputable PhDs and things that are looking into that. So I don't know why this is such a big deal. Why Rumpus and people like that would get so upset over science.
Right, if we use the information available from science, helium as a superfluid cannot form below 2 or above 2 Kelvin, so it's not really a viable option.
What's the height that
Well,
you guys
so
want to
the
know the temperature?
PhDs that studied it sure thought it was a viable option. I mean, they're staking
Not
their
locally,
reputation on.
not around the Earth.
Well, that's what they were saying, that space could be a superfluid.
Not here in the solar system.
Yeah, well, that's what they're saying. I'm not saying it, right? I'm just repeating it. I'm repeating what some scientists are studying. And it's not just like one quack group from wherever. Have you looked at
but
any
not
article?
here in the solar system.
Is that what you're saying? They're not studying the solar system, they're studying some other place? Because
Something
I don't believe
farther
that's
away,
what
something
the
colder,
article said.
something necessary to form a superfluid.
Yeah, they just called it space, man. Superfluid can be a
but-
space. You can look it
Yeah,
up.
but not here in the solar system.
So space is beyond our solar system. Could be a superfluid, is what you're saying.
I mean, if
Because everything in our
superfluids out
solar
there
system
beyond
we
our
know.
solar system, there could
Because
be.
everything in our solar system is science, so-called, like it's settled science, right? Is that what you're
I'm
saying? We know all the temperatures
helium
in our
as
solar
a
system.
superfluid cannot form in our solar system.
Yeah, you're being real careful to say helium, but can a superfluid develop up there in our solar system? Because
Well, of what
they
specifically?
said helium-3, helium-4, so I'm just going by that. But you're saying helium can't be a superfluid in our solar system because it's settled science on all the temperatures and pressures that are up there. I think you're full of shit.
Okay. You could provide some evidence in the contrary then.
Who are you? Like, who are you? You have a PhD in astrophysics or anything that studied superfluid?
It doesn't
Or
really
you
matter
just
who I am if you can't
well,
back
no,
up your claim.
I do have articles to back up my claim. You can go research it yourself if you so choose, but who are you to refute that? Are you just some random guy on the internet, or have you done extensive study on this and research and been funded for it?
I'm pretty sure those people that research superfluid don't believe that the Earth is surrounded by superfluid.
Well, okay, so you're talking on behalf of the articles that I researched, just assuming you know
And
what I
also
read. Yeah, that's a good way to do
same
it.
PhDs probably don't believe the Earth is flat. Also,
Yeah,
So another
pretty
huge
safe
assumption
assumption.
by you. I would probably agree with you there, but they definitely talking about superfluid being space. Yeah.
Yeah, but not in our solar system.
Imagine that. Globers, people who believe in the globe, thinking that space is a superfluid.
Yeah, but not in our solar system, though.
But not, yeah, you keep saying that. Where's your backup on that?
Well, I would like to know if space is a superfluid and it's been described as such, whether or not they had any caveats with exactly where they were looking.
So you think they just willy-nilly wrote articles and staked their reputation on it, right? That's what PhDs
No, of course
do.
they don't.
Yeah.
That'd be silly.
So, right. Exactly. My point.
Not just willy-nilly. They actually get very specific when they write their articles.
So have you read these articles?
What I'm reading right here, it says even at absolute zero temperatures found in space, a superfluid remains smooth flowing liquid. It is an individual particle that behaves as a collective entity. For something to reach superfluid state, along with hold on. For something to reach a superfluid state, along with being exposed to extremely low temperatures, the fluid needs to have densely packed atoms. So basically, it had to be a densely packed fluid.
You cut out for me a little bit, but you're saying that the space does reach the temperature?
I'll post it. You can read it yourself.
So the article you're reading says that space does reach the temperature that superfluid helium would turn into a superfluid. Is that what you're saying?
And the additional pressure.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're talking pressure and temperature, right?
All right, it has to reach both criteria, both below 2 Kelvin and immense pressure.
And that's not possible in your model, right?
It's not possible within our solar system. Could be possible outside our solar system.
Well, the solar system is your model, so you're begging the question.
That was ridiculous. Thanks.
No, it's not ridiculous. That's how it works when you're in an argument. You can't just beg the question of your side and then say it's proof of your side.
I didn't
he was
say that.
presenting as proof.
The thing that I did specifically was to address whether or not in our model superfluid could exist in our solar system, and no, not in our model.
Okay, I would agree with that. In your model, there's no solar. Yeah, that I can agree with. That is not what you originally said. But if that's what you meant, I'll take it. Mic check.
Yeah, it's all good. But I thought the model was constantly changing. I mean, there's definitely been research into it. And they even talked about how the observations would be thrown off. That's some of the explanations. And also some of the reasoning behind why gravity doesn't work, away from the Earth.
Nate, what are you doing?
That's not me. That was not me. That was someone else.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I heard somebody whisking something.
Yeah, that was someone. I heard that as well. Rakia, do you maybe mean they see space-time as a superfluid? Not space, but space-time?
Yeah, there was many different articles. I've read probably 20.
Could you post one?
Man, I'm cooking steaks right now, to be honest with you. I can post them. I've posted them before. I mean, I don't have them at my fingertips, but you can easily research it. I mean, it's not something that's hidden. You know, the research the Big Bang talks about superfluid. Research of some scientists, thinking space is a fluid, and they'll talk about superfluids. It's out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
I mean,
think like
I've heard talk of space time being a
yes,
superfluid, but
you're gonna complain
not
about me
space
interrupting.
itself.
I think it's
Yeah, I
dark
mean,
matter. I think it's dark matter, like dark matter,
Mhm.
dark energy combined to make a fluid, and they call it dark fluid, and that's a superfluid. If I remember correctly, that was one of the theories, because it was just not working out. So they combined the dark energy and dark matter, and it combined to make a fluid, and that made all of the unknown out there a superfluid. That's what they were basically saying. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I've heard of dark fluid.
Well, basically, at this point, we all stand on the Earth. None of us go to space except for these government agents, and none of us actually know the medium of space. We have a like a official model which explains things, and we have a group of people who believe that that official model, because it explains what we're looking at on the Earth and can predict the times of what shows up where, is the true model. Even though we've had models in the past that have done the same thing and are different. So I just don't. I don't see how you're basically not just blindly believing in this model at this point.
Are you saying things that were predicted previously with different models? When I'm very curious exactly what you mean there, because I think you mean something along the lines of eclipses and the Saros cycle. However, those kinds of things don't predict to the minute and to the square mile where totality can be observed from on Earth, which is totally different. That requires the globe in order to work.
Down to the basically, you're saying because in the past they couldn't predict an eclipse down to the minute. That's the reason. I mean, I've seen where they could predict it down to the day, 2,000 years in advance, and these were fuckers who were alive before Christianity and shit. So like, this was old fuckers. You know what I mean? Being able to do this, like pre-Hellenistic Greece fuckers predicting eclipses to the day 1,000 years ahead of time, with no special relativity, general relativity or anything.
How well could you refine those old models and make them better today?
Hold on. The refinement is not really the key point here, because you missed part of the thing that I said, which was the down to the minute and down to the square mile where the path of totality can be observed from. That is the key part that requires the globe and cannot be done otherwise.
So the location, basically, is what you're saying, is the key
path
part.
of totality requires us to calculate it from the globe model.
Okay, now I'll accept that. I think that's a good argument. I'll come up with something. I'll let you know.
All right.
Another example I can think of is the parallax of the moon, because when you're doing celestial navigation, for example, the only celestial body that requires that correction is the moon, right?
You want to explain that, Bacon?
Sorry?
Would you like to further explain that, Bacon?
Sure. Yeah, when you're trying to pinpoint your position using celestial navigation, you get the elevation angles. From there, you get the zenith angle of a celestial body, and you use the almanac to know what's the geographical position or the ground position of the celestial body, right? And we use the zenith angle as a direct measure of distance. I mean, not a direct measurement, but to have a direct relation to the distance. but we don't to the moon. The moon is like a special case. There is an extra adjustment you have to make when you're measuring the zenith angle to the moon, which is a parallax correction. I think that would only make sense in this model, right, in which the moon is closer and the other celestial bodies are way further than the moon. I mean, maybe a geocentric model will also work, but
do you have something that goes a little more into detail about this? I didn't know about this moon parallax adjustment.
Yeah, there are many tutorials on celestial navigation that when they talk about moon
So I
side.
look up on Google. Do I just look up moon parallax adjustment for celestial navigation, something like that?
Yeah. Celestial navigation, moon correction, or moon sight. I think most tutorials are going to mention how to correct for parallax.
Okay, to get some numbers into the situation, I just ran the calculator real quick. If you're assuming the moon is at infinite distance and the moon is near the horizon, the difference will be up to a degree or nearly 60 nautical miles of error from the distance to the GP. That's before accounting for refraction. So it is significant.
Yeah, and you often can get down to like less than 6 miles. So yeah. And you also like don't need to get any specific table. If you just apply the radius of the Earth and this distance to the moon, you can get to the same correction yourself that you find in the correction tables.
Guys, please, I'm fucking begging you, let people finish their sentences. That's key because it's all-out chaos when we do that. Because then sometimes some people don't want to be interrupted. Sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes you can't. If we just don't interrupt people, it'll reduce the amount of chaos. Thank you.
I don't know, Jeremy.
I don't know, man. Sometimes it's like more
like
fun
the
and
Clovers are the one
know.
who do it the most.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
like,
Informational statement brought to you by Jeremy.
it's kind of
blinking coils
entertaining,
with
like
not
people
fulcrums.
talking.
Everyone's talking at the same time, just after Jeremy
Yeah.
said that. That's funny.
Is that how it works? We can't see faces. We can't see people leaning in and starting conversations. It's difficult.
Yeah,
Let's also
No,
do Zoom,
because
let's
you
do a Zoom
don't
video.
understand
You know
social
what we should
cues,
do?
Xanax.
500 person Zoom video.
the thing
No, Xanax. It's
thing
because
we can't
people.
do is stop it.
Yeah, you guys just did it too.
No,
Yeah, the
Jeremy's
thing we can't
robot.
stop is two
You're doing
people.
it again. No one's roboting. Don't make excuses.
The thing we can't stop is two people starting to talk at the same time.
Isn't that robotic?
That's always going to
No,
happen, and there's nothing we
you're
can
doing
do
it
about
again.
it. However, when that does happen, though, both people just stop, and then we'll figure it out. Shoot rock
Wasn't
paper
it funny?
scissors, whatever you got to do. But
Just did that, and I just did it a little bit too. You can't help it. You start talking, and isn't that roboting? Like, why would he say that? Because it's just you can't control themselves. No one can.
Because Jeremy was roboting. Number
No, he
one. Number
wasn't. You keep
two,
on saying it, and the more you
if
say it, doesn't make it
anyone.
true.
Number two, if anyone can't control themselves, it's you, Xanax. You clearly don't
No,
talk
you
to many
just proved
people.
you couldn't control yourself.
You don't
He
have.
was in the middle of a
You
sentence. You
don't
said
have
it's
Just
roboting.
happened.
Like
You
you needed
just
to say it's
interrupt
roboting in the
people
middle of a
because
sentence. Look in the mirror, pal. It's you.
Well, Jeremy was roboting, actually.
You're roboting. You're all
Thank you.
robots.
Jeremy was roboting. There you
Doesn't
go,
matter.
Xanax.
You didn't have to say anything.
And this is the third time you've
And
interrupted.
now you
You
said
really
fourth time
don't
now.
have social cues. You don't
Here
talk
we
to
go.
people.
It's a good example of what
It
Jeremy's talking
shows.
about.
You spend a lot of time alone.
You're talking over me right now.
Really?
Really?
You're clowning me.
I didn't want to start like a huge argument over this. Just let's try to have a little
You're
patience.
wrong.
We've been doing this for years.
You're wrong,
We
Jeremy.
got plenty of time. We got plenty of time to
It's time. It's just
say
a
our piece,
concept.
please.
You know what you're talking about.
It is a concept.
You're
The
a
real
concept.
concept.
You're all concepts.
I can slap
real
you in the face.
concept.
You will see I'm not a concept.
If you slap me in the face, you'd find yourself in the hospital.
Oh my
God.
That'd be the last
that's
slap
cheap.
you ever made to anyone.
Xanax,
It'll be like a love
Xanax, you're 5'1" and overweight, bro. Who are you putting in the hospital? Come on, man.
It's not measure dicks here, the Sanic.
SC
You're too
Montreal's
old
You're
to be
robotic.
the
fighting, bro.
last person anybody's gonna be afraid of, Xanax.
Me?
Like it's you.
Do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Any at all?
Bro,
I would
have
tackle
you
you.
heard yourself speak, Xanax?
I would
You think
wrap you up in a
speak
knot faster than you could say mommy.
Jeremy
Who
will
says
help
that?
me,
I'm
bro.
wrap you up in a knot. I'm gonna wrap you up
Jeremy
in a
has
bow.
my
No.
back, Sanic.
I take
I
both
would
of you.
tackle Xanax.
You
I would
both
tackle Xanax gently, like I do to one of my kids.
Same, bro. Tackle him gently. Tickle him. Oh shit. Yo, Jeremy, when are y'all heading to Disneyland, bro?
I do that thing to Xanax when you got someone pinned down and then you got their hands and you make them slap themselves and you say, "What? Stop slapping yourself." We're going to Disneyland in August.
Oh shit, man, it's still a while away.
Yeah, we got time. We're driving it. 19 hours.
Bro, hold your kids tight when you're over there. Kids be go missing when they go
Dude,
to Disneyland.
I had a dream last night that I lost the youngest one. Not at
Oh,
Disneyland.
shit.
We were somewhere like that. It was crazy in my dream, yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking scary, yo.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you think you've lost them for like 5 minutes, like that panic. Ugh.
I get scared in the house if I can't find him. The other day he was hiding in his toy box. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I go in, he was
Yeah,
all
you
the way in the toy box. I was like running around the house, like, where's he at?
yeah. It's a fucked up feeling when you think you lost the kid. Like the first thing in your mind is, what are you gonna tell his mom? You know, how are you gonna explain you lost the Nah, it's fucked up.
Well, I got a perfect remedy for that, Jeremy. You take their last known position, and you get the GP to the nearest light in your ceiling, and you take that angle of the direction they went in, and that'll tell you exactly how far away they are.
You gotta pick your baseline first, though. Before you do anything.
Yeah.
Set your level. Factor in Earth's curvature. All that and all that.
I'm still kind of
Like
tripped out that the Earth isn't a sphere. Like, like all my life, I believe that, and now it's. I mean, it would have to really change now. Like something dramatic would have. Like I would have to see Zanuck get on all his speed, all his weak supply of speed, and like go up into space and take, just rattle on what he's seeing and take mad videos and just continuous, 48-hour Zanuck up in space. I would pay for Zanuck to go in space in a rocket. Especially one of the new development types, like the prototypes that they're just now learning. I would pay for that. Cutting edge Zanuck.
That's dangerous shit. You know how many pilots Virgin Galactic lost?
How many pilots have they lost, June?
I don't know. More than one.
Yeah, I mean, going to space is dangerous.
They barely even go to. I don't know how high were they even going? Are they even getting into technical space?
No, they just.
When does space start?
60
How high
miles,
up?
I think.
Yeah, when space starts at 60 miles?
No. I think that's how up they went. So you would call that low Earth orbit or what? I don't know.
They call the Kármán line 60,
I don't know when.
62 miles is the Kármán line, which they say is the beginning of space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't even know if Virgin Atlantic was actually technically even going into space.
I have for that Virgin Galactic shit. How do we know it's just not an advanced vomit comet?
You're just gonna have to take their word for it.
Like basically, they go up into the sky, and what stops them from just putting you on the glider in free fall? Do you feel like you're weightless? Going down a couple fucking miles, and then fucking kicking the engines back on and being like, "Oh, we fell out of orbit. All right, back down to Earth, guys. You guys felt it, right? Gravitylessness."
It always makes me think of that Eminem song, "Back to Reality." Oops, there goes gravity.
Yeah.
You guys keep on forgetting that gravity is not really an indication of where you are in space. In fact, it has nothing to do. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I thought gravity was like it got weaker as you got farther away from the source.
It does, but when you're in space, you can have almost 95% of all the gravity you have on the surface of the Earth. You go fire yourself straight up, you'll fall straight back down. Really fast, too. You put a scale on your little balloon, you'll always weigh close to the same weight, no matter how high you go. Even if it's rocket assist and gets you out to 60 miles.
So basically, The fact that it's a vacuum and you can move in an orbit is what makes it, I guess, possible to go up there and feel weightless.
Yeah, the orbit is what gives you the weightlessness.
How does that work? I'm having a hard time visualizing. You're in orbit. How does that translate to you in the pod being weightless?
Well, you have a certain weight, and you have to go fast enough and make a certain amount of turns to create enough centrifugal force, which is the velocity squared times the mass divided by the radius. And that force will equal your weight. When it equals your weight, you'll be weightless. As long as that force, depending on your mass and that velocity, are such that it equals itself.
Yeah, I get it now.
Or yeah, I think that's what it is. That's why it's that magic, 17,000 miles an hour at a couple hundred miles up in the sphere.
So if we were on Earth, right, and Earth had no atmosphere, we would be able to orbit if we got fast enough at any
yes.
height, basically.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the same. It'd be a different velocity than what it would be if you were 160, 200 miles up, but it would be some value. I think there's a calculator for that. That's why the moon orbits the Earth at, I think, only 2,200 miles an hour or something. Could have my numbers wrong, but you have to go 22,000 miles an hour at the surface to orbit. If there's no atmosphere. I think they should put something in orbit around the moon just for fun, like right near the surface.
Zanuck, I got a good question for you. The Earth has an atmosphere, and that atmosphere never, it keeps going forever, right? The gas surrounding Earth, that never stops, right?
Technically, yeah, they consider Earth's atmosphere particles have been detected all the way to as far as the moon.
Yeah, but the gas surrounding Earth would never stop, and they all have to follow the conservation momentum, so they'd all be going at, whatever speed the Earth is, right?
If it's orbiting the Earth.
All the gas that's left Earth has that conservation of momentum, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, momentum has to be conserved.
Yes, momentum has to be conserved. And then the sun has an atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the gas and stuff that leaves that has to follow the conservation momentum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where those two gases meet, would that be causing friction?
Collisions, charged particles hitting charged particles from the Earth, causing
Would there be
force.
friction where
Not friction. There'd be collisions. There'd be pressure.
Collisions, friction, drag. Yes.
Well, there's a difference.
Is drag caused by friction?
Well, it's not a good term to use, saying it's caused by friction, because friction's forces usually go up with the square of the velocity. I'm just with the directly proportional with the velocity, and drag will go up with the square of the velocity in fluid dynamics. So they're a little different.
Right. So my question is, where the atmosphere of the sun and the atmosphere of the Earth meet, there's got to be something crazy going on with the gas there, right? Because there's got to be some kind of drag or something happening on one body or the other.
Again, it's collisions. Those particles can collide, and they will cause force and cause pressure.
Yeah, collisions that cause drag. Have a nice weekend.
No drag. I just got done telling you 3 times it's not drag.
Yeah, drag if something's moving through gas, there's going to be drag, right?
If I run into you, if you're standing on a trail and I'm running and I run into you, that's not drag. That's a collision. So that's what happened in space.
Okay, so there's going to be collisions.
Drag is the forces and the dynamics of multiple particles interacting with the body that's moving through it. So it's a little different than what you're saying.
So you would have the body, the atmosphere of Earth, and
there's no body of atmosphere. No, you're making things up. I didn't say that.
You would have the atmosphere of the Earth.
Why can't you just there's little particles, small particles, 17 miles apart, occasionally colliding with other particles that are 17 miles apart from the sun. And they collide with each other in some random event, we suspect, we theorize. And there would be a collision, and there would be a change of direction of both of those particles. And at that moment of impact, there would be a force created, which would change their direction because they both have mass and they both change direction. That's a force to find. So that's it. Just a collision.
So if there was ever anything that was flying through, say we were going to send something to the sun, and all of a sudden it's in Earth's atmosphere that's following the conservation momentum with Earth, and then it enters the sun's atmosphere that's now following the conservation momentum of the sun, that would be accounted for.
I just got done telling you, these are collisions. So all you would have in that situation is a different vector of those collisions with the body that's moving through space where the collisions would occur.
Yeah, and that'd be something that
so
you would
one,
need
let's say
to
the rocket's falling away from you
because you're now entering a new.
No, it's not new. It's just small particles that are hitting you, bouncing off you like in all directions. It's kind of like you going through a car wash and the sprayers are spraying the car. All the car knows is getting peppered by water droplets. They're coming from all directions. It doesn't matter where they're coming from. It's not creating any drag.
So something moving through an atmosphere. So if we have something moving through an atmosphere, that wouldn't be considered drag?
You have to have the interaction between the body and not just a collision. It's got to be the dynamics of multiple particles that are interacting with themselves and interacting with the body moving through it. It can't just be one particle. That's not drag. That won't work. That's just a collision.
Yes, Jeremy. Something moving through an atmosphere like a fluid would cause drag. I don't know why Zanuck can't just say yes.
Because
he knows
there
where
isn't an atmosphere. There isn't an atmosphere.
He's an anti-flat earther, and he knows where this is going.
Yeah, in space there's no atmosphere, but generally.
Well, we only can fly planes up to about roughly 200,000 feet. We have difficulty doing it. We can do it, and after that, we have to start using jet assist control because there's no atmosphere that are hitting. So there's no more drag, and now we're using just retro rockets to control the position of the plane.
There's definitely still drag. There's definitely still drag if there's going to be gas.
Only when there's interactions of those molecules with each other. That's why when the capsules come down from orbit, they don't start to experience drag until they run into an atmosphere where those particles can interact with each other. They have to be compressed in front of the space capsule to create the heat. That's the pressure. That's what happens.
Yeah, drag.
No,
so basically,
don't use friction because I don't want that vernacular used here because we barely understand in this discussion what it is.
Okay, so basically,
I can use drag. Because I understand it, but you can't understand use drag because you don't understand it.
Up in layman's terms to see if I get the right understanding. Let me try to base this in layman's terms right now. Basically, what you're saying is objects going through a fluid do experience drag, but the Earth going through space is not going through a fluid, therefore it does not experience drag. Is that what you're trying to state in one simple sentence?
Correct.
Wow, you could have just said that.
I've been trying to say that the whole time.
You could have just said that, Zanuck.
Why do you think the space capsule? Why does a space capsule need heat shields when it comes back into the Earth's atmosphere? According to the theory.
But you see all of this long shit that doesn't matter. Your delivery is horrible, man.
Yeah,
well,
that's
can't
the
get a
problem.
That's how I educate. That's how I educate children. And
I made your point in
no
one
one
sentence.
learns nothing from you.
I made your point in one sentence.
So why does the bottom of the space capsule as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, why does it get hot? Why does it get hot? You're talking through me. Stop it. Why do you think the bottom of the space capsule gets hot? It's because of the drag?
Because of drag, yes.
No, it doesn't get, not because of drag, no.
Because of what then?
I told you.
The friction, which is drag.
That's not drag. The friction is not the friction. No, there's no friction.
So there's no drag on the space capsule.
There's drag.
Why
there
does
is
it
drag.
get hot?
Okay, there's definitely
Why
drag.
does it get hot?
Look,
if there's
it gets
no drag.
hot. Let me answer and I'll tell you. Let me tell
Yeah.
you. It gets hot because you have the air in front of the space capsule being compressed, and because of gas laws, we understand that when you compress air, molecules of gases, they will get hot. And that's why it gets very hot. The drag is something different. The drag is in the surface, the friction, you can call it friction. The drag is the air moving across the surface of the capsule, which then is interacting with the capsule itself, also in collisions, but also dynamically with the collisions of the surrounding air, slowing down the space capsule, giving it a drag coefficient. Not to be confused with the force. The friction is going up with the square of the velocity. The collisions don't.
The fuck did you just say, man?
The drag will go up the square of the velocity. That's drag.
So if we have something moving through an atmosphere, interacting with other gas molecules, that's going to cause drag, right?
No, I believe
the capsule has to have
I believe fucking holy shit. I believe the drag is, from what I understand, only happens in a fluid. If there is no fluid, there is no drag.
Correct.
That's it.
We know.
That's all he's trying to say.
Yes.
That's all he's trying to say, but he's overcomplicating it. And you guys are asking him questions, and then he keeps overcomplicating it when all he is saying is that drag doesn't occur without a fluid. If you don't have a fluid, you don't have a drag. So don't.
We know that.
If you don't have the fluid,
he's gonna say it 4 more times.
Basically.
Watch. He's gonna say it 4 more times. Go ahead, say it 4 more
times. We already know that, and the fluid is the gas particles that I'm talking about.
Right,
well,
and you don't have drag unless you have an interaction, a dynamic interaction between those gas particles with each other and the body. There has to be feedback, a feedback loop of the gas, the object, and the particles. It has to be a feedback. If it's just a single collision and they don't collide again, no drag.
So you're telling me if something's traveling through a fluid and the molecules don't interact with themselves, there's no drag. It just pushes them out of the way, and it has no effect on the thing that was traveling through it.
No, there's a collision, but it's not drag.
Okay, and it would cause friction. This collision, right? There would be friction.
No, not friction. Friction requires the fluid.
Yeah, the gas molecules we're talking about.
No, the collision is not the pressure that has to be generated. You cannot generate pressure on the overall on the surface of the aircraft if there's only one particle. There will only be one point where it makes contact, and that is a force, and that force will have an equal and opposite force on the vehicle. Pressure is the interaction.
If I run into a gas molecule, is there friction there?
No.
Bless you.
You have a collision.
No, there's no friction. No friction.
No friction.
If I run into a gas.
No friction.
I run into a gas molecule, there's
only a collision and a change in momentum. A collision. No, I'll say it again. It's a collision. It's a change in momentum. That's it. That's not friction. Friction requires a fluid.
So I can run into gas particles and there's no friction.
No, there's no friction.
Like one or
really?
like a sea of gas particles.
You need more than one.
One gas particle. One gas particle.
No,
no friction.
That's
not a fluid. One gas particle is not a fluid.
You need a fluid.
Yeah, the fluid, the gas particle.
Gas
but
particles.
are you saying one of them, like one helium particle, one hydrogen?
You have a collision. It's a particle hitting you. It's just going to hit you and bounce off.
If it's one particle, it's not even a state of matter. Like you can't even say it's a fluid or a solid or
It's just a particle. It's a particle, basically.
Okay, so you have a particle hitting another
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like we were saying, it's these things that he's invoking involve a fluid, not particles.
Multiple particles. And what happens when these particles, these atoms, hold on, when these atoms are tied together with either coulombic bonding, which means they're what? What are particles called when they are tied together by coulombic bonds?
No, just make your explanation. We don't need gaps where you ask dumb questions. Just explain yourself.
Okay, all right. These particular atoms, based on their atomic makeup, will either form a liquid or a gas, depending on the pressure and the temperature that they're exposed to.
Okay, so where the sun's atmosphere meets the Earth's atmosphere, there's these collisions, right?
So we all agree there's no liquids in space, right?
When the Earth's atmosphere hits the sun's atmosphere, there's these collisions happening, right? There's gas.
Yes, absolutely. That's called the solar winds. They collide. They can collide with Earth particles.
Yeah,
they can also collide with. They can also collide with. They can also collide with. They can also. They can. Hey, stop it! Stop it! They can also
Guys,
collide.
remember that
Stop it!
speech I gave?
Stop
Remember
it!
that
Just say
speech I gave like 5
Stop
minutes
it!
ago?
Why
There's-
say
they-
dumb
Gave
shit
like
like
5 minutes
cool
ago.
and bonds
They
and whatnot?
stop it.
Say,
They are also
it's not
colliding
This
with
is just
cosmic
temporary, guys.
particles.
This is
So
just temporary. You'll
rays,
be unmuted right away. I promise.
cosmic particles can attack and interact with.
Remember that speech I gave like 5 minutes ago about us, like, you know, not talking over each other, and if two people start talking, let's try to do that, please. Come on, guys. Thank you.
okay,
It
my
gets too
bad,
crazy.
I'm sorry, but you know, Xanax being silly. Instead of just saying, you know, it's like ionized particles. He wants to ask them questions like, you know, what kind of particles are formed with covalent bonds. Like, it's a bit silly.
No, just
Yeah,
only the
I would
acknowledgement
like
that
to
that
say
these
just
particles
like
can either be a gas or a liquid or a solid. And if they are a gas, then they have a certain type of bonding. And that's one particle does not create a gas. They will form a gas if they are close enough together.
so to sum
I
up,
don't know.
told me this.
particles. So to sum up, particles individually have collisions. Particles, when they're in a fluid, have drag. I'm not sure what your explanation for friction is, but yeah, that's the summary.
The interaction of these particles with a body moving through it. That's the definition of drag.
Okay, so the sun's atmosphere and the Earth's atmosphere, there's a point where they must meet somewhere, right?
They don't interact with the other particles. They're too far apart. They don't interact with each other, and when they interact with the Earth's particles, it happens so infrequently that these are collisions. These aren't, and then bodies moving through it have to also interact at the same time that those particles are interacting with each other. And the odds of that happening are almost, the odds, I'm still talking. You set by example. Come on, lead by example.
I have a follow-up for anyone that was going to jump in quick. Go ahead, finish it up, Vanek, and then I have a follow-up.
So you have particles that are very far apart from the sun, particles that are very far apart from the Earth, particles that are far apart from the cosmos, hitting the Earth, hitting the particles in the Earth. And if they're very far apart, and those collisions are very infrequent, then there is no drag because those particles have to interact with each other for them to be considered have the ability to invoke a drag on a body moving through it.
Okay, first you said they don't collide, and then you said when they do collide. So I mean, you double spoke within literally one sentence. So
statistically, they probably can collide with it. I said very clearly
I'm
they
not
do
done.
collide.
You're
I said
interrupting,
they
Xanax.
collide.
I'm not done. I'm definitely not
I said
done.
they collide though.
You're interrupting.
Okay. Well, you started off with they never collide, and then you said when it does happen. Anyways, so when they do collide, change the momentum on these particles, right? See, Zanuck knows where this is going. Zanuck, that's why he's being so cautious.
Yeah, just wrap it up, Jeremy. This is silly, man.
I know.
Like, what is the point you are making?
I said they collide very infrequently, relatively speaking, and to have a fluid, you have to have interaction of these atoms or molecules, and these molecules rarely interact, and they also, at the same time, if they do interact, which they do occasionally, statistically, I'm sure they do, they would have to also at the same time interact with the moving body through it, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so the particles interact, right? You got a little Earth particle coming through with its conservation of momentum, and then you got a little sun particle, and eventually they interact, which is going to cause a momentum change, and that's going to bounce off another particle. So essentially, there would be this friction or drag or whatever you want to call it.
No drag. No friction.
Collision on the particles of the. There would be this collision or drag, or there would be this thing happening. Come on, Zanuck, I'm almost done.
You keep on stopping, and I keep on trying to answer you.
I keep stopping because people interrupting them, and it's total audio.
Well, mute them then.
At the same time, like right now. So when these particles collide, there's going to be some kind of interaction, a collision, whatever you want to call it. There's going to be a change of momentum, right? Which would have an effect on the gases below it, possibly, right?
No.
Yeah,
no.
This guy gets it. Yeah, you get it.
Can I? I would like to respond for that. I
Empty
think I can make a more concise point.
Before just give me give me 1 second. And I'm
All
sorry.
right, go ahead. Please try to make it concise.
I'll be very brief. Picture yourself running through a crowd of people in New York City, and everybody starts brawling. They start fighting, but they're fighting in little clumps, and you're able to run through these people and never touch one of them. All these collisions are happening. The gases are there, but you're not getting dragged. Now, if you were to hit one of them, these people fighting, and when someone gets thrown into you and you get stopped or affects your progress, that would be drag. It's the best analogy I can think of. But thanks.
Yes. So when it hits, okay, there we go. So when one of the molecules hits that group of people, another molecule, there's going to be drag.
It has to be. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I think what the problem is that there is a fluid atmosphere, and then when that atmosphere stops being a fluid atmosphere and it's just random single particles by yourself, that's what they call space. The Earth is traveling through space, not an atmosphere of the sun, but space, which is a bunch of independent free particles not in a fluid together.
Okay, so when the molecules that have conservation of momentum from Earth's atmosphere collide with the gas molecules that have the conservation of momentum from the sun's atmosphere, you'd have a collision.
The sun's atmosphere does not
which
extend to Earth. Neither does the Earth's
so
atmosphere extend to the sun.
When does the gas surrounding the sun have their conservation of momentum stop?
Why do you keep on bringing up conservation of momentum? What is that? What point is it for you to bring that up?
I thought you would love
understand that
that I kept saying those words. I know you love them. Yes.
But we all
okay,
understand
so what's the problem
that
with me saying it?
It's already
what's
accepted.
the problem with
so
me
what?
saying it then?
Because I don't know what you're trying to prove by saying it.
Don't worry about it. Just listen to the words that are coming out of my
I'm
mouth.
listening to the words. They're not making a lot of sense, Jeremy.
Okay. So the sun is a ball of gas. When you leave the sun's atmosphere, you're in space. The Earth is a rocky ball with an atmosphere around it. When you leave the atmosphere of Earth, you're in space. Earth travels through space. Space is not a fluid. Space is an empty vacuum with random molecules going at random momentums. The Earth then collides with these random Dude, please. I will shut up in 2 seconds. The Earth is going through a vacuum, colliding with random particles that are very far apart from each other and not a fluid. Therefore, there's no drag that happens because there's no fluid. And for the drag to occur, you need the necessary antecedent of a fluid. You're in a vacuum, not a fluid. A vacuum does not have gases, not have liquids. It's a vacuum. It has single particles floating around by itself.
Okay, so the atmosphere of a celestial body is the gases that surround that body. I'm going to ask you if you think the atmosphere of Earth or the sun stops. I'd like to ask when that gas stops. When is there no more gas? When is there no more gas? When is there no more gas?
You just asked for the question. I'm answering it. The Kármán line for Earth. I don't know for the sun. I don't know for the sun, but I do know that the atmosphere of the sun does not extend out to where Earth is. It ends before Venus or Mercury. So we are way past where the atmosphere of the sun stops.
Okay, so an atmosphere is the gas molecules that surround the Earth or the sun or whatever. When do those gas molecules stop? As in more gas molecules.
On Earth, it's the Kármán line. On the
So
sun, you can go look it up with Google. That's it. You got the Kármán line. If you want the sun one, go look up on Google. It's not hard.
So there's no more gas molecules at 60 miles. That's where the gas molecules stop. No more gas molecules.
No.
Is that what you're saying? No, I didn't think so.
That's
so when
not
does
true.
the atmosphere stop? When does that? I know it's not true. When does the atmosphere stop? The gas molecules
I
that surround Earth.
I just said the atmosphere stops at the Kármán line.
No,
it doesn't.
Jeremy. Yep, that's not the case.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
So where does the atmosphere stop?
Sorry,
I don't know why he's saying that. I don't know why he's saying that. Yeah, it's weird.
Hugh, or whatever your name is. Where does the atmosphere of Earth stop?
The particles in Earth's atmosphere can basically the moon travels through them. It's quite far, several thousand miles, many thousands of miles. But
so you're defining the atmosphere as it.
But the particles are very, very, very far apart.
Yeah.
So are you claiming that
they get farther apart? Yeah.
That basically any particle moving in an orbit around Earth is in its atmosphere, basically.
I don't know. I tell you what, I can I can.
Well, I'm
I
defining
can
atmosphere
explain
as
what the
Kármán
common.
line, but you need to define atmosphere if you're going to make a new like definition for it.
I'm not.
I mean, I
but I can
defined it. It's
define
the
Kármán
gas
line,
molecule.
and the Kármán line is the point at which aeronautical flight is no longer possible. That's the Kármán line. Okay, so there isn't enough atmosphere to keep a plane in
Hugh,
flight. That's the
I have a better
definition.
question, actually.
That's the NASA
I think
definition.
I
of
think
the
this
Kármán
question
line.
is better.
Go ahead.
Totally derailed now. Who is?
Where does the atmosphere stop? Wait. Where does the atmosphere stop and space start for us Earthlings? Thank you.
It's a very, very gradually reducing. The atmosphere gradually reduces until there's nothing left. At the point
So
at
there's
which you
no.
can't
So you don't
fly
have
a
a hard
plane,
line.
that's where they define it as the Kármán line. So the difference between astronautical flight and aeronautical flight, that's the Kármán line. So Earth's atmosphere goes out and extends. They found particles of Earth's atmosphere out as far as the moon, so it is
That's
quite
my
quite
question.
far.
Okay, so I'm going to ask my question again. I'm going to
Why?
even rephrase it again. What distance from the Earth's surface does space start and the atmosphere end?
It's a very deja vu.
If you
It's a
can't
very
answer that, then you don't have an atmosphere. You just
Let him
have.
answer.
No, I'm not. I'm answering. The atmosphere gradually gets thinner and thinner and thinner with altitude until there's no. So let's say 250 to 300,000 miles. There are particles of Earth's atmosphere out that far, but at that point, you may as well not. But there isn't a firm line. The Kármán line is just what I've described, but there's no just line, and there certainly isn't a covering or a dome or an enclosure or a container.
We're going to need a firm line because we're talking about
Who's
two
we?
objects interacting with each other.
Who's
Us
we?
in this discussion.
I
Us
don't
in
need a
this
firm
discussion.
line. You do.
You
You're
need
acting like you need a
yeah,
firm
that's
line.
very.
I don't need one.
So
So
you appear to need a
you're
firm
saying that
line.
the atmosphere of Earth extends to the sun, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Well,
no, I didn't
when
say
does
that.
the gas that's
So when
surrounding?
did it stop? If it didn't make it to the
When does
sun,
the
when did it
gas?
stop?
When does the gas that's surrounding Earth, the atmosphere, when does that stop?
That's my question to you guys.
Clearly not the Kármán line like you thought, right? Definitely not the
All right.
Kármán.
Well, I gave my explanation. You still haven't given your explanation.
What's your
I'm still
explanation?
waiting for when it stops.
I don't
What's your
think it ever
explanation?
stops.
My explanation is that atmosphere stops and it starts to be at space at Kármán line. You said you have a place,
Incorrect.
and it's not the Kármán line, and I'm wrong. So where does space start and atmosphere stop?
What I gave you
Location. No, you gave me an explanation, not a location.
Let
Ask
him
for
finish.
a location, a distance.
Let me
You
explain.
didn't give me that.
What I just explained was what I was told directly by someone at NASA. Okay, I was told directly what the Kármán line is, and that's what I just explained. So
Yeah, no, but I asked you a question.
So
I asked you, where does space start? At what distance does space start and atmosphere stop? Because we're talking about Earth going through the sun's atmosphere and the sun going through Earth's atmosphere, which apparently extends forever, but then doesn't extend to the sun. Things have a fucking beginning and end. Where does atmosphere end and space start?
I've been asking that for years. I mean,
There's
good luck with that one.
There's no defined line. It gradually gets thinner from sea level to 100 miles to 200 miles. The ISS is still in Earth's atmosphere, but it's
you said that the
very.
Earth's atmosphere doesn't extend to the sun. So the Earth's atmosphere has to have a point where it doesn't extend to, right? It has to stop if it doesn't reach everywhere.
I'm not an expert, but I would say probably around, let's say 300,000 miles. Let's just say that.
Okay.
That is a wild guess.
That's
a wild guess.
Yeah, but we have a wild guess now at least. You could have just answered with that 30 minutes ago, and we would have answered the question.
2 minutes. It was about 2 minutes ago, but okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I exaggerated a bit on the time frame. But, okay, so now we have, what is it, 100, 200 million, 200,000 miles or something? 300,000 miles?
Let's say 300,000 miles. Let's do that.
Isn't the Earth 83 million miles away? So that, where your Earth's atmosphere stops doesn't reach the sun, correct?
As far as I know.
He doesn't know. He had a wild guess on 300,000 miles. That is a
He just
wild
made
guess.
up, he made up 300 because he's read things where he's read things where these NASA people are trying to claim that the atmosphere of the Earth extends beyond the moon. So
they found particles of Earth's
I'm
atmosphere.
sure they did, but you're just going off
of the moon.
Yeah.
Why is that implausible?
You're making a wild guess based upon propaganda.
Why is that implausible?
It's all implausible, but that's another
It
story.
is. Why is any of this implausible? Does it break any known laws of physics?
Absolutely, multiple.
It does.
But
really?
that is a different topic, though. Yeah.
Okay. Can you? Well, never mind. Okay.
But going on to the other subject,
what is
we're
it
talking
about
about
the Earth's
dragon
atmosphere's
space.
distance is problematic?
So as far as we know, it keeps going past the moon. Who knows how? I mean, and the heliocentric model, the gas never stops. There's never a point where it's like, okay, there's gas, and then after this point, there's no more gas. That doesn't happen in the heliocentric.
But there's an issue with this.
Yeah.
There's an issue with this fucking way you guys are doing it.
Who's
for us to use?
What's the issue?
You two, both of you. The issue is
both of me.
You're using a, huh?
I don't.
Me and you, us.
Who's a smug guy? Who are you? Don't get me started, man.
He's riding on eggshells 2.0.
Yeah, he needs to slow his
just
roll.
deal with me as me. I don't.
Yeah.
We were having a conversation.
Yeah,
so
that ain't a
go ahead.
conversation. What you're doing, buddy?
Yeah, that's not necessary. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're doing isn't
Yeah.
necessary.
Anyways,
Got
like
it?
you, basically, you guys are saying
What's
that
he
the
doing?
what? Okay, so you guys are saying that the atmosphere can extend forever, but then there's no fucking use. Yeah, but then there's no useful fucking. There's no usefulness to the term atmosphere if it just means everywhere in space and time, bro. It has to end somewhere. The word has to have a
Where you get
limit
this
so
stuff
you can
from?
use it. You just said
I
the
don't
atmosphere
know.
can
I
extend. You said the atmosphere could extend forever. You did. You just said it 30 seconds ago.
Go into the YouTube. Go into YouTube. You'll be able to rewind and show me where I said that.
I said, does the atmosphere extend forever? Oh, yes, it can. That's what you said.
I said that in the heliocentric model, the atmosphere extends forever.
Yeah,
because
okay, well,
there's no point.
That's what we're attacking, right?
Because there's no point.
That's what we're attacking, right? The
Hold on,
heliocentric
guys.
model?
Hold on, guys. Because in the heliocentric model, there's no point at which there's gas surrounding Earth, and then a little bit later, a little bit farther, there's no gas surrounding Earth. That doesn't happen in the heliocentric model.
Can I explain? If at some point you can't detect any more particles of Earth's atmosphere, so if you want to call that whatever point that is, I don't know. But what's the issue? I'm not understanding what the issue was. What's the problem?
There's places where a word begins and ends. If it doesn't begin and end, it has no meaning.
According to you, but that's not even logically true.
If I say the location of something could be anywhere, I'm not giving you any information on its location.
Okay, that isn't true either.
Actually,
It does surround the Earth.
What
we don't know is definitively how far it extends. Recently,
but you do know it doesn't extend to the sun.
Recently, they found that it extends, so the actual moon actually goes into part of a very, very, very rare form of Earth's atmosphere. But as far beyond that, you can't detect it. So at that point, you can just say, "Oh, there's no more Earth's atmosphere."
So by your definition, atmosphere is detection of Earth air particles.
No, that's not the definition of it. The definition is simply Earth's atmosphere. Okay.
That's not a
at
definition,
some point,
bro.
At some
that
point,
is
you
not
can't.
The Earth's atmosphere is the definition of Earth's atmosphere is not Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, the whole point of this is in the heliocentric model, there's no point at which the gas surrounding stops at some point. It doesn't stop. It goes on for infinity and beyond on some Buzz Lightyear shit.
So then there's no difference between atmosphere and
I don't know if that's
space.
true.
That is your helio. I don't know.
That's not the
heliocentric model.
Yeah, nowhere in the model does it say that.
There's nowhere it says. Yeah, that's
So
not part of the model. It just goes on forever and ever. Therefore, you can't define it.
You said a few minutes ago.
That doesn't even mean anything. What do you even mean here?
I'm asking what the atmosphere is. You're not giving me a definition. You keep dodging the question.
I told you straight up what it is. It's the gas molecules surrounding Earth.
Right. So what is surrounding Earth? Couldn't a nova be a gas molecule surrounding Earth?
Couldn't a what? I missed that part. What'd you say?
Couldn't the
what?
sun be a gas molecule surrounding the Earth?
No.
No,
Couldn't the sun-
that's silly.
What these questions even mean?
So,
Yeah, this is
so
all
there must be a point. There must be a point at which gas molecules don't surround Earth, and where the atmosphere ends, right?
Okay.
It's not
Right.
a defined
Right.
straight
That's
line.
why it's called a. That's why
He's
it's
after a
called a
straight line for
temperature
some reason.
gradient. It's called a
He
temperature
thinks,
Yeah,
gradient. You know.
there's not a
thinks
straight line where you can say if I'm this side of the line, it's atmosphere. If I put my foot over that line, it's no more atmosphere. Then
Okay,
that
wait.
isn't a
Okay, I
thing.
have a follow up question. Then you just claim that you can't do that, but then say I'm in Andromeda galaxy. Am I still in the Earth's atmosphere?
No, nigga, Jesus.
So there is a point where I
Wow.
can say there is a point where I can say I'm not in the atmosphere, and there's a point where I can say I definitely am in the atmosphere.
So you know when
Yeah,
you get
if you
you
are
hold.
on the surface of the planet Earth, you're definitely in the atmosphere. But if you
You know when
are
you.
in
All right, so
Andromeda or
where
even just at
exactly does that
Mars,
begin and
like the
end?
sun,
Where does
Do
that
you
begin and end,
wait?
dude?
I
Can
just
I answer
told you
this
there
question?
My
isn't an
question?
exact point where that
Can I answer
begins
this
and
question?
ends. There isn't a line where if you cross the line, you are
It
not in
must
the
have ended
atmosphere
because
anymore.
it doesn't. Wait, no, it must have ended because at Andromeda galaxy there is no more Earth's atmosphere, so it must have
Wait.
ended somewhere.
Can I please answer this question?
Yes, go ahead, man.
Do you not understand what a like? Think of it a fade. You know when you go to the hair the barber and you ask for a fade. Is there a
Double K
definitive line
fade.
where? Is there a definitive
My bad.
line where your hair starts and your skin starts,
Yes,
or is it like a
yes,
gradual? Is there a
there is.
gradual fade? You know when you get a fade haircut?
Yeah, I have a fade right
Okay, so that's think of the atmosphere
now. The
like
back
that.
of
It
my neck.
fades out.
Yeah, let me tell you. Let me respond. The back of my neck is where the fade starts. Where there is no
Yes,
hair, that is where the fade is not. Where there is
and
no
then
hair.
it gradually fades into hair, right?
No. Let me respond. Let's say my hair is the air. Hair is air, right? I have a fade on the backside of my head.
Yep.
There is a point at which you can put your finger on the back of my neck and say, there is definitely no hair here. The hairline is definitely above this point, right? Because
Yeah, but
something does
in
not
between,
exist means that fucking fade must have ended before it.
I have
There
but
was a
in
definite
analogy.
time
between
where the
there,
fade ended.
but in between there, there's a gradual
I would
fade
say,
into
right,
hair.
but there's right,
So
no, but
that's
there is a
the
point at
atmosphere.
which it goes from no hair to some hair, right? No hair to
Okay,
some
but
hair.
would you
That
be?
would be
Yeah,
the
I agree.
beginning. That would be the beginning of hair and the end of baldness.
I
Or
have a
But
better
would you be able to
analogy.
pinpoint? Would you be able to pinpoint that location?
yes, I would. That's where they put the fucking thing on your
I
head
have
and scrape downwards. You can
I have a,
actually. That's what a hair barber does.
I
They
have a
fucking
better
line up your
analogy.
hair. That line is the lineup that you get at your face.
Okay, so a better analogy might be, and you can be the judge of whether it is a better analogy or I'm wrong. If we are 10 feet apart and I shout at you, you can hear me. But if we're 100 feet apart and I shout at you, I'm quieter, but you can still hear me. But if you're a mile apart and I shout, you may or may not be able to hear me. But if you're 150 miles away from me, you won't be able to hear me. At what point can you not hear me? Well, you can just listen, or then you can get a microphone, or a very, very sensitive microphone. But at some point, the sound is no longer reaching any kind of detection instrument that can detect me shouting.
Precisely.
Okay? Now, maybe the sound does continue. We just don't have equipment that is sensitive enough to detect me shouting from 150 miles away. The sound waves may reach that point, but we don't have anything that can detect it. Same thing with the atmosphere. That's all it is. It's not we can't define it and you can't hear me at 10 feet. It's just we don't have any way of detecting it beyond a certain point. And that certain point right now is at least up to the distance of the moon.
Yeah, and just because
Okay.
you can't
Okay,
detect
so your
it,
atmosphere is
hold
definitely
on a
within the
second.
bounds of the moon. Why don't you just keep it within those bounds?
No, not definitely. If you just because you can't detect it does not mean it's there. If you say that it's
Wait, but
not
this
there,
is
you're then invoking. Hold on a second. If you say it's not there and it ends, you're then invoking a perfect vacuum.
wait. Okay, so here's the thing, dude.
Do you know
is
the
that-
implications of that?
Here's the thing, dude. But this argument doesn't follow the logic you guys were using earlier, because someone claimed a satellite could have some sort of advanced technology, and then you guys said, well, you can't just claim something without actually knowing it's there. Well, you guys are claiming, an atmosphere beyond the moon without any way to prove it. You're basically making the same claim as the UFO propulsion
that's not
satellite
true.
from earlier.
That's not true. They detected particles of Earth's atmosphere that extend to the moon. So look up these articles. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't look up a reference.
No,
So,
I'm not arguing that point. I'm just trying to
okay.
get you to define where these particles are not part of the atmosphere, which definitely has to happen because, like you said, if I'm in Andromeda, I have no Earth's atmosphere. So there has to be an end.
Please
It would have to be
refer,
at a spot where you
please refer
couldn't
to my
detect.
previous analogy about shouting.
It would have to be at a part where you couldn't
Yeah,
detect it
and think about
anymore.
it like this, dude. At a certain point, there has to be an end to where you can't hear the shouting. There has to be a point at which beyond that point, there's no more sound. You can't hear it anymore.
So there's a gradient. Yes, we understand that.
Absolutely. It's a slow.
Right.
It's
So
a
it
slow
ends at that point. No,
gradient.
because a gradient that goes to zero and is only zero beyond that point, that where it goes from something to zero, that is the point I'm talking about.
Well,
It literally
Clear
try and
gradient, not what's
find that.
before that, but where it actually ends. You
No,
motherfucker said the Earth's atmosphere doesn't go to Andromeda, so it has to end somewhere. There has
It
to be a
literally
point at which
can't
no
because if
gas
it ended
molecules
somewhere.
are.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
can't
It
define
literally
that, you
can't
don't have
end
a
somewhere.
thing. This wouldn't stand up in court.
Pluto ends at
they
Pluto. How
didn't-
about that?
It
They
literally
didn't
can't
know.
end somewhere because hold on, guys. It literally can't end somewhere because if it did end, you'd be invoking a perfect vacuum.
No, we wouldn't
No,
be
you would.
invoking a
You'd be
person.
invoking that particle would get
The
absorbed,
atmosphere could end.
would get controlled by another body of mass. So usually,
And
when
that
things are moving around in circles, any particle that leaves the Earth will will intercept more than likely Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, etc.
Here's the thing. They didn't know
which all
that
have
Earth's atmosphere.
atmospheres.
They didn't know
Go
Earth's
ahead.
atmosphere extended to the moon before, but they've detected that it does. So now that's as far as we can detect. That's it. Science improved.
It's not, and Jeremy, even if we had like a marker where the atmosphere stopped, it's not to say that beyond that there would be a vacuum. There could be other type of particles there. You know, it could be a plasma type of medium. You know, also Noah. If you look in the text chat in Livestream text 1, and if you look at that picture I posted where blue contrasts into purple, imagine blue was your atmosphere and purple was space. Where would you draw your line to say that the atmosphere stopped and space has started, considering that they are particles of blue within the purple? There's no way to draw a definitive line, is
Yeah,
there?
you could draw a line.
But
And that's what I'm
All
asking
right,
you guys
where would you
to do. I'm asking you guys to draw that line, and you guys will refuse to do it.
I don't know where to draw that line. None of us know where. Where would you draw it?
Where do you want the line
is
at?
Numpty. The reason why that is convenient for them is because that way they don't have to tell you exactly or precisely where it is. They can move the goalpost at any time they want.
Well, why does it matter
If it's convenient, if it's convenient to have the moon with some atmosphere, they can claim that. If it's convenient for them to move it back to Earth, it's convenient. You know how.
How would it be convenient?
Well, I don't know. It's your fucking model,
you
bro.
don't know. You just
Yeah, it's your model, bro.
Why does it matter where it starts and where it stops?
Because I've been in this conversation for 7 years and I know how you guys move the goalpost all the time. All the time.
Basically, if you can't define the term, you can't use it.
What goalposts?
And if you can't tell the difference between, if you can't tell the difference between space and atmosphere, then there's no point in talking about either.
But
Why
Noah,
does it
why
matter
don't you
where-
download
That's
that
hilarious.
picture and draw a
Why
line
does it-
where
wait,
space starts and the atmosphere stops?
Yeah,
Show
why
us.
does it matter where the line is? Like, why does it matter where it starts and where it stops?
Because we were talking
you
about
want
the
to know
atmosphere
where
of
you
Earth
want to
earlier.
know where the line is, Noah. That's why we're having this conversation, because you keep
No, we're
asking
having it.
where does
We're
space
having it because
start
you guys
and
are
where does
discussing
atmosphere
drag
start.
and atmospheres.
The only person here, Noah, I'm still talking. The only person here that wants to know where this line is you. That's why I'm asking you to show us
That
where
was
the
me
line
that was
is.
saying that.
And
Or tell
No,
us
that was
why you
me
need
that was
to know.
saying that.
Why do you need to know?
No, we were arguing about drag and particles in space and atmospheres.
Okay.
So we
I
need
see.
proper definitions of where space starts and atmosphere ends so we can properly discuss this. You can't then just go and say, like, well, the fucking sun is in space and it's moving around. And then
Well,
the Earth's atmosphere extends all the way to the sun.
that wants
The Earth's
know.
atmosphere extends all the way to the sun.
You're gonna have to.
Well, then what's the
get
difference between
used to
space
this.
and the atmosphere, bro?
You're going to have to
Hold
deal with
on.
the disappointment.
Hold on.
Yeah.
If the conversation is about drag and collisions with particles, We don't have to discuss exactly where atmospheres start and stop. We have to discuss what's important to the topic. If we're talking about drag and particles, what we need to know is how many particles there are. Whether we call those particles at Earth's atmosphere or not is irrelevant to the actual topic.
Okay, you want to do that? Then we'll do that.
You want to do that?
Then you have to stop invoking space and the atmosphere. You can't invoke those words anymore because they're meaningless in the bounds of this conversation.
Well, in your
that's not
model,
true.
the atmosphere has to
those are
start
dumb
and then
rules
stop
to
at
make.
No, they're not.
If you can't
Apparently,
define
No,
a term,
the
you can't
mutes
use
are,
it
the
in
mutes are just going to
communication.
be
That is not a
temporary.
dumb rule. That is just how you talk and communicate. You need
Well,
both parties needs to
no,
know the
that's
meaning of the word coming from the other
We're gonna
party
start
for it to continue.
muting
to work.
people right now, just so you know, whoever's talking.
Let's
One at a time,
let's
please,
conversation
man.
going.
Let's all calm down. Let's all calm down and not interrupt people like somebody just did to me right now as I'm telling you to calm down and go one at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Jeremy,
me.
you are
I was just trying to get in. It's all right.
Why is
Yeah, but
this
Jeremy
such
is
a problem? That's what I want to know.
It doesn't have to be, but you
'Cause
you can't invoke these words in your argument if you can't define them. That's it.
I haven't
You don't have
made
to.
an
You don't have
argument.
to use them. You don't have to use them in your
I
argument.
have.
You really don't. I
Okay.
don't need you to. But if you're going to use them, then you have to define them.
What argument?
I don't know. What was the fucking argument, Jeremy, about collisions and drag and fucking
drag
friction?
Okay. All right, that was the argument. Okay, gotcha. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, if we're going to talk about drag, we got to know what we're talking about that's being collided with. We have to know that. We have to know the particles that's being discussed. We don't have to really designate where those particles belong or what they belong to.
Well, if
So
you guys
we
are
can-
gonna do calculate, I was in the middle of a sentence. If
We
you're gonna
can,
do calculations about orbits, then you gotta know how much drag there's gonna be. Otherwise, your calculations are gonna be wrong, right?
Yes. So
Okay,
consult.
we
the
can
people.
All right.
discuss that based on how many particles are there.
Yeah. What you could do then?
So
is
they
you
know
could-
they gotta
what you
know
could-
how many particles.
Yeah,
You keep
what you-
interrupting me, bro.
I apologize.
I think he was trying to respond to you. That's why.
Okay. What I was going to say was you can consult the people who do those calculations and ask them. None of us in here, I don't think, have done orbital mechanics and calculations of how satellites have to, how far they have to be, etc. I don't know.
So if none of you wait. So if none of you have the answers to the questions, then why are people trying to answer it in this chat? You should just say, "I don't know."
Because
Go
there
refer to this guy.
are simple answers. There are simple, basic answers that people in here can give, and one of them is we can detect the Earth's atmosphere up to a certain point, and after that we can't detect
Not
it
being
anymore.
argued. It's not being argued.
So what we can do is we can say that, for example, the International Space Station, which is, what is it, 250 miles up, that does experience drag due to the atmosphere, because Earth's atmosphere goes up that high. But other satellites that are about 3,000 miles orbiting about that distance don't experience drag.
But you said that earlier. You said the atmosphere goes to the moon. So how would the satellites at 3,000 miles not be experiencing drag if the Earth's atmosphere goes all the way hundreds of thousands of miles past that point?
Well, I think they are experiencing drag, though, aren't they?
Can we let him answer?
No, that
or
was the whole
Can we let him answer?
Because there
or
aren't
no?
enough to cause.
We're never going to let him answer.
Yeah, because there aren't enough particles to cause any measurable drag. How about that?
They all come with thrusters too.
Definitely going to be drag because it is colliding with particles, right? So there's definitely going to be drag because that's what happens when something moves through a fluid, right? There's drag.
It's like a truck driving and a fly hits the windshield. Oh, okay. The fly caused the truck to slow down a little bit. You measure that? Good luck.
Okay, and if it's constantly driving into millions of flies every day.
Yeah, then it would cause drag.
that's
But if
gonna have
it's
boosters.
hitting 3 flies a day, then no drag.
I mean, that's why they have the boosters to correct for that drag every once in a while.
So there is drag, and they have boosters to correct for them.
You
Okay,
motherfuckers were just saying there wasn't drag half an hour ago, and now
ISS
everyone's saying there's drag.
He just explained it. He just explained it, though. It's not that much that would make much of a difference. But yes, it does. The orbit does degrade.
Where they need boosters.
The orbit does.
I understand.
The
what you
orbit
explained,
does
but you guys
degrade
changed
over
your
time.
claim. You guys
Nobody's
changed your
changing
claim
anything.
from yes, you did.
No,
You
we
changed your
didn't.
claim from I don't know about you two, but the
Okay.
Globers in the room earlier said specifically no drag,
I
not
don't
little
think
bit
anybody
drag.
would
Okay.
say
You
no
don't.
drag at all.
Someone was
You
saying
don't.
yeah.
No,
Someone
no,
was
no.
saying no.
Hang on,
Just
hang
say
on.
Hey,
it just
I was, I
happened.
was, I was
someone was
part of the
saying no
Globers
drag.
earlier,
Someone
and
was saying no drag
I could,
and
yeah.
collisions instead.
Let me
That's what
clarify it
someone
up.
said earlier.
Calm
You're in a
down.
different
Yeah,
position
no, calm
now.
down. Let me clarify it up. All right. I was part of the Globers earlier that was saying no drag. What Zanuck and I was saying is that when rockets or falling capsules from rockets re-enter Earth's atmosphere and fall to the ground, it's not drag or friction that causes them to burn up. It's something else. That's why we were saying in that situation there's no drag. When they re-enter the atmosphere and they're falling and they start burning up, it's not due to drag or friction. It's another type of force happening there.
And this gentleman said no measurable drag, so out in beyond the moon or whatever. I think is what
Yeah.
he was
I
talking
mean, it's so minuscule that it makes no difference. That's all I'm saying.
about.
But it's not a
My point
goalpost
still.
move to. It's not a goalpost move to find something out that you didn't know before, or to get better equipment to detect something like the atmosphere and how far it extends. That's not a goalpost move. That's just what
Well,
science does. It improves.
don't they have
Well,
those instruments?
I'd like to say, I'm not saying there was a goalpost move. I'm just saying like you
Okay.
made one claim, and then you, or maybe not you, but when I say you, I mean the Globers in this chat for the past 2 hours. The Globers in this chat for the past 2 hours made one claim, and then later they changed that claim. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you guys are
Don't they?
denying that happened when that is
Wait,
what
how did
happened.
we change the claim though? I just explained what happened. How was the
Yeah,
claim
you're not.
changed?
That is
It's
not what Zanuck was saying.
two different
That is not what
claims
Zanuck was
being
saying.
made.
Zanuck
No,
Don't
was
that's
they
saying
have
exactly
the?
what Zanuck and I was saying.
no. In the beginning, Zanuck was saying there's no drag like outside when you're going through space and shit.
Yeah, I
there
think
isn't.
Yeah, when
Zanuck believes
objects
that
fall
because there's
back
not a lot of
We were
particles.
into Earth.
all here. We heard Zanuck go over it.
Yeah, and I was
I
here
even
as well.
simplified
When
him for it.
objects
He
fall
said,
back
"There's
into
no
Earth's
fluid in space,
atmosphere, they
therefore no
burn up.
drag." That's what he said. There's
Yeah,
no fluid in space, therefore no drag.
Right.
You
yeah.
guys just stated there is drag in
Zanuck didn't
space.
say
So
that.
those are two
No, no,
contradictory claims.
no. They're
Well,
not contradictory claims.
they've
Zanuck
refuted their
didn't say
claim.
that.
They've said expressed what they meant, and I get it. Don't they have instruments to measure, how many particles and all that? Wouldn't we be able to know exactly what distance that the Earth's atmosphere stops? And what
All
about
right,
where
so
it stops
if we're talking
rotating with
about
the Earth?
right, if we're talking about as far as the moon, we're talking about we're not even talking about 1 atom per cubic meter. It's
Is that
spread
what they
out even
measured?
farther. That's spread out even farther than that, so it's even less than that.
Yeah, they discovered that like about 4 or 5 years ago now as well. It's not like it's recent news.
So
So
they have to have a point though, right? Where if it's 1 atom per whatever, that's considered no longer Earth's atmosphere. Do
yeah,
we have that?
I mean, I don't think they have defined that or need to define that.
Huh? Are those 1 particles per cubic whatever still rotating with Earth's atmosphere?
They're particles. They have
I'd
their
have
own
to
velocities. I don't
possibly,
know,
or
man.
you'd have to read articles about it. I don't know. Again, I'm on my phone. You read articles about
Well,
it, find out about
wouldn't
it.
they
That'd be
have to be?
interesting. That'd be interesting. That's a good question.
They would have to be going really freaking fast way out there, right?
That's conservation of
Yeah,
momentum. That's
because
why I
they're
kept saying it
conserving
earlier.
momentum. So
They
we should be
do
able
still
to measure how
accelerate to
fast
whatever.
these particles are going if we're collecting them, if we're measuring them.
Right, and they do still have to abide by laws of physics out there. They will still gravitate to whatever body is nearest to them.
But in between the bodies, right, they would be hauling ass. Wouldn't you agree?
Relatively.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, no, if
gas
they're
particles in a gas
conserving
typically
momentum with
have
the Earth's atmosphere.
gas particles in a gas, even the gas that you're breathing right now, individual particles within that gas have velocities that are, quote, hauling ass, as you put it
That's
earlier.
not what we're talking about. We're talking about Earth's atmosphere at altitude. Like as it goes up, it's still conserving the momentum that it gained by rotating with the Earth, the body of the Earth. The water and the land.
In lockstep.
Yeah, basically lockstep is
Yeah,
what they
lockstep.
say. It actually has to go faster, right, as it goes up just to keep up. If not, it would be lagging behind, and that stands to reason. Why don't we see a trail? I mean, that's a whole lot of gas lagging behind.
Why
Well,
don't
there's
we
actually
see an
something called
invisible trail?
there's actually something called this is where hold on a second. There's actually something.
Sorry.
Hold on one second. Not only does it speed up to keep up with to stay in lockstep with the rotation of Earth's surface, it actually goes faster. It's called a super rotation, and scientists can't explain why that even happens.
Now, if it's not a perfect orbit, if it's an elliptical orbit, it speeds up and slows down. So those gases would be having to speed up and slow down as well to maintain their, what is it? Conservation of momentum with the Earth's rotation.
That super rotation, by the way, is definitely not explained by fluid dynamics because scientists don't even know why that happened. So definitely not explained by fluid dynamics, right?
And I still don't understand. Like, if I'm at point A,
Believe that, Jeremy? Do you believe that?
if I'm
That's
at
what the
point
scientists are
A
saying?
to my zenith,
That's what the scientists say. Go ahead, Rocky.
if I'm at point A to a zenith, right, I can look up and, there's a cloud right above me, or let's say a star, and I'm right below it. And an hour later, I'm 1,000 miles away on the equator. That's still 1,000 miles an hour that I'm moving. I don't give a shit if the air is moving with me. It doesn't matter. Now, I understand if it doesn't slow up or, speed up or slow down, you wouldn't kind of, feel that and rock back and forth, but you're still hauling ass, right?
So if you're not going to feel it, why would you feel it?
I wasn't talking about feeling it. I was talking about the actual speed, point A to point B, and then going in a downward direction, but it's so big that you don't feel that either.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jeremy. You wanted to say something to me?
Yeah, Jeremy, what did the scientist say?
As far as me needing to believe that, I don't have to. That's the mainstream narrative on what's going on with the heliocentric model. If you want to deny the mainstream narrative, I would absolutely not blame you.
What is the mainstream narrative? What are you talking about, Jim?
I didn't know about that
Narrative is
super
that there's a
rotation.
super rotation. The mainstream narrative is that there's a super rotation going on in the upper atmosphere.
Is it like a theoretical thing that they're testing, or
you guys hear me?
Not Earth's that.
Yeah,
We can
I
hear you, Jeremy. They're just talking over you. We can hear you. They're
I
just
can hear
talking over
you. Go ahead.
Hi. Guys, can we please? I know it's tough. Everyone gets a little antsy and a pantsy. I know how it is. I do it too. But let's try to keep it cool now. The mainstream narrative is that there's a super rotation going on in the upper atmosphere, and they don't know why it's happening. They can't explain it.
Yeah, that's fine.
In Earth's atmosphere?
Maybe
Yes,
eventually they'll
Earth's
find out what it
atmosphere.
is.
It happens.
I don't
ahead,
believe
what were you
it.
saying?
Maybe eventually they'll find out exactly how that happens. I mean, we don't know.
No, but that's
I
not
wouldn't-
true.
Nate, I would not think any less of you if you were to deny the mainstream narrative.
I mean, if people
Well,
are
let
saying
me-
that that's
let
what
me-
happened
let
and
me-
they tested,
Could I explain
if they
myself?
tested, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I know that I think it's Venus does have a super rotation of its atmosphere, and that's due
So does
to
Earth.
energy from the sun. But Earth doesn't have a super rotation of its atmosphere.
Oh boy.
Earth's upper atmosphere, even its lower atmosphere, never rotates faster than the Earth. The upper atmosphere does rotate faster than the lower atmosphere, but that's just to keep in sync with it, in lockstep with it. And this is why
I'm sorry,
you
Nate.
tend to have. Let me finish. This is why you tend to have generally westerly winds in the upper atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
But
Nate. You don't. Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done. My bad. I'm definitely going next, guys. So everyone, calm down. Go ahead, finish it up, Nate. I thought you were done. My bad.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you think Earth does have a, super rotating atmosphere. Could you post something to back this up, Jeremy?
Yeah. I could post something real quick, and I'm sorry you don't know your own model good enough, and I know it better than you. That's fine. I'll post you something to keep you up to date with your own heliocentric model. Okay, Nate? I got you, bro. I'll teach you. I'll take you to school today.
Yeah, but do you believe that's what's going on? I mean, you're presenting it, but do you believe it?
Well, I don't have to believe it. This is the mainstream narrative of what's going on with the heliocentric model. This is for you guys to believe.
Okay, yeah, I believe you because I just read it. The mystery. Well, I saw something about how does atmosphere rotate on the Earth. It says bound to the Earth by gravity. Most of the atmosphere spins along with it as a result of friction with the ground and viscosity or stickiness of the different layers of air above it. Above 200 kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. So, I mean, if that's what they measured, then I guess that's could be what's going on.
Yeah, because
You post that.
it's
Yeah.
what the atmosphere does 100 miles or 200 miles up is it's so key to my daily life that I have to study and memorize every little detail.
Are you the guy that said Earth didn't have a super rotation? Now speaking that it doesn't matter to your life? So now it does have one, it just doesn't matter.
Two different people. Thanks,
You need
Rocky.
to. You need to.
I was just
I have a
making
very
sure.
distinct way of speaking.
Okay, I said I was sorry. I thought it was the same person, but you know, so now the
That's
Earth's atmosphere getting thinner as it goes up rotates faster than the surface atmosphere. That doesn't float, right?
If that's what they're measuring, then maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, forget about that. Just think about it logically. Does that make sense?
This is one paragraph that just says a 100 page. Do you have anything else?
Just think about
you think it doesn't work.
I can't hear
Just because
you.
you hold on. Just because you say it sounds ridiculous to you doesn't mean that all the people that are measuring it says it's ridiculous to them.
No, I'm saying it doesn't match fluid dynamics. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
I mean, I guess to you it might not you might not understand it, but
No,
apparently
to fluid dynamics it doesn't make sense.
You don't understand it. Not even the scientists understand it, so you don't understand it. It's not
do you
us,
think
it's
that
you.
these scientists
You can't understand.
The science can't come up with anything, so they don't understand it. It doesn't make it. It's because it's not following fluid dynamics. Is that why they're saying that?
What does that mean?
So
not following fluid dynamics.
Fluid dynamics is what we're talking about here,
do
right?
you think these scientists wouldn't understand fluid dynamics?
Not. Wait,
no, bro. Here's the fucking issue: is they're measuring something that doesn't match your model. Your model has a self-contradiction. Because your own scientists say they can't explain it.
So they're measuring it. So what?
All right,
all we have is a measurement so far. Everything else is your imagination, buddy.
They're measuring something that doesn't match fluid dynamics. That's a problem, right? They're agreeing that it's a problem.
Can you
and now y'all are wondering if
citation,
always
please.
have an excuse, Rakia.
Citation about what?
Citation for them finding something that isn't explained in the model.
He just read it. It doesn't. I didn't say.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't say they're not equating it to the model.
You're not going to be able to explain the scientist's own model for them better. If they say they can't understand how this measurement works into their model, how the fuck are you going to explain it to us when you haven't even done the measurement yourself?
You're talking
All
to me?
Rakia is doing is just saying fluid dynamics.
No, I'm saying it doesn't match fluid. The reason they're saying it's not, they don't understand it, is because it doesn't match fluid. I'm agreeing with them. It doesn't match fluid dynamics.
If it matched fluid dynamics, they wouldn't say it's unexplained or they can't explain it or whatever. They would say,
can't explain
by
it, they
fluid
usually
dynamics.
say, if they can't explain something, they usually say, we found this thing, we can't explain it.
That's what they said.
That's what they said.
That's what they said.
Did you?
So what's the issue?
Yeah, with that it doesn't match fluid dynamics. That was my point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my point too.
It's another thing, like a big red flag to the model.
That's not a red flag. A red
sure
flag would be
fluid dynamics is one of the largest thing in physics. Like it's 101, course 101, fluid dynamics. It's not?
Fluid dynamics is 101.
I would say it is.
The first one's not. It's like
you
third
might,
year.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone else would. But here's the thing.
What?
If they have,
it's like
a
second
red
year
flag.
engineering.
Nah, bro, it's
you're talking
like
about red flags.
Yeah, it's pretty basic shit. I did it in my first year.
If you're talking about red flags, to me, a red flag would be if every scientist agreed with every other scientist and no one had any dissent, no one published any information that was contradicting
that's
other
the globe
scientists.
model. Wait, that's
that
the globe heliocentric model.
That would be a red
you just
flag.
described the heliocentric model.
What are you fighting against?
To a T.
Okay, no.
Yeah, you just described the
they
heliocentric model to a T, bro.
No.
I mean, you guys talked over him a few times, so you don't even know what he said.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, we did. Hey,
were you even listening to what I said?
Yeah.
I don't even think you were.
You go ahead.
I heard everything. I heard everything he said. I heard everything he said, and he described the heliocentric model.
Nate, I
Okay,
know.
you calm down,
Yo,
dudes. Calm down, please. Okay.
finish
If
it up.
everyone's so
Calm down,
Please,
guys.
please.
when
This
they
is the
don't,
stuff I'm talking about, guys. Hugh, hold on. I'm trying to regain control of the room. Guys, this is the stuff I'm talking about. It makes total audio chaos. Please, go ahead, Hugh.
so what you're saying is that when they find something that you say is contradictory to the model, which is not, okay, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem for our model. Okay, but if the bigger problem would be is if all scientists agreed, then obviously there would be something going on. There's no disagreement. Everyone just agrees with
Welcome to the globe.
everybody
Nice
else.
try, though.
Everyone in science does
Welcome
not
to
agree with
flat Earth.
everyone in
Welcome to
science.
flat Earth.
Everyone in science does not agree. That's why I constantly read reports and constantly read scientific articles saying scientists have discovered X, and this totally rewrites the rules about whatever it is that topic was.
I have a
Scientists have
question.
discovered
Then
that
it's not
there's something
science.
on this
If they
planet.
don't
I
agree
have a
on it,
It's not
question.
science.
So they're
I have a
constantly,
question.
Guys,
I have
we
a
gotta
question.
let
I
him
have a question.
finish.
arguing,
Yo,
constantly
Can you
changing
guys
their
let him
minds.
finish?
He's been
What-
going
I need
on
to ask
for a
this guy
while
a
now,
question.
I
do
know.
scientists
After
I know.
disagree
Just give him
about
like
water
30 or
boiling
I need to
because
ask
of
this
heat?
guy a question to
percent.
clarify.
God, you're fucking muted. Who else? Just let him finish his shit, guys. Please give him like 45 seconds. I don't know how long he was talking. Time in it. Just let him finish. Come on, wrap it up, Hugh, please.
I think I'm basically done. If they agreed with each other, that would be a great big red flag. The Chinese government, for example, there's no disagreement, right? You don't hear dissent within the ranks of the Chinese government, right? Because it's a communist country, they have to agree with each other. Scientifically,
Oh
you
my
rarely
god.
will have two
All right.
scientists will agree on everything.
Dude, can I ask my question now?
Okay, bro. If they don't agree,
Can I ask my
then it's
fucking
not
question,
science.
It
dude?
cannot be
Yeah,
science if it
That's
doesn't
not
agree.
what
wait, wait,
science
wait, wait, wait.
is. You don't know
Scientists
what
Oh
don't
my
science is.
god,
hold up,
bro.
hold up. Let me say this. Scientists don't disagree about heat causing water to boil. There's no disagreement there. It's definitive because that's what science does. Okay. So don't
No,
say
that's not
within
what
science.
science
If you're talking
does.
about the scientific community and some of them speak to their opinions or something like that, sure. But that's not scientific. The science
You
Okay,
behind it is
okay,
that
can I make
they
you
repeat this
obviously
thing
don't know anyone.
and
You
it's
obviously don't know anyone in the
unanimous and it's
scientific community.
definitive and it's decided.
You don't know
okay.
anyone in the scientific
All
community,
right,
nor
listen,
I'm
do
in the
I've
any
been
of the
scientific
waiting.
community,
I'm
so
scientific
not
shut the
trying to
hell
let
up.
percentage
That's
fucking
obvious.
talk. You gotta let
Now
me
can
fucking
Hugh
talk,
just talk
bro.
over everyone
You
like
just
he's
you
like
guys
the
say
ruler
you
here?
never give me a gap to fucking speak in. So how am I supposed to talk if I can't fucking talk?
Holy
I'm
shit,
interrupted
man.
every
Go
time
Come
and
ahead.
on,
never give
guys.
me fucking time to talk. You said there's a red flag in science when everyone agrees with on something and there's no dissenting opinion. That directly describes the globe model and heliocentric model. There has been no dissent in the past 200 years, something like that. Thank you and good night.
Thank you and good night.
Yeah, because the globe model is,
Copernicus.
we know the Earth is fucking globe, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, right.
Right. And there was
Yeah, we know the
specifically in this particular example about the super rotation of the upper atmosphere. That was the example that was brought up of people not agreeing. So if you're going to say that the globe model always agrees all the time, you're forgetting the thing that was brought up in the first place.
No, you guys
They
always,
disagree on it because it's not
Does
science.
anybody disagree that hold on, guys. Does
I would-
anyone disagree that the super rotation is happening?
No,
I
we don't.
disagree that
Obviously,
it's
there's
happening
some
on
sort of.
Earth. Yeah, I know it's happening in
You
other
just don't
places
know how
on
your
Earth.
own model works,
No,
Nate.
I'm
I
saying on
disagree with
The
that.
people that know what's going on. Yeah,
Dude,
Nate,
you know
you just don't
you
know
know what's
your
going
own
on, but you
model.
think the
The
Earth is
people
flat.
that know what's going
Can
on.
can you post the link you were talking about, Jeremy? I'm still waiting.
Listen, the reason they disagree
Nate,
is because it's
out
not
there, bro.
science yet. They have an
posted it a
observation.
long time.
They don't know why it's happening. They
I
don't
think
know
I
the
already
cause
posted it.
of this effect, so it's not
Yeah, he did.
science yet.
Yeah, I don't know. The dude
Oh, with
said
the
red flags when there's no dissenting opinion, yet
Yes.
there is no dissenting opinion against the globe or heliocentrism. Everyone
What
thinks the
started
Earth
this
is a ball.
topic?
Everyone thinks the Earth is a ball, and everyone thinks the fucking Earth goes around the sun in a heliocentric manner.
There
That
are
is
two
not
types.
disputed in science. So
Okay.
by your statement, there's a huge red flag with those theories.
No, not at all.
not
There are two
disputed.
types of science: settled science and non-settled science. Okay.
So would you say settled?
The debate is over which is
There
which.
cannot be
You're
non-settled
so
science,
foolish,
bro.
Nick.
Yeah,
You
there
don't
is.
even know
There
which
is
way you're
settled
going.
science, and there is non-settled science.
Settled science.
Can I ask you real quick? Can I ask
There
you
is
real
settled
quick?
science
Settled
and
science.
non-settled
Can
science.
I ask real quick?
Non-settled science.
Hold on, guys.
Yes.
So quantum
Yes.
physics would
Hold
be
up,
not
Jeremy's
settled
trying to get in.
science,
He's saying,
right?
"Can I ask you real quick, like 3 times?" Come on, guys.
Ask you real quick. That settled science. That means it's proven.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I'm a human
Does the
male.
settled science mean that it's proven?
Yes or
yes
no?
or no?
Yeah, that's
No.
the red flag science.
So it's not.
Whichever
So it's
way I
not
answer,
proven.
you're
So
just
if
going to
it's not
jump on
proven,
it because that's what you do. But I can give an example, and this will help better. Okay, the example of settled science. I'm a human male. That's settled science. I cannot fly. That's settled science. I cannot
Not in
breathe
2022. It's not.
That's
That's
settled
not settled.
science.
No.
Okay, some
Set-
things
How's
so
are
that
settled.
science? That's an observation.
That's
Yeah. So
science.
settled science.
That's
So
what
settled
science
science
Go to
is.
doesn't
Jim
mean that
Pandas
it's.
and ask him if you're a man.
Welcome to the wonderful world of science. It's
Bro, what
observation.
experiment did we
Thank
do
you.
to find out that
So
you are a human male?
wait. So this guy said that basically, if there's no dissenting opinion, there's a red flag. But then he said that there's something called settled science where
Yeah, you're
everyone
just
agrees and
contradicting yourself,
there's no
man.
dissenting opinion. So
I didn't
basically, what you're
say
saying is all. Wait. All you're saying is that all settled science is red flag science.
That's exactly
no.
right.
Yep.
I did not say that,
Yeah.
nor did I
All
imply that.
scientists agreeing that heat makes water boil. Red flag.
Yeah, I'm just curious as
That's
what
not what I
settled.
said and not what I
You
meant.
don't need to say the things.
Your
Your
argument's not
assertions have
consistent, you.
implications, though. Your assertions
Hold on, guys.
have
Yes,
implications.
because there are 2 types
Guys,
of science.
There's
let me
two
ask you about
types
this
now.
settled.
Oh, there's two types. Yeah, right.
About
Your
the
argument's
settled
not
science
consistent,
part.
mate.
What
There's two
what
types,
exactly?
and it just so
What
happens that the
exactly
settled
is
He just
meant
gave
by
an
this?
example.
It
He
just
just
so
gave an
happens that
example.
By two types, he means the settled and
it just so
non-settled.
happens that
Right.
it just so happens that the second kind, the settled science kind, exactly matches the same description as red flag science. It's kind of
No.
Okay, so when you
that's
say
not what I
settled,
meant. That's not what I said, and not what I implied, and not what I meant. What I
figure out
meant
what
is
you mean. By,
Yeah,
there are
hold
some
on.
you guys would
Can you
shut up
define
for
for
5
us
seconds. I'm
unsettled
trying
and
to figure
settled
out what he
science? Just
means.
define them.
Right, who
Stop
said
for
that?
5 seconds.
Me.
It doesn't have. It doesn't help if
hang on.
5 or 10 of us go at him. Okay, let's just get to the bottom of this. Everyone,
didn't say
shut
that for
up.
no
Jeremy's
reason.
gonna eat his phone.
You
Jeremy, it's
guys
okay.
All right,
really
guys,
can't
give
control
him a minute.
yourself.
Let him
All right.
define
I
unsettled
don't
and
know.
settled science.
Okay.
I can't be yelling at shit at work. You guys are fucking ridiculous.
This is fine. It's okay.
This is not fine.
All right.
Not fine. It's
All right,
not
well, hold on,
fine.
Jeremy. Why don't we give Jeremy the floor to say what he's saying?
Jeremy, can
and then
I
Hugh
say
can go
this? What I
next.
mean? Why I mean it's fine.
Yeah,
No,
just,
okay,
just
everyone
let
is.
Jeremy go.
I was just going to say to Jeremy why it's fine. Okay, no one is screaming and yelling abuse. Okay,
I mean, they're
24/7.
screaming and yelling. But
Listen. In 24/7.
Yeah, but it's total audio chaos.
Let me speak. In 24/7 and in Gem Pandas, by now I'd be getting a ton of verbal abuse from people. Okay, that's the difference. That's why it's okay. And guys,
Okay.
even though I may
Audio
disagree and you're gonna
chaos,
laugh,
though, and-
I appreciate that no one's hurling verbal abuse. That's really good.
okay, but can you tell us your made-up definitions for these made-up things?
All
Yeah,
right.
when you
They're
say
not
settled
made up
science,
because the definition. I'm about to post
an add-on question. I
definitions
have an
in the
add-on
chat. They're not
question
made up.
I have an
Can you
add-on
talk?
question to.
Can
I
you
have an
answer
add-on
the
question
question?
to. You know how
You
Percentage
can
was
ask
asking
your
a question.
question
I want to
after
add on
you.
to that question.
Jesus.
Go ahead, Hugh.
Hugh, go ahead.
Stop over talking, guys. And update Noah. You're muted for like a couple minutes. Just clearly everyone needs to calm down for a minute.
Okay.
Jeremy, what were you trying to say, man?
I would consider the Big Bang to be not settled science.
They won't let me.
Jeremy, just
Why? Why is Big Bang not settled science? Hang on.
Hey,
Why is
Jeremy's
that not
trying to
settled
talk.
science?
I'm gonna start muting people, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think we kind of left off at Jeremy was speaking, and then possibly Hugh is next. But Jeremy, if you remember what you were going to say, go for it.
Go for it.
No, because there's lots of follow-up stuff. They'll never let me get to the end of anything. I promise, Gio. It's fine. Let him go ahead.
Jeremy,
I'll mod Jeremy. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. The debate is on which is settled and which is not. In my opinion, in my view, the Big Bang is an example of science that is not settled. Okay?
Why?
Because I don't personally believe there is sufficient information to make a judgment on the origin of the universe. I think people can make very, very good, educated guesses, but I don't think they've got it at all. And I've read a lot of stuff from several years ago now from what's his name, dude in a wheelchair.
Yeah, this goes to my point.
So, hold on.
Who's the
So the
arbiter of what's
delineation
settled
between
and
what's
what's not?
settled and
Guys, he's
unsettled
not
science.
done. Guys, he's not done. Come on.
The
Come on.
Who
delineation.
decides what's settled?
He's not done.
He
Please.
does. He does.
So
He just said he
the
personally
You?
right, the
isn't
definition.
convinced. That's
He's
his.
not
So
done.
he's the
You're
decider.
a mod, bro. You're a
That is
mod.
what
Come on.
that is what this and other debates are about: is which is settled science and which is not. So I said that I don't think that
That's my question.
the Big Bang is settled science, and then the question came is why not? That is the debate. You see how that works? Okay, that's how it works.
Yeah,
There are some
I would like to
science
ask my
that is settled
question
and some that is not.
now.
but it's,
Can I ask my question
what the thing
finally?
is, settled
I had a
science is
question
not
like 5
actually a
minutes ago
thing
before I was muted. Can I ask that question?
Please do.
So there was a question I was going to ask that was going to add on to Percentage's question 5 minutes ago. He basically asked, what's the difference between settled and unsettled science? And I would like to ask, as a follow-up to that, you mentioned this red flag science. How does the red flag science differ from settled and unsettled science and non-red flag science?
What I meant by that is if all scientists on all topics always agree, always, that would be a red flag. So if you have 50 different reporters and they show up at a plane crash and give 50 different reports, obviously they will, because there's 50 different reporters and they're going to give 50 different opinions about what they think happened. If you have 50 reporters at a plane crash and they all say the exact same thing, that's a red flag. That's the difference.
Okay,
It's not science,
Bob,
though.
you
This is a
have
trash
that.
argument.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on 1 second, please. Bob Dole, are you there? Do you have that clip of all 50 reporters saying literally the same exact thing verbatim?
There you go. That's a red flag.
I can check.
Post it in the chat
Yes,
if you
on
got it.
news reporters on TV,
You
and
read,
they're all
let
saying the
Hugh
same
see
thing.
this.
Yes, I agree.
So the part where I
Question
don't
wasn't
think I'm
answered.
understanding is where all scientists agreeing with the globe and heliocentric model is not a red flag. How is that not a red flag, but yet you just described when they agree on everything that they're going to like every scientist, doesn't matter if they're a doctor, doesn't matter if they're a chemist, all of them agree in the heliocentric and globe model. How does that differ from your red flag? How does the settled science differ from red flag science?
Because they don't all agree on whether evolution is true. They don't all agree on whether the Big Bang is true.
No, he said settled science, not the
Yeah,
unsettled.
but we're not talking about the Big Bang. We're talking
All
about
right, maybe.
flat versus globe.
Yep.
Yeah, but
I
how
know.
about this? Maybe Noah gives an example of settled science that all scientists agree on.
Here's the
That's not
thing,
necessary
dude.
because he's the one that
He
defined
did
it.
the globe.
Here's the problem, dude, is I'm the one asking for the definition so I can get clarity. You can't ask me to answer my own question that I'm curious.
He did. Noah already did. He said the
hold
globe.
on.
And yeah, and when
May
I
I-
asked it like 5 minutes ago, it didn't go answered. Still,
Um,
It's- apparently
Gio.
the distinction is a personal one that he makes himself.
That's
Gio.
science. Yes, because
No,
scientists
Gio,
are
the
individuals.
definition-
No, science is based off of facts, bro.
Listen,
Scientists
the
are
definition.
individuals. They make their own decisions. They're
No.
not automatons.
Based off of evidence.
The
Yes.
definition.
Observations,
Listen.
evidence that are
That's
not
right,
just
that's right.
purely
Percentage, that
subjective.
is absolutely
Someone's
Multiple
trying to
scientists
talk, let him
seeing
talk.
the same experiment, it's
Let
still the
Zero
same
is trying to
value.
talk. Let Science Zero talk after. for a
I
second.
just want to read the definition of science. Is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Now,
Bro,
my
he doesn't-
question to you, hold on. My
That is-
question to you is something that has experimentation. How can it be unsettled?
He doesn't care
Because
about that
if you have an
definition,
experimentation, the experiments could have been done fraudulently or improperly or lead to an inconclusive result. You have law, right? And law should be you should not kill. Okay. But wait a minute. There is a little bit of a gray area where if you kill someone justifiably, that's why we have lawyers. It's not much different in science. You could have tests. The
Disagree with
tests
that.
could be pretty good. You
I
could
would
get
like to
pretty good
respond.
results, and still someone would say, "Hell on, wait a minute, you did this thing wrong," and people would disagree with it. That's what science is.
bro.
I disagree.
It's a very
Wait,
simple
wait.
question. Does
Wait,
every
wait.
scientist
Wait,
agree that heat will cause water to boil?
Wait, but I gotta disagree with this guy's metaphor in and of itself. Killing is not illegal. It's murder that's illegal. Those are two different things.
But you also have manslaughter. You have involuntary manslaughter. You also, it's a whole.
Right, none of those are None of those are killing. Those are all
Okay, don't jump on
killing. That's not killing in overall. So your metaphor doesn't work.
No, don't
Your
jump
metaphor
on
doesn't work.
individual words. Get the meaning of what I'm trying to say rather than jumping on individual words and trying to catch me out.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying. You know what I'm saying. It's not.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, but did you make that same misspeak when you said your settled science, red flag, everyone agrees, bullcrap?
No, I didn't.
Here's
It wasn't bullcrap.
here's the problem.
Okay, well, like, can you
Here's
like,
the
address
problem,
the elephant in the room?
There's no elephants there.
The elephant is that all scientists
all
agree.
you're trying to do.
Hold
all
up,
you're trying
hold
to
up.
do is everything
Hold
I
up.
say. You're trying to
Again, I'll ask the
misinterpret.
same question for the fourth time. All
You can ask it
scientists
10 times.
agree that heat can make water boil.
I already
Heat
said yes.
Making water boil is settled science. Where's the red
Yes.
flag?
That's
Okay,
not a
can
red
I
flag because
respond?
you misinterpreted.
But they all agree.
And I'll
Dude, this is
continue to
unfair.
misinterpret
I have
what
to be
I
able to
said in the
respond.
outset. I said in the outset that if all scientists always agree on every topic, that's a red flag. But all scientists do not agree on every single topic. There is dissent among scientists. There is arguments among scientists. You have scientists that are kicked out of scientific groups because they refuse to accept the whatever settled science of that group.
I believe in the beginning you didn't say it like you kind of moved the goalposts to the point of absurdity.
I didn't move the
after, with
goalposts. You
all
weren't
the
listening to
hold
what I
up with
said.
all the absolute always on everything. That's not a scientific thing. It's not completely on everything all the time.
With respect, I
it's
tried
piecemeal.
to be concise.
Okay.
I tried to be concise about how I said that. What I'm saying is
well, then it's a useless statement.
Who pulled up that article about 50 different reporters? I've seen that one. It's where news anchors, all these different TV stations, and they all say the exact same, like they're reciting a script. That is a red flag. Okay. But with scientists, you can have all scientists agreeing on something, but they're not going to agree on everything. All right. The key is you have to try and figure out. That's up to you. You have to figure out.
That's not what you said, though.
What?
You said in the beginning, if they agree on anything, if all of them agree on one thing, then that's a red flag. You didn't say if they agree on everything in science.
If they agree on everything, then you could say, yeah, that's a red flag. There's no dissent amongst any of the scientists, and they all agree in lockstep about everything.
Obviously no one would argue against that, but you said on one specific thing, one scientific discovery or endeavor, if they all agree, then it's suspect. And that's why people...
No, that's not all of us said. Analogy.
That's not what I said.
Now you're switching the goalposts to everything in science.
Consider settled and non-settled science. That's the distinction. Water...
No, that's not the distinction. According to you, that's not.
That's settled science.
Hugh, you used an analogy of if all the reporters show up to the plane crash and they all say the same thing. Well, all the scientists fuck with water boiling, and they're all saying the same thing. Heat causes water to boil.
Yes.
Yeah, if it was all science...
That's the difference between settled science and non-settled science.
Let me make your analogy
It's the same thing as the red flag as the reporters, though. You said that would be a red flag if the reporters were saying the same thing about this one plane crash.
Exactly. If you were saying it's all media, then it would be a true analogy. But you're saying one plane crash because initially you said like we were talking about one thing in science, and then you tried to move the goalposts about everything in science. No one would argue against everything in science. Obviously, if they agree about everything, then something's amiss.
Stop saying I moved the goalposts. What happened
you
is you didn't
definitely
listen. Listen carefully, and then you won't hear. I'm not moving any goalposts.
Then how come your analogy shows it's limited to one event?
Because I'm a human and I am not a scientist, and I'm in my garage with my phone. So, just deal with disappointment. I'm not going to have perfect analogies all the time. Just a dude, just like you.
Okay. A dude that decides what's settled and what's unsettled science, even though he's not a scientist.
Yeah, right? Everyone gets to decide what's settled science. Some people don't believe the Big Bang is settled
That's why there's definition.
No,
it's a system.
Can I reserve a spot? Okay.
Go ahead.
So, thank you. Basically, what I think the problem is your definition of settled and unsettled science, like the actual explanation of what makes them different, and the difference between normal science and red flag science. You haven't really distinctly told us how they're different. You kind of gave us the most fuzziest answer ever, that unsettled science is what people don't agree on, settled science is what people agree on, and then red flag science is what everyone agrees on. It's like your definitions are not like, dude. It's just you're not making a good distinction.
I'll
I
give
mean,
you his
You're mixing my
definitions.
metaphors. What's happening is you mix. What I'm saying
I
is
don't need metaphors.
if you
Talk about what is.
really.
Hugh, let me get this
The
straight.
settled
And
science
correct me
thing
if I'm
sounds
wrong.
like an-
Unsettled science is hypotheses and theories. Settled science is actual science, right?
You have a theory. Once you have a theory, you have an experiment to back it up, and then it would be settled science. I tried to ask him exactly what he meant by settled science about 10 minutes ago when no one would let me talk.
Well,
remember?
Yeah, settled science is things like the shape of how many sides a triangle has, or that type of thing that you can't really, that no one can really say. No.
That's not science.
Can't really say. That is science.
No, that's a simple observation. It's
That's
empiricism.
not science.
You don't know what science
deja
is.
vu.
All this time has been wasted because you don't know what science is.
That's what science is. It's
No.
observation.
What's the difference between observation and
that
science?
is not
then?
science.
Wait, so you don't know what science is? Okay.
That example right there is not science. That's mathematics. First off.
Okay.
Geometry.
You're trying to dig a hole for me and expect me to jump in it.
No, you're using false.
You're digging it
using
yourself,
false.
man.
No. Here. Wait. Let me respond to this guy. Since he keeps saying shit to me, and I keep trying to respond. I keep getting muted, but I'm not trying to dig a hole in it. You're just using fraudulent metaphors. You're using apples and oranges, and I'm pointing out these apples and oranges to you, and then you just say like, "Oh, you're minor in the majors." No, your metaphor just doesn't work, so don't use it. That's it. That's all I'm pointing out.
I'm going to use the metaphors I choose to use.
Well, if they don't work, if your metaphors don't work, then
in any other conversation,
no one else is going to gain benefit. No one else is going to gain benefit from your fraudulent metaphors.
Meaningless there.
That's what
they're trying to say.
What are clouds made of?
Science. Settled
What are
science.
clouds
What
made
do you
of?
mean? Settled
This
science.
is irrelevant.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay. Here's a question. What are clouds made of? How are you
That's
going to find
irrelevant.
out?
That's
You go
irrelevant
up,
to the
you can
subject
send
at
a
hand.
probe up to the clouds, and you can say, "Oh, clouds are made of water."
So,
Right.
real quick,
Clouds are
before
made
we
of
move
water.
on to the clouds, just for the sake of Jeremy's sanity, can you define clearly unsettled
Jeremy.
and settled science? And no one interrupt. Just let him define.
No. What I can do is I can give you examples of settled science. One of those examples would be clouds are made of water. That's settled
Examples
science.
don't
You
speak
know
to
what
the
that
actual
phrase
thing, though.
There
Dude, we need
you
to know
go.
what that phrase means.
He can't.
What
He
does that phrase mean?
can't define his term.
I'm defining my terms by
Hear me,
giving you
somebody over
examples that
We need to know what
anyone
that phrase means when you
should
say
be able to
settled.
understand.
When you say
Sorry, Jamie, go.
the phrase settled science, we need to know what that phrase means so we know what we're talking about, please. Otherwise, we need to stop using that phrase if we don't even know what it means.
Okay, I had a conversation with Bandsaw about 2 weeks ago. I had the. You want me to answer, or you just find my
That wasn't
answers
me.
gonna
I
be,
don't know. Yeah,
unacceptable?
can everyone let him answer, please? I don't know.
Okay, I had a conversation with Bandsaw and a couple of other people about 2 weeks ago. I used the exact same phrases, used the exact same logic, and although he may not have agreed with everything I said, it wasn't a big, huge issue. Okay, all I mean by it is if you have something that is patently, obviously true. For example, I'm a human male and I cannot fly. That is an example of science. How you define me as a male, you've got a list of ways you can define me as a male. Okay, that is science. Okay,
So
what
when you say
truisms
are
that
science.
is science.
Hold on, guys.
How the clouds got here
Definitely a
400
follow-up
million
with
years ago, that's not settled science.
Okay, so when you say something's true, do you mean proven, factual?
Demonstrable, yes. But that's
demonstrable, proven.
Okay,
so you
so
think
what
science? So you think science proves things then?
No, what I said initially was the debate is which science is settled and which is not settled. For some people, they would say that that evolution, the Big Bang, that's settled science. I don't agree, and there are many other scientists who don't agree. That's where the debate is.
Yeah. So you think the
heard this
settled
before.
science? You think the settled science means that something it's true, it's proven, it's a fact, it's demonstrable, it's not even debatable anymore, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could probably, if you want to use those terms. Yeah, I mean, I'm a human male.
You
right?
use
What
those terms.
differentiates? Jeremy, according to his own terms, a truism is settled science because he said something that's obviously true. A truism is settled science. Water's wet, settled science.
Yes, water.
Yeah,
water's
but remember,
wet. You can't breathe it.
You don't know what science is, bro.
Yeah, but
you
you was
don't know what
talking for
science is.
himself. Just remember,
hold
guys, he
on.
was speaking with you.
He's not speaking for all of us right now. And
No,
I just
he's
want to
not.
put that
I'm
out.
not. I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for all scientists.
Yeah, I'm telling
I'm
you.
speaking for me.
You
Okay.
don't know
When
what
it
science
comes
is.
when it comes to the point of science proving things, just know that I'm on your side.
Yeah, science. I don't know if science
That's why
proves things or it doesn't prove
You
things.
just told us it proves things because there's settled science that's true, factual, demonstrable, not all those words you used.
Yeah, but
He
he
that's
also
exactly how can
used
something be
he,
settled and not be
From that
proven?
Maybe
Like,
that's not what he meant,
God,
guys. Let's give
yeah
him a
he
chance
used
to clarify.
he used settled science and unsettled science. That means science can be unsettled, i.e., not proven, but could still be science. That's how
No,
he
don't define it
defined
for him. He has no
Yeah.
clue what he
Well,
means
that's
when
what
he
he
says
said.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
that's what he said.
No,
We're
let
His
not
him
gonna
example
beat
of
clarify.
around the
unsettled
bush.
science was the Big
Guys,
Bang.
let you clarify. Come on, let's not
That
speak.
is absolutely true. You can have settled science that turns out not to be true. The question for you
wow.
is that's absolutely
What?
true. The
Fucking
You
words
just
have
told us.
fucking words
Someone
are
give him a
meaningless,
gavel,
man.
man.
This is great.
Are
Oh my
meaningless.
god.
The
Yelling.
words that you
No,
guys
you
said
guys are
anymore
losing your
are
shit. Can you
meaningless.
calm down?
It gets
Have
worse
no
by
You
the
just
day.
made your.
I'll just
Wait,
point out
black
that,
can be
that
white, white can be black.
Jeremy, if
Yeah.
you have a headache right now, I apologize. I really do.
This is all
yeah,
going to be
that-
temporary
yeah,
mutes,
yeah.
guys. Don't worry. It's all temporary mutes. Noah, this is about the 10th time I've muted you in as many minutes, so you need to relax, please.
He's not the offender.
Could
I
I,
know, but
could I jump in,
always-
Jeremy, please? Could I say
No.
something?
Yeah, but 1 second, because you just
No,
told us
okay,
that.
right.
Ali, go ahead.
Go on. Hey, Ali B, what's going on?
Okay, while
Yeah, right,
Ellie's
Hugh. Right,
Republican-
Hugh. Right, this is what I was going to say. You've described the problem exactly why there's people like us questioning, because you basically described it. You know, you don't personally believe in the Big Bang or whatever, so you're actually picking and choosing what science to believe in, and that's exactly what we're doing. It's just the science that we agree with. Well, that's it. So that's
it.
Uh,
where the problem is, right? So
Yeah, that's great. You know what? The problem is you
right,
get
so
someone
that's
like
it. That was it. That was all.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good observation. But the problem is you got people like Professor Dave, who doesn't believe it's right and proper to treat flat earthers politely. Right? You
Yo,
got people
to be
like
fair,
that.
you're
that
part of the
support
problem.
science.
The problem
You are
is
part of the problem, bro. Because
yeah,
you have no
you just
foundation
contradict.
to
Yeah,
what
he
you
just
consider science
contradicted
is.
himself.
You have no
He
definition.
can-
You have no system.
Oh wait. He said settled, but then or proven, and then turned out to be proven otherwise, which is contradictory.
you told us
can't
settled
hold
science.
both.
Yeah.
That's the process of
Yeah,
learning.
that is
was
contradictory.
It's the science is
yeah.
the
told us
process of
settled
learning.
science.
No,
yeah,
it's
let's
either
clear this
settled
up.
or it's not. If it's
Let's clear
settled,
this up. You, does science prove things to be true?
It can.
Fucking, I am on your
Yeah, it
page.
can.
We agree.
Are you guys
100%.
happy with that? Are you
No,
guys
they
happy
won't.
with
100%.
That's
I
the
agree with
only
you,
correct
Hugh.
thing he said this whole time.
No, everything I'm saying. Okay, yes.
Hugh, you do know that. Hold on.
True.
You do know. Hold on, Hugh. You do know that 99% of globe earthers say that science does not prove things. You know that, right?
I know. I'm aware of what that.
Okay,
yes.
as long as okay.
because the
second
people you're
question.
talking to here, Gio, the people you're talking to, all right, aren't typical people, aren't typical globers, if you want to call us that.
They're anti-flat earthers. We know. They're called
Exactly.
anti-flat earthers.
Exactly.
Okay, Hugh, second question. Can there be settled science over something that isn't true?
Yes.
Are you guys
That
happy with
doesn't
that?
even make sense now. Now it doesn't make sense.
Now this guy has been making sense since
it can be wrong.
May I?
Because science
May
can
I?
be wrong.
May I? Oh, so I won't. But then I'm gonna get muted for interrupting. Okay.
No, go ahead.
So basically, so far what you've described is that like science can prove things, and those things that are proven are true, and that settled science is those proven things that are true. But then settled science can be upturned, and what they prove to be true is not true anymore. That means they didn't prove anything. To prove something
why
means
I
you
said it didn't
absolutely
make
know it's. Yeah, you have a contradiction in. You have a contradiction there, and you need to clarify that. You
Okay,
can't
I can.
hold both positions at once.
Okay, I can clarify that by using an analogy of a courtroom. You can convict a person with watertight evidence of a murder and put them in jail. And then you've heard of these cases, right? Dude convicted on watertight evidence, put in jail. 25 years later, they found other evidence and they release him. Wait a minute, didn't they have watertight evidence that this guy absolutely murdered this person? Yes, they did. But hold on, there was other information they didn't know about, which absolved the guy in jail.
And he was wrong in the first time, right?
Airtight evidence.
Exactly.
So he wasn't signed.
Science isn't
Terrible
some
analogy.
alien thing that's perfect. Science is something made by humans, and humans are fallible.
What was wrong with that analogy?
It's a false analogy because the
right now
scientific
what was wrong with
method.
it.
Okay.
What was wrong with this analogy?
Can one of you speak?
One of you. Me. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with the analogy.
Go ahead.
Tell me, Jeremy. Tell me.
Okay, science isn't a court of law where justice meets. Right? I told you about that. Remember that, Nate? We're in a court of law.
It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
Yeah, and that's what's wrong with
an
it.
analogy.
Not...
Don't fixate
You're saying
on
it's a
court
false
of law.
analogy.
I know, but that's not court and science are not even close to being the same thing. It's totally different. It's not analogous at all.
An analogy. Why not?
It's not analogous because they don't do the same thing.
Evidence is brought, is it not? Evidence is gathered, is it not? A conclusion is drawn, is it not?
But in science, when you do science, you have independent variables, dependent variables, hypotheses. You manipulate things. And in the end, you know that what you manipulated causes your effect. In the courtroom, they don't do none of that shit. They got a bloody fingerprint and some other shit. Like, there's none of what science is. It's a terrible analogy.
That's what I was.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that was the point I was
trying to say something.
That was the point I was saying. That was the point I was saying earlier, is that you guys were using false analogies, and I called you out on it earlier, and I was silenced for it and said that my opinion was stupid. But now Jeremy's rendering the same point again.
But here's the thing: is my crappy analogies notwithstanding, science is still conducted by fallible human beings who can make decisions based on faulty information and then draw conclusions based on those faulty whatever it is, and then believe something to be true that it is actually false.
Okay.
Because
as soon as they do that last part, it stops being science.
Oh, sorry. Can I just jump in again? But the thing is, Hugh, right? The thing is, right? What you were talking about, the evidence. These scientists, right? They get funded by public money. Lots of it, lots and lots of it, right? And for them to go off and pursue something that they can't prove anything, they can't prove anything, they're wrong loads of times, they keep changing it. Think all the money that's wasted, or where that money could get, it's hundreds of billions.
What's your point, Ali? Ali, what is your point?
That is the point.
Let him speak.
That's exactly my point. That is the point of
money gets wasted.
That's what I've got against
money gets
it.
wasted.
Listen. That's what I've got against it. That's what I've got against.
It's a waste of money.
Yeah, that's true. But what?
Well, it is. If they want it, why don't you do GoFundMes? How about this?
Do you have an alternative way of doing it?
Why, Hugh? Why don't they?
Yes,
listen,
I have an alternative way.
Why don't they do GoFundMes? Right? And
that
let
do?
people.
Yeah, but guys,
wait a
we
minute.
are segueing from the main conversation.
Yeah, I would still like to
moving
I have an
into
alternative way.
Science is a waste of money, or
to avoid this confusion of what's settled and unsettled science, and to avoid the differing opinions of scientists and how they come to conclusions. You have one definition of science, a system of judging information and seeing these cause and effect relationships by way of having an independent and dependent variable, the dependent variable being the effect that you're trying to reproduce with the independent variable, and you experiment on it and find out what the truth is. It doesn't matter who does it, doesn't matter what opinion it is, facts don't care about your feelings, that's what science is. And if everyone had that same definition, we wouldn't have any of this subjective, I feel that this is settled science because I'm personally convinced by it, bullshit.
Yeah, but you're still got the problem.
I would like to make my
experiments
point.
being done under false pretenses.
Wow.
Experiments being done with faulty procedures.
So you get to talk 4 times.
Sorry.
Percentage gets to talk twice.
All right, Noah, go ahead, Noah.
Okay.
Noah, go
so
ahead.
Here's the thing is that you said science proves things. Something to be proven is to be known it's true, not to be able to be upturned. You could then you're basically, because you're using the word proof, right? Proof means absolutely true. We know this is true. But if it can then come out to be something later, then you did not prove it in the first place. You didn't prove anything. Because for something to be proved, it wouldn't change later. That's all I
Exactly.
have to
That's
say.
why you guys don't
Very
understand.
good. That's very, dude. That was perfect. Numpty, you got it.
Yeah,
Absolutely spot on.
I think he agrees with that part.
Hugh,
but his
Hugh,
example.
do you?
Go ahead,
Yo,
Nate.
Singe, come on, man. I was talking. Hugh, but do you see the main contention these guys have? They feel science shouldn't involve feelings and opinions, and you feel that is a part of science. I've never seen a definition of science where opinion and things are taken into account, but I do agree with you in the real world, because science is performed by humans, that these things do become a part of science. But
like
it sounds like we
bias
all
plays a
agree
part.
it shouldn't be a part of science. We all agree on that, right?
Exactly.
Well,
so if you ask the question, does science prove things, and you say no, then you'll say, well, then you can't decide if anything's true or not. But if you say, does science prove things, and the answer is yes, you also have a problem, because that can also be overturned, and you know it can, and it has.
Yeah,
So
I think I
that's
put
the
my
problem.
finger on the problem, Hugh. Actually, the way you're defining science is you're including like what they call the body of science. I mean, the scientists, the method, everything involved within conducting science.
Yeah.
I think a better way to define science is the method itself. It's simply a method. That's what science is. It's a method, and it's a very limited method. Used to eliminate human error and opinion and feelings and so on. I mean, that's why it's been perfected over, I don't know, over 1,000 years, the scientific method, right? To eliminate all these different aspects that you're talking about. So science as a method is
Can I say something else
very
then?
specific and limited, and establishes truths of cause and effect. So it doesn't jive with what you're saying. You're trying to include other aspects.
No, but that
of
isn't. But that isn't what he was saying, though.
He's almost done.
Almost exactly. I agree with you.
Or he's done, I guess.
Yeah, but
it was a very good point.
your point is more general written down definition on paper of sciences, but in the real world, that isn't the science that's actually panned out. In the real world, feelings get involved. You know, we don't follow the textbook definition of science in the real
That's
world.
the problem.
Exactly. Funding gets billions of dollars funneled into this one project, and they've got to find some results. They've got to do something, and so they'll go at it and at it and at it. That's not, that's inevitable.
And that's why academia is trash. You know, you got people, biased because of grants and funding and all this, and it's, it's bought and paid for a lot of the time, and it's not actual science. When it's fibbed and fabricated and stuff like that, that's not science. We have to be very stringent about sussing out that fake shit.
I would like to say, like, maybe we could go back to, like, I believe it was like Francis Bacon or whatever, who was like the main guy who kind of organized the method and defined it. And we can go to the reason why these guys defined it and stuff. And if the reason why they defined it this way is to avoid these certain things, and then you're going back and trying to then include those things back in, you're kind of defeating the point of the whole method itself.
You can't ever exclude the human factor. You can't ever exclude the possibility that funding is going to be, raised for a particular project that's a complete boondoggle.
Funding is not science. That's
I disagree.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with your point. Your point that you can never disclude funding and all that. Well, actually, I would say that the scientific method is actually made to disclude those things. The scientific method is made so that you
guys are
test
missing
it,
Hugh's point. It's crazy.
No, I think I don't know. We get it. We all get the point.
Highlighted the difference.
Yeah, I think what I said just went over your guys' head. Like
no, what you said is what is.
Go ahead, Almost. Anyone who interrupts will be muted. Go ahead, Almost.
I was just saying, like, we're saying the method itself does not include the feelings and so on, and then you want to include them. So, I mean, that's the whole point. Science. I mean, if you misuse science, and that's what you're defining here, you're saying, oh, but people can misuse science, therefore science is can be not true. That's why, because you're misusing science. You just said it. I mean, we already defined that there is a method that does not include your feelings and emotions, but then you go and say, oh, but people have feelings and emotions, so they're not conducting the scientific method, therefore it's not science.
Yeah,
So it's outside the realm. Like,
it's kind of like if they tell you aim these sights up on the gun and shoot the target and you'll hit the target. You don't line up the sights on the gun, you shoot it, it doesn't hit the target, and then you say these sights don't work.
exactly.
Yeah, science is a tool, just like a gun.
Like your misuse of the gun does not disprove the gun's accuracy.
That's very good, actually.
Hugh, do you say that feelings and opinions and biases are part of science in the real world, but they shouldn't be a part of it? Is that your stance?
100% correct. Yes.
So
Nate, when you
exactly.
say it like that,
so
you're
Hugh
purposely
agrees
conflating
with
it.
you guys.
But
But he said he agrees
agreeing.
though.
Yeah,
He just
I said
said he
we're all
agrees
agreeing.
percentage.
Yeah, we do.
He
but
just said he agrees. What am I
the way-
conflating? Come on.
You're conflating by using these equivocal terms. You know, we just.
But if
got
he
finished saying
agrees
that
with me,
science-
then there's no.
I know. Hold on.
let him
Let
finish.
me say this. You just got done hearing how we were saying that science is a method, a tool, and stuff like that, and then you said science in the real world by the meaning of the scientific community, the body of science, and you know we need to be careful about your words. Of course, the body of science, because it's because scientists are people and they're fallible and they have biases and they can they could be persuaded or blackmailed or whatever, or bought and paid for. Of course, there's going to be issues there, right? But within the method in and of itself, there's nothing wrong.
I don't get the point you are trying to make when you understood me 100% agree.
Well,
and agree
I guess I
with
just
you.
didn't like
Nothing
how you
is
said
being
science in
conflated.
the real world. Science in the real world.
Yeah,
It's
you
still
just
the
don't
method.
like what I said then. Just
No,
say
because-
that. I didn't
Hold up,
conflate it.
science in the real world is still the method. The method it still exists in the real world.
Yeah.
For you to
But
say
the-
that science in the real world
You
means the
understood what I
people-
meant.
Yeah, he did. But the method can be misused, and that's the basics of it. All right. So yes, you can have
We
the
all
method.
agree. We
Yes,
all
it's
agree. Let's
pure.
move on.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
move on.
agree with
let's
that
move
statement.
on.
We all agree. Let's fucking move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the atmosphere again or something, because we
Yes,
all
please.
agree. The atmosphere, I don't know, particles, where does it fucking stop and end? Thank you.
Sorry about that tangent.
So unsettled science is still the unproven.
No, we were back to atmosphere, dude.
unsussed out scientific.
Now
things,
you
like
just being
hypotheses,
silly
right?
percentage. Now you're just trying to get the last word because we
He
literally
wants
all
to.
agree. You're just
This
trying
is-
to argue, man.
No,
That's what he
because
does. That's what he does.
hold up. No, 'cause
That's what you do.
Are you
You
still
do
sticking
tend to
with
do
your
that
unsettled
percentage.
science thing.
We all
that it's science, but it's
agree
unsettled.
with what Hugh was saying.
Yeah,
we
I
talk about
agree with
something
what he
else?
was saying too, but we don't agree with everything he said.
No,
Yeah,
I've
So
got
stop
stuff wrong.
speaking for other people,
No.
Nate, and speak for yourself.
After
But other
this
people are
conversation-
saying that they agree with you. You heard
on that
them say.
on that one specific point, yes, that scientific method is used improperly. Yeah, we agree on that point. But that I don't think percentage is actually bringing up that point. I think he's now bringing up the settled versus unsettled debate, which
Yeah, I'm saying there's no such thing as
sadly
unsettled
was sadly
science.
not confused. Yeah, it was sadly not concluded.
The flat Earth view is that science is being misused to push a narrative that is untrue, i.e., the Earth is a globe.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, misbranded.
That's a pretty good description.
My definition of unsettled science is things within the scientific community that haven't been agreed upon. Not necessarily science in and of it's not scientific. It's just scientists or the body of science doesn't agree on a specific thing because precisely because it lacks scientific evidence. If it actually was
example?
science, it would be settled.
Can you give an example?
Theories, hypotheses.
Yeah, like the theory that the
Give an
globe is-
example of
Okay, I
theories.
got one. The
Look
theory
up
that
the
the
term
globe is
theory.
gradually slowing down over time, but no, actually now it's speeding up, and why that is.
I thought it was getting closer or not as close.
It's slowing
What do you mean
down,
by
and
by speeding down?
the
What's slowing
rotational
down?
speed
It's
is decreasing,
okay.
and now it's speeding up.
Austin, can
And
you turn
so-
yourself up a little bit?
Just oh, I see the problem. Is that better?
There you go.
Does anyone
There you are.
does
Hello,
anyone look? I'm gonna digress extremely right now, but does any of you guys look into the work of Edward Grant?
No.
No.
He's a big pyramid guy. He looks into all these ancient sites and says that he can find all these cosmological constants like encoded in, I guess, the geometry of these things and stuff like that.
Like the
He's
speed
obviously
of
a
light.
glober. He's obviously a glober. Yeah. He's obviously a glober, but like I don't know. I was watching his shit the other day and I was getting mind blown. I thought it would be something you guys are interested in, but maybe not.
It sounds like something Karl Monk came up with. Honest, have you ever heard of Karl Monk? Because it sounds like almost the same exact thing.
I don't know who Karl Monk is,
the
but
code.
Does it have to do with Da Vinci and shit?
It's him finding all kinds of geometric things inside these ancient megalithic sites and being able to determine a whole. Yeah, you should watch it. Karl Monk, the code. It's about 5 hours long on YouTube.
Know each other because it sounds very similar. This guy also went into depth about the Vitruvian Man and a bunch of other paintings like the Last Supper and how those same things that were encoded in, say, like the pyramids or like Stonehenge, also encoded in those paintings that Leonardo did and stuff like that. And then he was relating it to, geometry and physics and stuff like that. I just thought it'd be something that it does sound like Karl Monk, though. I don't know who that guy is.
Sounds cool.
Yo, for this Edward
guy-
Grant dude, what's the show called?
You just type on Google Edward Grant. He's like a he has a website. He has YouTube lectures that are like 5-6 hours long, some that are 1 hour long. And when you watch it, it's like he's given a lot of information. Sometimes you have to put it kind of slow. You know what I mean? Because he'll say like 2 sentences really packed with information, and then he'll go on to talk about some bullshit. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah,
But smart people do that.
He's a PhD in math, and he released a paper where he can predict the primes up to infinity or whatever. I'm not sure if that claim is completely true. I have the paper on my desktop, and I was looking into it.
Up to infinity.
I know a little bit of
Up to infinity.
I don't think there's a formula. I don't think there's a formula. There's a formula that can predict prime numbers.
That's why it's such a big deal. That's what I'm saying, dude. Is
Yeah,
that
but
supposed to
infinity
be?
is not a number.
A predicted
yeah,
prime,
exactly.
sure, but
Infinity
that's minor.
is
Okay, that's minor
It's a
in the
concept.
majors, not infinity, but like it predicts the fucking primes that come after each other. Obviously, infinity is not a prime. That's not what I meant. Obviously,
but there's no formula that can.
That's what I'm
that can
saying.
predict
Is there
the prime
wasn't?
numbers.
That's what I'm saying. Is there wasn't? This guy claims he does have it. That's what I'm saying, and it's the same motherfucker who's apparently fucking matching up all the pyramids and shit and whatever.
Yeah, but if there was, that would be like easily verifiable.
I have the paper on my laptop. I don't have it on. I'm on a hike right now, but I'll fucking send the paper later. I was looking into it because I did math in undergrad, but I'm not a PhD. But from what I can tell so far, I didn't get through all the way. But I'll have to look into it further. But yeah, the claim is that there is no formula, and then his claim is that he found the formula.
sounds purely philosophical.
Sounds like unsettled science.
Humans and their math, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, math is not science.
But humans just have this
against popular
obsession.
belief.
They're just obsessed with math, man. Like, I think that like real intelligence just acknowledges math for what it is. It's just a limited abstract concept. It's useful, but it's not like anything
It
else.
is. I mean, it's a language. I mean, it's called a formal science. It's the way you formulate basically equations and so forth, and how you can use it to describe scientific things. That it's very useful there. I mean, it's formal, right? And yeah, but it doesn't prove anything. I mean, 2 + 2 is 4 and will always equal 4.
Well, it does prove things. It proves things mathematically.
Within the construct.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I can give the example. 2 + 2 is 4, correct? I have 2 apples. Numpty has 2 apples. That's 4 apples. Numpty, do you have 2 apples on you?
You mean literally? Wait, what do you mean? No, I don't.
Literally, yeah. Right now, I mean, I'm describing a
no.
situation, but
No.
that situation is not true. It's just hypothetical. It's a construct. It's not real, and it can be used just to describe. Maybe it can be true that you do have two apples, and I can use it to describe a situation where you do, and I do, and it could be true in that. But the math itself does not prove that you have two apples.
I would say math proves relationships between quantities, and that's it. So if you're not talking about something and it's quantity, then you're not talking about mathematics.
Like math is cool in the sense that you can't fake it too much. Like you can use math to falsify claims made within that specific mathematical construct. Like that's how you can falsify the globe, of course, right? Or like you can balance your equations and show its viability, but it doesn't prove what it's supposed to represent. And like that's kind of the big difference there. Like it's like a language. That's a good way to put it. So it's malleable. It's arbitrary.
Yeah, basically, there's a difference between mathematical proof and proof.
Yeah, like one only exists within an abstract construct.
Exactly.
Yeah, like math proving math doesn't really do anything for me. That's great.
I agree. I do, however, enjoy it. Like I like to falsify. You can falsify mathematical claims with math, and that's very useful. It cuts the nonsense. Like if your math doesn't work, then if your whole claim is a mathematical claim, but the math doesn't work, you literally have nothing. Can we agree on that, right? Like if your whole claim is dependent upon this mathematical construct you're putting forth, but the math doesn't work, then what do you have?
Well, you can. I'll tell you what.
That doesn't address the
just...
problem though. That just like addresses the symptom, because they'll just fix the math, and then the main issue is that they try to link it to real life, right? So if they don't have the link that says that this math applies to, like, it's not just a mathematical proof, it applies to life, and so it's an actual proof, then that's like they got nothing.
Right, and it gets so bad. It gets so
they'll
bad.
always skew the numbers, just like they did with the distance to the sun, So they'll change.
Yeah,
the math.
what you can do if your math ends up not working is you can just change the math. You can add new math or just change the math that's already there or whatever. So
yeah, like with dark matter, right? They just
dark matter, yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfect example because it's just a number. It's just like a mathematical discrepancy that's acknowledged, and that's it. It's like a mathematical fix.
Yeah, but the point is, when it's used in science, it's used to describe the real world, like the natural world. When you bring in things like that, when they say dark matter, right? That's a scientific claim within reality, and they show you a mathematical equation, and the mathematical equation is supposed to be proof of the reality. Yeah. And that in of itself is a logical fallacy. It doesn't work that way.
Can I respond to this whole group and this whole thing about math and science? I think the bridge where science and math meets is their actual units they're using, because mathematics is only the relationship between quantities. That's it. Now, when in physics, they ascribe quantities to these units, say a meter is where you get the bridge between math and science, because you have a quantity of these units, and thus mathematics can be used on that quantity. Thank you.
Only if it can actually be verified, though. Like,
I would just add they're just math is descriptive. It describes a reality, but does not prove it. Like, if I describe reality in my perspective, I can show one equation, and then you can show another different equation. We can have two equations describing the same thing, but which is right? Which one is the proof? It can't be used as proof.
That's not true.
Except it is. That's the problem. That's the dishonesty in the world. That it's actually used as proof. Like with the whole COVID thing, all the different mathematical models about deaths and stuff like that. It wasn't actual numbers. It was just all modeled information from computer software, what have you. So they like dishonestly slide it in there as if it's evidence, when in reality it's just a descriptor or a prognostic indicator, or what kind of like just something that.
It just works because people are.
You never heard of correlation isn't causation, right? I mean, if you believe science is based on causation, and you show some statistical correlation as being proof of something scientific, that defeats the whole. That just shows that it's pseudoscience. It's statistical. It's nothing. Yeah. It's a correlation. It's not causation. It's not proving cause and effect. It's simply I mean, you can prove that ice cream consumption causes death in the U.S. or whatever, right? You can show it statistically and correlate it, but that's not a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah.
It still mathematically holds true, but it's not cause and effect, and it's not proof of anything. It's simply correlation.
I think that math is actually like, again, it's just a language, and it's really dumb of humans to use as anything other than that. And I think it works now because they've dumbed people down so much across the board that honestly math just kind of blows their mind, and so they tap out intellectually. Same thing with the crazy distance claims, or like the numbers you can't fathom. Like, it's like this star is this big and this far away. You can't fathom those numbers, so you just tap
It's funny
out.
that you say that. I mean, the introduction of the zero and infinity. I mean, these are like used to communicate again with the reference to language. That's what improved math, right? The insertion of zero and infinity. But in reality, we have no zeros and no infinities. I mean, nothing is it's a concept, and infinity is a
Axiomatic.
concept. Yeah, but you can use them to communicate things, and it's very useful in that sense.
Well, at
But
best,
I
it's
don't
placeholders.
think people are getting dumber.
I think that people are
think
getting
they
dumber.
definitely
I think people young can't even write in cursive or do like any type of math, much less like understand what math really is. People are just dude. No one knows anything now, man. Like, unless it's on TikTok.
well, it depends on your measure of
I
dumb
don't know.
or smart. Like how you.
Intellect. I mean, yeah. Like, knowledge has decreased, and it's only just now starting to kind of increase again. You know.
I don't know what the average person in the 1800s would have known about anything scientific, as people know this sort of thing now. I mean, if you look at old movies, and they'll explain. I've seen an old movie, and they explain what a molecule was. Well, everyone knows what a molecule is. They explain radiation or something like that. I just remember thinking, I can't remember the name of the movie. I remember thinking, wow, they had to explain radiation. Oh, there's particles you can't see, and they can penetrate right through you. Wait a minute.
I don't think there's been a literal physical decline of like aptitude or like literal intellectual ability. It's just like lack of training. Like, no one knows how to use their brain, their mind anymore. Like, I in that sense, I think that people have been dumbed down, and that's why they can now get away with just saying really big numbers, and people think that actually is science. They literally think that something is reality because of a number, and then they say numbers so big. They've been trained to tap out intellectually, as in to like basically hand over their intellect to anonymous parties.
If I can be contrary, I would say that when you hear in the flat Earth debate, and someone of the flat Earth persuasion sees large numbers, they just automatically assume it's all fake. So there's an automatic response there as well. But
Well,
I mean, if you get here's what happens is when you get beyond your ability to understand and your knowledge, like, so my knowledge of math and science, limited as it is, once you get beyond that, there's a certain you can have different responses to it. If I can play the piano very simply, but I see someone a virtuoso, and it's like I don't even know how they even do that, with guitarists or whatever. It's the same thing with math or learning. It just gets beyond you and just gets annoying.
Let me ask you a question though. So which one's more efficient? Like the side that consistently claims that it's reality and consistently has to change it and then just keep on claiming the new one's reality until it changes again, or the side that acknowledges that none of it was reality, and until you can verify that it is, it's useless, and I'm going to just stay right there. Like, which side is more efficient?
I'd rather have knowledge that turns out to be wrong than no knowledge.
I think like the disconnect, or I mean, I'm never gonna say people were smarter or dumber before. It's just the intellect as a whole will shift, right? And I think the problem is with today's modern sciences, people and so-called scientists are trying to prove the unprovable, not accepting that reality in of itself has a lot of unknowns. We're trying to prove things that can never be proven, and using that, you're inserting your own philosophies and beliefs about the world into the so-called science, right? That's the real problem. People are trying to plug in their narratives into the unknowns because they're unknowns and they're unprovable, unfalsifiable. Therefore, nobody can claim them as being true or not. So anybody can come along being an authority and just make a claim that's unfalsifiable, and then it becomes true because they're an authority.
Well, what happens is they end up getting in a situation where they can't be seen to be wrong. That's one of the biggest pitfalls. Is the scientists, they get the PhDs, they get the lab coat, and they get the things on the wall, and then if they make a mistake, they can't readily admit it. And scientifically, I may want to put dark matter in that category where they completely got something wrong, but they can't say, oh, we got something wrong. They just invent something called dark matter to be a placeholder until they figure out what it is. But they can't say we were wrong. You know, that's...
And societally,
well, they didn't invent anything.
Societally, we don't even say that they're wrong. We don't hold them to account. And
exactly. We don't say, wait a minute, you were wrong.
And this is why I think actually
don't they admit they're wrong?
Society, hold up. This is why I think us as a society are dumber than previously, because we've been now as like civilization has advanced and stuff like that. We've been dumbed down. We're brainwashed. We're trained to just like be mindless sheep that are stuck in this rat race, 9 to 5 working, you know, buying stuff, like being consumers and in this corporate kind of world, and it takes away like the how can I say this, the value of life, like the fact that back in the day people were, you know, they were more grounded, they were taking life slow and stuff like that. There's genius in that. There's genius in not distracting yourself with stupidity and like useless crap in life, and you know, relationships, and enjoying the people around you and family, and you know, having a traditional kind of like having your grandparents near you, and it takes a village and all of that sort of thing. That's the hallmark of a smart society, and we are not a smart society. We have smart devices, but we're stupid as hell.
Yeah, we're just unwise.
In some ways I can't disagree. In other ways I can. I mean, knowledge is growing, and the discernment in some ways is growing. The crackpot cults and other things that popped up in the 1800s in the United States is a key indicator that people at that time just didn't know anything about anything, and they could be convinced very easily by some guy with some elixir or whatever, some prophecy or something like that. And people are gullible.
Are you saying people can't be? You saying people can't be convinced easily now, though? Because, like, dude, you can literally convince the entire world of a brand new thing in one day. One day.
It just means the scope. If there's a scam going on, it just means the scope is bigger. It's not that people are necessarily more or less gullible.
You didn't have the telecommunication, the TV and stuff like that. If you wanted to convince someone of something, you'd have to show them. If you know, if they like there was a disease in the next town over or whatever, they wouldn't even know about it until someone like months later would come and be like, yeah, this happened. It doesn't, you know, they're not as affected. They were just living more in truth.
They took much more responsibility for discerning what was true. Like, now people have this federalized big daddy figure in their mind, and that's who does all that for them. And so they've over time lost the ability to deduce information efficiently. And what would you call dumb, you know?
Yeah, lack of governance.
And the problem you've got as well is that the people who they look to for, you know, with the please tell me what's true attitude, those people aren't intellectually honest enough to admit when they don't know what's true, so they'll make stuff up, and then they'll all support one another in something that kind of sounds plausible, and before you know it, that's science, where Hugh, you said you'd rather live with information that turned out to be wrong rather than no information. I'd rather live in a place where the people investigating this stuff are honest enough to say, well, we don't really know at the moment, so we're not going to spin you a story and all back one another up.
Yeah,
that's where I'd rather be.
No, I get absolutely, yeah. But they tend to, like I said about not being seen to be wrong. They a lot of times the people with the lab coats and whatever, they'll just you just assume they know everything because they got a lab coat on. I have a very, very poor view. I'll give you some background, very, very slightly, very, very quick. I have a very poor view of the medical profession for that reason. So family history and all that won't go into detail. But yeah, they put a lab coat on and they have a big plaque on the wall. But half the time they don't know jack.
Well, that's the problem, though, is we're fighting against the fact that what you just said is true, yet anyway, they teach it as fact even to children.
Well, that's the debate about what is fact, what is true.
Well, definitely not things we know for a fact that intrinsically cannot be facts, yet we teach them as if they are definitive fact. Like, that's insane, bro. You know, like, that's why we're getting dumber, because it's better, it's more wise to have less overall perceived knowledge, but the knowledge actually be accurate than a ton of perceived knowledge, but it's flooded down with theoretical inaccuracies and assumptions and contradictions, because you can't operate with contradictions.
Yeah, try telling, like, going back in time, telling the ancient Egyptians that boys can become girls and women can become men, and all this bullshit that like 40% of the left of people believe. It's, you know.
Well, good thing is I'm not a lefty, so.
But for intensive purposes,
your example, your example of the Big Bang is perfect in this. Like the kids the world over, unless they grow up in a family who has, you know, some spiritual grounding or some religious grounding who may teach them otherwise, any secular family child is going to be taught the Big Bang in school from probably grade 3 through till the end of tertiary education, as though it's almost beyond dispute. You know, maybe in the very higher levels of tertiary they might, you know, admit that there's some other options, but for the most part, the generic education system just teaches the Big Bang and evolution. So that's how far from the truth we've gotten.
Dude, with the Earth specifically, it's all taught as fact, and like they teach outer space like a fact. Everything's presented as a matter of fact. And dude, they don't know anything about space, dude. Everything they've come up with has been wrong. Everything. You can't name one part of the model, quote unquote, that hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's science. It's run by humans, and they get their information, and then 10 years later, wait a minute, that information was wrong.
That's
we got new
not
information.
Science, bro. That's not.
How is that
like...
not science? What? Okay, so Austin, what's your alternative?
Okay, so my alternative is that you just acknowledge what is what, meaning when you acknowledge that the Earth isn't moving, that's because you have all empirical evidence ever showing that it's not moving or something. When you start making up stories of that you know are just mathematical, theoretical concepts, dude, it's very ignorant if you pretend they're real until you find out, well, this completely shattered that, so I'll now go grab another grasp at straws Band-Aid and make up another theoretical concept and rock with that until, you know, I have to change again. That's dumb. That's not science to me. Like, science is it's confidence in outcome. Like that would be the primary goal, would be legitimacy. You know, I don't like, dude, okay, whenever Polaris, like they said that Polaris, that's the most important star in our sky, arguably. It's the center. It's been used for everything. Everything's reverse engineered off that. That's what all navigation is used for. That's our placeholder in our sky, basically, right? You know, from the Earth, Polaris has got to be the most important star if there was a most important one. And yet in 2022, they don't know how far away that thing supposedly is if their model is correct. And in fact, their guesses was off 30%. So it's like, I would rather never have believed the first one, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the person that now automatically believes the second one when they objectively have no idea.
Well, the thing about the distance of Polaris is it has no impact on anything at all, except for within the scientific communities. And they will bicker and argue, and they'll have discussions and whatever that we'll never hear about. So it's when you come to, again, it's
That's
what you
not true.
consider to be science, what you consider not to be science.
If Polaris is much closer, then that changes the medium, and just we're encompassed with something more dense, and we don't move. You don't have to go
Right.
beyond that, but a child should be taught that. But they're
Why
not
should a
taught
child be taught that?
taught this. For example, like if it was super far away, everything has to be super empty. If it's closer, then that would mean the medium would have to be more dense. They don't teach things like either the Earth spins and it looks like the sun is moving and that gives us a day because it does it once every 24 hours, or the Earth doesn't move and the sun moves over it and around it. They don't teach those two different options. They teach the one theory as if it's fact.
Yeah, Polaris being closer, farther away, it would also change if we need to take perspective into account. All kinds of stuff. It definitely matters how far away Polaris is.
Well, it's just the middle of it.
To the layman, it doesn't really matter, right? To person like people that think about it on a higher level, and the ramifications of the model and Earth and the solar system or all that, celestial bodies and relationship there, and sure, it matters.
Well, just think about a third grader would care. A third grader, a first grader would care if you told them, look, that it looks like the sun moves in our sky because the Earth spins and that gives us a day. And you explain it and you're like, or there's another option. If the Earth doesn't move, like how you don't ever feel it move, then really the sun just moves in the sky like we see it and it gives us a day. So you never teach them. But no, yeah, exactly.
You
That's
teach
what I'm
them.
saying.
You teach them right or wrong. You teach them what the best, if you want to call it. And again, I keep running into this. I keep saying things, and everyone jumps on me. You teach them what is the best science that we've got. In other words, what the biggest or the most complete understanding of something that we've got right now is. You teach that. Simply.
May I respond?
No, that's not what you do.
You don't?
Wait,
You say that this is the most likely thing or has the most evidence.
Yeah.
But if it's
May I
not
respond?
settled, you
Okay.
don't say it's the truth. Which is what they do.
I would like to respond. I'd like to respond real quick. Like, say, Polaris. I'm going to give an example of Polaris. There's two ways. You can either go to a kid and say, this is Polaris. It's billions of miles away. Or you could go to the kid and say, here on Earth, we observe Polaris to always be still at the North Pole. Scientists and astronomers think it's billions of miles away. They change their opinion. See, those are two different ways to explain the same scenario. One, they have to take it on faith, and you have to believe this authority scientific figure. The other, you're just given the actual facts and what the authority figures say, and not told to just believe it on its face.
Exactly.
Is Polaris always still though, or does it move a little bit? Because
Oh,
I've
it's
heard
a
a lot
little-
of
moves a
people.
little bit.
Yeah, that's
Moves a little
besides the point, Jeremy. That's besides the point.
Well,
You're
I know,
majoring in the minors. You're majoring in the minors. It's beside the point.
I've
But
heard
you
a lot
need
of
it to be
I'm gonna
truthful
use that.
and factual. So.
Well, like, yeah, but
A lot
this is
of
the thing,
people
right?
claim
What
that
you teach the children is how to think, man, not force them to think that theory is fact. Like, but the reason they don't do this is very obvious, right? If you told like a room of first graders, either the Earth doesn't move, like how okay, it starts off by saying, how you feel like the Earth is still and doesn't move. There's two options. Either it's still and doesn't move, or it's a really big ball that spins, but at the perfect speed that it feels like it's still and doesn't move. The reason they don't do that is because what do you think that the room is going to talk to each other and think at the end, right?
Well, for one thing, they could become scientists when they get older, and they can find out for themselves. And guess what happens?
That's
Please,
awesome.
Man, the scientists have no clue.
I'm saying they can do whatever they want to do.
And they find out for themselves.
But
you
do you not
said
agree
earlier
they
that
should be told
scientists and
both
doctors
sides?
don't know everything. Like,
how did we
how
science
doctors were full of
whether
crap.
the Earth is spinning or not?
I mean, that's true.
Theoretical
Also,
scientists are crap.
Maybe you could describe it this way. You could say, hey kids, we see the sun going over our heads and we feel like we don't move. This is the scientist's explanation for why it looks like it's moving and why we don't feel anything. Instead of just saying off the bat, we're moving and the sun is staying still, how about you explain what they actually experience and then try to kind of give them a logical bridge to your globe model. But you don't even do that. You just try to shove the belief down their fucking throat with no evidence, and then call them stupid if they question it.
Yeah,
what they do is the early
teacher
stages at the early stages of childhood education, they'll teach the most simplest explanation, and as they get older, they get the more complicated and the more detailed, because a 7-year-old is never going to understand anything about rotating anything. All right,
No,
so
that would be
you
good
teach
if it
the
was
simple
true.
stuff.
That would be
So
good if it was
I
true.
In some
have a
cases,
response.
it is true.
I have a
That's
response
on a
to
in
that.
some cases, it's true. 2 + 2 is 4. Some things are
I
true.
have a
No,
response.
but
to
like,
that.
listen, if we
Is
explain
the
to
I
sun,
have
a
a
first
response.
has
grader,
the center
Can I
truth?
respond to me?
so
I have to be able to
Guys,
respond.
one at a
Let me
time,
just respond
please.
real
I want to
quick.
be. Should I
Percent.
not be able to defend
Hold on a
myself?
second.
Was I not talking
Hold on a
first?
second. Yeah, hold on though. You can hear when other people are talking, right?
Yeah, I was trying to tell him, give me a second, Numpty.
Yeah, take it.
All right. So, for things that are true, that's absolutely fine to start off simple, right? Like, for instance, explaining the workings of a car to a kid. You could say, it's a piece of metal. You put fuel in it. It carries people and it goes vroom. And then, as they get older or whatever, they're more capable. You could explain the actual mechanics of it and stuff like that. That's fine, because a car does actually go vroom. It's true, right? It moves and what have you. But you can't start it off on something that might not be true, something that's not definitive. You have to start off on a good foundation. So when you tell them this, which it might be false, that it's actually the Earth is spinning and we don't feel it, and all the lights in the sky are stationary and all that bullcrap, you're starting off on a shaky foundation, and so what you said doesn't apply.
It's only shaky because that's what you guys believe.
No, they said
was
I get to respond after, dude. That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, and like you said, we give the simplest explanation to kids because they won't understand the complexity. Well, if this globe heliocentric model is so complex that kids wouldn't understand it, I would assume they couldn't practically use it either. So there's really no point in giving them this globe model until they're old enough to maybe understand celestial navigation at the very least. Your excuse doesn't really hold water.
Well, the
it wasn't
point
an
is
excuse.
simple.
It was an explanation of why people are educated when they're 7 in certain degrees of complexity, and then increasing complexity because a young mind can't understand basic things.
Well, then you shouldn't be talking about that subject to them yet. If they can't understand it, then you don't need to talk to them about it yet. But whenever they are taught it, they need to be told both sides, what the facts are, what the options are, and allowed to understand what the difference is between theory and fact.
I agree with your latter point, but your first point I don't agree with, because if they know it well enough, they should be able to explain it simply, even simply enough for kids to understand. You have like that.
I've explained it to my
explain
kids.
It like I'm 5, so
yeah,
it's possible. The second point though, that it has to be unbiased and in truth, basically, it has to.
I've explained it to my kids.
Is important.
I've explained it to my kids.
How'd you explain to your kids, B-Ball?
Because I told them, yes, the Earth is round, and I told them that there are people that believe the Earth is flat, and here's why I believe the Earth is now flat.
Listen to yourself. You said the Earth is round, and there's people who believe. Right there.
Yeah, why would you do that?
So then you could explain to them why, all the reasons why the Earth isn't flat.
Did you get to the rotation part?
Everyone is biased.
UMK altered them. Hey, what do you think would have happened? Just curiosity. What would you think would happen if you had told them this, right? If you had said, okay, there are 2 options. Either the reason the Earth feels like it's still and doesn't move is because it's stationary and doesn't move, or it's because it's a ball that spins at the perfect speed that it just feels like it's stationary and doesn't move.
Sure, you could say that, right? And then you can explain to them why they wouldn't feel movement being on a ball that's so big.
Okay. So yeah, how'd you explain to your kids, though? Did you say that there was rotation, B-Ball?
I'm sorry.
How'd you explain to your kids the rotation?
How did I explain the rotation?
Yeah, whether it's the rotation
what do you mean?
The celestial objects or rotation of the Earth. How'd you explain that to your kids?
I said, I told my daughter, I said, turn around in a circle and look up. You see how the ceiling is rotating? And then look down as you're rotating. You see how the floor is rotating? Then I showed her pictures of star rotation.
Did you show
So
her
you
this?
gave
Did
her
you then
one
point?
side then?
Did
You're
you then
doing it
point
wrong.
it? But wait, did you then point at the ceiling fan and said, "You see how the ceiling fan is moving and spinning?"
No,
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
That's what I'm
You fucked up.
saying.
How,
Like
how
that's
old is
what I'm
your
saying.
daughter, Beeble? How old is your daughter?
She's 8. She's 8 years old.
You gave her one side of the coin, man. You didn't show her
Yes.
the other side.
No,
The
then I
perfect.
showed her. Then
Yes.
you know what? Then I asked. Then I showed her a picture, right? I showed her a picture of a curved surface, and I showed her a picture of a flat surface, and I asked her a question. I said, and I drew a person on one side, then I drew a tree on the other side, and I said, on the curved surface, do you think this person can see the tree on the other side of the curve?
Bro, you're
And she said
digressing.
no, and I said, hold on. Then I said, why? And she said, because the hill is blocking the tree.
She's
Then I
smarter
drew a
than the
flat
Glovers.
surface, and then I drew a flat surface and I drew a tree, and I said, do you think this person would be able to see the tree? She said yes, and I said, why? Because the surface is flat. She said.
Well, did you explain refraction or and about how sometimes we can see the person on the
She's
hill?
8.
No, I didn't.
And we can
No, I didn't explain
sometimes see the
refraction.
person.
That's how simple it was.
refraction?
That's the point. You
Hold
can't
on,
explain
guys.
refraction to an 8-year-old.
That's how simple.
That's
I
not
know, but
the
you're
point because things on a
hold
flat
on, man. You
surface
guys
can
don't know
appear
the point
curved.
because you didn't let me finish at all.
Go,
Go
Jeremy.
ahead, Jeremy.
You don't explain to her that there's refraction, and sometimes maybe we could see the hill,
Wow.
see the person on the other side of the hill. Sometimes we can't, and we don't know when we're looking in straight lines or not because no one has a straight line
Yeah, that's
detector on their vision. Like, what's up?
that's a
I'm telling you,
conversation for like a 10 to 11th
Also,
grader.
you shouldn't have even started with that topic
No,
because
wait.
that is
8-year-old girl
absolutely
will not
integral.
grasp any of this. I don't even think it happened.
Okay, so can we boil
that's
back down to
absolutely
the good
integral
one now?
into like the actual options of the subject of whether it's flat or curved. If you like your little test about seeing the tree, it's absolutely crucial if the light is bending. So you shouldn't even try teaching that one until she's old enough to understand the basics of refraction.
So everyone calls you B-ball.
But it
You
was
did
really
digress from the first one, which was
really simple.
I mean, rotation. Hold up, B-ball. You digressed from the first one. You taught you gave an example of the Earth rotating by spinning her around. You completely neglected to teach her the other option, and then you digressed to flat or curved to kind of like hide away from that. Do you recognize
That's what I mean.
that
If
you failed
she's
her
left,
in teaching her only half of it?
if she's left in her head thinking, if I can see the tree, there must be no hill in the way, then she's going to go to look at the black swan and say, oh, Earth must not be curving because I can see the oil rig.
No, so that's a different conversation for an older child to understand refraction.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. That's why B-ball, I'm asking you, do you not agree that the best way to have taught her about spinning, for example, would be like stand underneath this ceiling fan and while it's off, right? And be like, spin around. And like, you see how it looks like the ceiling fan is spinning? And she'd be like, yeah. Like, okay, chill for a second, get your balance back. Now look at the ceiling fan and you turn it on. Like, these are the two options of why the sky spins.
Yeah, but you're missing something because there's another spinning under your feet.
What?
That's the part you're missing.
B-ball's making them.
At this point, he's
So
already in the ball. At this point, he's
remember,
already in the
there's
ball.
2 rotations, right? Remember, there's 2 rotations, right? Let's not
Wait,
forget about the other one.
which two
Hold on.
rotations
What
are
are
you
you
talking
talking
about?
Hold on. We were
Which
talking
two
about earlier,
rotations?
2 axes,
So
north and south.
yeah,
Wait.
yeah, north
What do you
and
mean
south.
axes?
You can use
Are
the
we
ceiling fan, great, but you can't explain why if you go to the opposite end of the Earth, down under, right? The stars
It's
go
not.
the opposite way.
It's a different
Again,
direction.
though,
Yeah,
this is
looking
a
180
red herring.
degrees the other way.
It's not a red herring.
Hold up, he's basically talking about the difference between flat and curved again. It's a red herring, okay? It's possible that there's geocentric
It's not a
versus
red herring.
heliocentric, but you're teaching automatically the heliocentric point of view. It could be a stationary geocentric sphere.
Okay.
Yeah,
Before you
it could be
taught
a
her about this-
stationary geocentric sphere. That's a perfect example.
And you didn't teach
point.
that. You
Like,
neglected
dude,
to teach it because
just
of your bias.
acknowledge it. Dude, I gave you the perfect example. I said you look at the ceiling fan, tell her to spin around. It looks like the ceiling fan's spinning. Then you turn it on while she's standing still, and it looks like the ceiling fan's spinning. That's how you can understand the two options of why the sky spins. Don't you agree? That's the best way is to show them. Well, then you're not even letting them make their own mind up or think.
No, you know why? You know why? Because you're forgetting about the opposite rotation.
Well,
You're not
opposite.
explaining that
when
part.
when
told
you're
you it
in
can
the
be a
south,
geocentric
I mean, hold on.
stationary sphere. Stop
Are
being
you saying
dumb,
in the
people.
north you're looking up, and in the south you're looking down? Is that what you're saying? Because in both you're looking
Yes.
up. Well, when you
No,
go to the
because
south, do you look down at the stars or do you look up at the stars?
so we can get into this other
Yeah, let's
conversation
do that.
about which direction south.
I think you should.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think. Hold on, hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you should teach your kids whatever you want. I mean, they're your kids, so I'm not going to challenge that. But what I'm going to challenge is your statement about in the south, the stars are below you. They're under you.
Okay, so all right.
Before we move
Hold on,
on to that,
wait.
hold on, real quick. Before we move on to that, B-Ball.
One second.
You
Hold
gotta
on.
let B-Ball respond.
Whoever was just
Come on,
speaking, hold on. Whoever was just speaking, are you in the United States?
Nope.
Okay, so where on earth are you?
Well, what does it matter? I'm 30
It
degrees
matters a lot.
north.
No. Okay, so you're in the United States, right?
Nope.
No, it doesn't
I
matter.
don't know. I don't want to know what state you're in. But
I'm in
if you're anywhere in the
Africa.
United States, okay. If you're in Africa and I'm in Hawaii, on the flat Earth, we're our south is in different directions, is it not?
In what sense?
Away from north.
Away from north, yes.
In the sense that on the flat Earth, if I'm looking at north and you're looking at north, we're both pointing towards north, obviously, right? But then if we're looking south, we're looking in two different directions, are we not?
Yeah.
If we're using the flat Earth.
Away from
Okay, so
away
if
from
I'm
north.
looking, all right, so if I'm looking at the southern celestial pole and Hawaii looking south, and you're looking at the southern celestial pole in United States, we're looking in two different directions, but we're seeing the same stars.
We're not
Bro,
looking at
he's
the
in the
same
northern hemisphere.
time.
He can't see it.
Hold on.
We've gone off the topic
So we're
of
not
education.
wait. So we're not looking at the same time. So are we saying that the southern celestial pole moves to a different
Yeah.
location?
Well, it could be.
Really?
I mean,
Wait,
it could be.
I mean,
like it's against your statement. You're saying it has to be there, and we look at it.
Does it though?
We look at it. It could be. I mean, according
I feel
to
bad for
what you
people.
see.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we look at the sky, I went through this earlier. We look at the sky and we see things happening that we know aren't happening. So why are you going to think this is different?
This is the bigger
That's
part.
not the issue.
Why
We're
are
missing
you not
the
just
issue, guys.
I mean,
bro?
What's the problem if it were moving?
Can I get a word in here, guys? Can I get a word in? People, you're missing the issue, brother. It's not what it is. Here we are arguing what it is. It's that you're teaching, and that's your business. You do what you want. You're teaching a one-sided story. You're being hypocritical. You have to show both sides. That's just my opinion, bro.
Well, it's up to him, like you said.
So teach them both sides so they can kind of be confused about what it really is.
No, it's like just to teach the
No.
concepts to them. That's why I gave you a good example. Like to give the concept to them the first time. It's like, guess what? When you look up at the sky, you show them the star trails, right? You're like, you see, it looks like the stars move in these circles in the sky. Now the reason is because and you explain how both sides work, so she can understand the concept.
Example, yeah, that's a perfect example, B-Ball. You show either the Earth is spinning, like you rotate, and then you turn on the fan, or the sky is rotating. The child is bright enough to figure it out, bro.
And now she understands that concept, and she can, she's fully informed on what it is she thinks is the reason that the stars do that. And now she's actually got an advantage on most children nowadays because they don't even know star trails are a thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, B-Ball. I agree with you. There's more evidence. Hold on, let me say this. There's more evidence for it being a globe than like the spinning of the Earth. Okay, there's more evidence that it's a sphere than it's spinning. So if you're absolutely you think it's definitive that it's a sphere, sure, but the onus is still on you to delineate between geocentrism and heliocentrism. You can't automatically assume that it's, you know, that the Earth is spinning and the lights are all stationary, and that's the only kind of side that you're going to give her. You know, you did her a
Right.
disservice. You should pull your daughter away and be like, "Hey, honey, remember that talk that I told you about? Blah blah blah," and give her like
No,
have
I'm
like
gonna.
a little lamp or
Good
something
point.
like that with designs on
And
it,
I'm
and spin the lamp and show that the light on the ceiling is spinning.
no, I'm gonna teach her and show her exactly why we understand the Earth is a globe and why the heliocentric
I'm not
model
talking about
is the
it
way
being
it
globe. I'm
is.
saying, let's say it's a
That's
I
an
globe.
don't have to
injustice,
teach her
bro.
You keep
That's
on
an
not
injustice.
addressing what I'm saying, man.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not gonna teach her something that you guys are assuming is going on. I'm gonna show her this is why we understand the Earth is a globe. These are all, and then if she wants to disagree with that,
Bro,
that's
you're
fine.
not listening to me.
I'm
I'm
not gonna
saying
go
make
ahead and
sure.
teach her, hey,
Teach her to globe. I'm saying after you
there's
decide it's a
wait, I'm
globe.
not done. I'm not done, please. I'm not gonna sit here and say, yeah, you can also believe that the Earth is flat, but here's why that
What is wrong
doesn't
with this
work.
guy?
You're not listening to Percent, man.
What's wrong with that?
He said you
What's
could
You
keep
keep
wrong
on
with
going
that?
to flat
B-ball.
versus
Yeah, you're
curve.
exactly
hold
B-ball.
on.
Listen, calm down, man. He's saying
Go ahead,
even if
dude. Go
it's a
ahead.
sphere. Listen to what Percent's saying. He's saying even if it is a sphere, okay, you should teach her that it could. The two options are geocentric and heliocentric, and the sphere could be stationary, but the sky moves around it.
Yeah, but we know the sky doesn't move like that. I mean, you
How?
can say that
We
all you
know.
want.
No, we
Here's a
don't.
question.
That's the
You
whole
can say
Who is
thing,
saying?
this
Bebo.
this
Who
is
is
what
saying
you
the
guys
sky
want to
moves, not the
believe.
Earth?
That's what you
Who
guys
is it?
want to
So
believe.
you have
Yeah.
evidence that makes
That's
it definitive for you
that's
that the sky is
that's
moving,
what
just like it's
you guys
definitive
want
that
to
it's a
believe.
globe.
Who is
You guys were
saying
both
that the
talking
sky
at the
Where's
is
your
same time.
definitive
believable?
We didn't
evidence?
hear we didn't hear either one of you guys. You were both talking all at the same time.
Yeah, so B-ball, you have evidence that makes it definitive for you that the sky is moving,
Yes,
the lights in the sky are
yes.
moving, just like how you think it's definitive that it's a globe. What's your
I've
definitive
yes,
evidence for the lights
I've
moving?
said we're not gonna go down that route because we'll be here all day, like we're always here.
Well, we've been here all day.
Yeah,
Well,
I
look,
know.
I got a
I'm
question for
driving
you,
home
B-ball,
and
I want
If
to
your
point out to
daughter,
you though, B-ball,
Bebo,
the reason. Right, we're all fast. The reason that doesn't work, man, because when I brought up the ceiling fan, you were like, "No, I can't do that because of Southern Star Trails," and then
yeah.
immediately Percent said, "Okay, well, what if it was a sphere though? That excuse doesn't work on that." And you still haven't just addressed what he's saying, man.
Yeah.
In effect, he has, because you still haven't explained why Southern Star Trails appear to move in the opposite
I
direction.
said say it's a sphere.
If
On a
it's a
sphere, dude.
sphere, then you'd be looking
These
in a
people are not
different direction,
smart.
Then
dude.
we
Swear.
have to explain.
There's
Then you'd have
50
to
people
explain
in here.
exactly how the stars are. Just the stars are rotating in a circle.
Yeah, the
How would you
sky would
explain
be
that?
rotating around the
Just,
globe that
just
doesn't
the
move. How,
so just the sky is rotating. How would you explain that? Just the
The
sky is
lights in the
rotating.
sky are
Oh my
rotating. The
goodness.
celestial
The
sphere
sky's
rotates.
Explain
rotating,
it.
yeah, just
Explain
like
it.
that.
The Earth isn't moving; it's the sky. Now explain it on a flat Earth.
Why are you
No,
so
they
okay,
are you
same
dumb?
things.
2 points.
Who is
listen.
this
They
guy?
said if the Earth is a globe, Hugh said if the Earth is a
Okay, Earth
globe,
is a globe. Okay, Earth is a globe. Got it. Got it.
geocentric,
Earth is a globe.
yes, the stars could be moving, and we could be stationary. It doesn't show what B-Ball showed his daughter. The indoctrination B-Ball did to his daughter doesn't show that the
It's not
Earth is
indoctrination. I'm telling her the truth. It's not indoctrination.
There's one way to
the
settle it. You could buy
the
yourself
thing
a
B-Ball
gyroscope.
showed his daughter doesn't. Is my mic clipping, guys?
No,
I'm
No.
sorry, I interrupted. I
My
apologize.
mic's not clipping. I know
You're
that's
good.
sometimes that's an issue, sometimes it's not. So the thing B-Ball showed his daughter doesn't differentiate between Earth rotating or the sky rotating around a stationary Earth.
Well, he could settle it by buying a gyroscope.
Jesus, man, this is
Yeah.
getting comical now.
It's great, isn't it? It is
No,
really
what,
great.
So you guys
what you
have
gotta
already
understand?
Why has no one
you
else
guys
done
have
that?
given.
With
Why
your
So you
has
guys
no
have
one
given
else
us
done
the
you
that?
Earth as
are
a globe, right?
proving
You
yourself.
guys have
Though.
Tell
given us.
me,
You guys have given us the
tell
Earth
me
as a
You
why
globe,
couldn't
no one
even
right?
else has
follow
done
a
that.
Oh, look at
logical
Now,
One at a
question.
now
time.
I think
you
B-Ball's
guys have
trying to
given us
respond
the
to
Earth as a
Jeremy.
globe. You guys have given us the Earth as a globe. Now you say, oh, now it's a globe, but now just the stars are rotating.
That doesn't
Yeah,
doesn't
you could
prove the
have
Earth is
that
moving.
in geocentric. Man, you are
Yeah.
lost.
It proves that our solar system is not geocentric,
No,
or I would
What?
say evidence
no,
that
because
it's
the
not
difference
geocentric.
is
All
just
that's
the
being proven
design.
here is that you're not very
I
bright.
would just like may
Oh
I
yeah,
That's
say
he's
not
too
something?
far
necessary.
gone.
May I say something?
Right,
I
right,
would
right,
just like
right.
to
Okay.
state that
Not
I would just like to say. I would just like to state that if the debate is a heliocentric versus geocentric model, you then begging the question of that solar system does not actually prove anything.
All right. So what makes Mars go backwards then?
See, cool. It doesn't matter. The point is that
Hold
you
on.
say
You
don't know.
just
Because it's
didn't-
moving,
can
bro.
you
It has
just
its
let
own
me answer
cycle.
the question? You don't know. Okay. So in
No,
the
no,
globe model,
hold
there
up.
is
Listen,
in the
it could have its own
heliocentric
cycle.
model,
It goes
there is
forward and backwards.
there is an explanation.
What makes,
there is an
what makes
explanation.
you think it has to be a perfect circle
It's competing
around the
ideas.
Earth?
You
No
have
one's
one
saying that
system-
it's a perfect circle around the Earth. It could
Right.
be in a design around the Earth. It could have little loops that make
It's
it go forward and
Right,
back.
right.
Yes,
And
What's
what,
wrong
what,
with you?
what
it's
makes that
compete.
happen?
It's
Guys,
competing
come on,
ideas.
guys.
It's competing ideas between people who have an explanation and people who don't. That's what this is.
That's not
So
true.
why teach someone ideas from people who have no explanations of anything that we can see?
See, actually,
What
the
are you
truth
talking
is
about,
that
man? What
all
explanation are you asking?
You are a professional.
You are.
all terrestrial
What am I telling you what I
observations. Hey, buddy,
You're a
all terrestrial.
professional.
There is
I'll
no
take
dude.
any insult from an Aussie.
You
Dude,
are
there is
flipping that
no.
globe, sir. You're a globe
I'll teach
salesman.
my daughter. Let me just go ahead and teach my daughter some lies that some guys on the internet said I
No,
should
it's too
do.
late.
It's
You already
not.
did
We didn't
that.
say that.
It's
It's
not
over.
about
It's finished.
lies. It's not about lies. There's
Let me-
no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is in a heliocentric model, or that can be differentiated.
That's
No,
a lie.
but make
That's
sure
a
you
lie.
but make sure you interrupt though, because then the Earth all of a sudden does become in movement magically if you don't let the other people say things, and that's kind of the point, right? You should just let your daughter, even if you're going to end up telling her what you think and explaining to her, you should still give her the full piece of information to understand the concept, just to equip her with knowledge and understanding to even be able to have any type of conviction or foundation in what she holds to be
No, I'm
true.
not going to teach my
What
daughter
He's afraid.
lies. It's not going to.
He's
Let
afraid
me
that
hear
he's
some knowledge.
he's
I want to
afraid
hear
that
some of the
Not gonna
knowledge from
he's
Austin.
afraid that her common sense is stronger.
I'd
You know?
like
Not at
to hear
all.
some of this knowledge
Not
from
at all.
Austin.
Well, then what you're afraid
But
of?
yeah, the knowledge is simple, right? It's like that
Okay,
on the Earth, you
what are the
can't prove.
stars?
You don't know what the stars are.
Exactly. So
Uh,
you don't know what the stars are, and you claim that
no,
we don't know
you
what the
don't.
stars are.
You don't. No, exactly. So
That's the
you're going
thing.
to teach her.
It's two competing ideas. That's all it is.
Well, you
Yeah,
don't
but
have
you
to.
said
No,
one of
or
them
you teach
is
her the song
the
"Twinkle
ones that
Twinkle
know,
Little
and the other ones
Star,"
that don't know. So you
or you
like
just
you're
teach her the
contradicting
song.
yourself here.
But wait up, you teach her the song "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." How I wonder what you are, and you say the reason this song was made is because no one really knows what they are. They're just beautiful lights
No
in the
one
sky.
knew.
Right.
No,
You
buddy,
guys claim
buddy,
to
Do you have
you still
evidence
don't,
for you knowing,
dude.
Q?
You don't
The,
even.
the
You
balls
guys.
of gas? Do you have evidence for that?
You guys haven't been to
Prove
stars.
it.
It's
It's the
ridiculous.
same. It's the same argument.
I have
Yeah,
a better
laugh.
explanation than you
Nervously
do.
laugh
You
about
don't
how
have
you
any.
can't prove
You
that's a
don't. You
ball of
just said the
gas.
Yes, I
lights in
do.
the star.
It's a cymatic pattern in a fluid-like
Cymatic.
medium.
Yes,
Oh, so
exactly.
it's called
Gibberish.
sonoluminescence. It's called sonoluminescence.
Yes, that's not.
So,
That's
so I can actually prove my theory by
no, you
replicating
can't.
it. But listen,
You
calm
can
down.
prove your theory by looking
You
at.
guys interrupt a lot, man. You guys
I'm
interrupt a
going
lot.
on. I'm going on mute.
By looking
It's called
by looking at other
sonoluminescence. It's
images.
called
Yeah, by looking
sonolumin.
at.
Oh my
Hold up,
God.
Bebo.
They
It's
won't
called
let you with it.
Yeah, I know. It's called sonoluminescence. Now I can actually demonstrate sonoluminescence, right? But a gas ball in a vacuum, I cannot replicate such a thing. So mine's more viable. The irony is very rich.
The irony is you just made that up out of this on the spot because you saw someone
No.
point a P900 at the sky and it looks a little bit like sonoluminescence, and so you say,
Exactly.
for the
No,
next 10 years, sonoluminescence,
Exactly.
no,
sonoluminescence.
no,
You don't, it's
no,
complete
wrong.
Oh, hold
guesswork.
on,
People
hold
have
on,
no
hold on.
idea what you're talking about.
Better
You don't
evidence
even
Isn't
than
that
know
what
you
you
what
got.
guys did?
Have
Hold on.
not even
Isn't that what
close.
you guys do? Point something to the sky and then claim things?
No.
Well,
No?
hey Q,
It's
hey
Q,
That's
do
Q,
you know
actually
what
they do.
don't
sonoluminescence
just get
is?
P900s and
right,
point them at
exactly.
planets.
Q, do you know what sonoluminescence is?
Yes, I know what sonoluminescence
Okay, so it
is.
has nothing to do with a P900. You would have known that, right?
Okay, the point is...
Do you
is
know?
that
Hold
just
on. Do you
made
know
up-
what it is? Because it can be replicated in a laboratory. Did you know that?
That's terrific. That's
Okay,
terrific.
then
Now
why are you going off about P900s that have nothing to do with what he said?
I was using hyperbole to illustrate the absurdity.
It wasn't absurd. He said he can replicate it in a laboratory,
Exactly, it
so
wasn't
it's
That's
more viable.
terrific. That's
Then
marvelous.
you went
that
off
can
about
replicate
P900s and
it
started
in a
laughing.
lab.
Gee,
Because
listen to context.
the requirement for knowing what's in the sky definitely needs us to replicate things in a lab. Absolutely, yes.
That wasn't
How,
my.
how else are you going to
That
prove
was
what's up there?
irony. That was irony, by the
My
way.
point was that it's more viable
It's
because
not
I can
even slightly viable.
I can
May I say
replicate
something?
it.
May I say something? Okay, so basically, there's this whole debate about the solar luminescence being in the lab and not, but isn't what you think the stars is based off of spectroscopy, which was originally something they did in labs and repeated in labs? So basically, what we're doing is the same thing as you, but now you're not allowing it because it's a competing idea.
Exactly, because that's what you claim. Solar luminescence tells you the composition of the stars.
It's
I
even
mean,
more
not
than that,
solar
Numpty.
luminescence, but spectroscopy.
It's even
Which
more
you-
than that because he was talking about like taking a P900, pointing it up. What they do is they take this, spectrometer, point it up, and they just get the color. And then
Exactly.
from the color, they make up that it's this specific gas because it's
That's
the
what
same
they do.
absorption/emission spectrum.
I physically
it's just as
replicate
simple
the
as that,
phenomena. I physically replicate the actual phenomena. You cannot do that with yours. You cannot make a gas ball in a vacuum. So I have I have actual replication.
Austin, you're awesome.
Thank you. But it's called sonoluminescence. Star in a
Hey,
jar, dude. You
you've,
should look up.
Why is this guy allowed to do this?
You
Austin,
should look up star in a jar.
Everyone's
Hugh.
welcome. Okay.
Austin is much more calm now that he's married and everything.
Don't you think
Oh my
that
goodness,
it would be good to?
You are way out of line.
Don't you think it's
insulting him?
I
Don't you
think
think it's
he's
best
hitting
to?
on you. What's it? I think
Well,
he's
I'm
hitting
just,
on you.
I'm just
I
saying.
love
Hugh,
his little laugh. You know he's
it's
defending.
all good, everybody. So Hugh, what I'm saying is, don't you think it's best though to like actually know what you're talking about before you dismiss it? Like, if you've never seen star in a jar, sonoluminescence, you haven't fully even understood my point yet, which is that I can replicate it, and that's what we see in the sky, and that certain sounds would make emission of light identical to what stars are perceived as in water or a fluid-like medium, and you can replicate it. Now, I'm just
What's the
saying
next
you
step?
can't. Well, I'm a step ahead of you already with that. That's my
What's
point.
the next? Okay, but that's
No,
terrific.
don't jump
What's
to the next step. You have to
after that?
understand this step is that the thing that's more demonstrable is more likely.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the next step?
You don't even
is
have
to-
that step though. So why are you not being
don't?
fair in
The
how
next step
you?
is you have to come up with a demonstration of.
Well, you have to come up with a viable
balls
competing
of
idea,
gas being stars.
not
The
a,
next step is you have to ask him out for dinner.
I just physically demonstrated viability, and my whole point is, you just said I had to demonstrate a viable idea. I just physically demonstrated viability, yet you cannot do that for your claim about what the star is.
Well, to be fair, you didn't physically demonstrate it. You verbally did, but yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
no,
said
but
it,
you.
but
I'm saying
the
you
rule's
can
just saying words
physically
into it, so-
demonstrate. Buddy, you
Yeah.
can physically demonstrate the phenomena of sonoluminescence. You cannot physically demonstrate your claim of a gas giant in a vacuum.
What you can do is that you can conduct various experiments that can mimic the look of what stars look like sometimes when you whatever. Okay, what you can't do is you can't prove or demonstrate what those stars actually are because you haven't looked. You've just pointed, cameras
Absolutely,
at
I
things.
agree with
and-
that. That's
All
your
right,
problem
so
too.
it's not our problem.
Well,
It's your problem because
No, it's your problem because you say it's
the-
balls of gas and you haven't proven it.
Did I say balls of gas?
Well, what do you think stars are?
You think stars are?
I didn't say balls of gas.
That's
You knew what stars
typical.
were.
You said
This is
balls
a
of gas.
script follower right here.
No,
This is a
because
professional.
Austin said we don't know what they
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
are, and he said we didn't know what they are.
We didn't.
We
know
know
what they
now.
are. Okay. Well, for example, we know what our local star is because we can see it pretty close up. So,
Okay,
I mean,
so
you can
perfect.
just
So-
dismiss all of the
stars.
science involved, and you can just pretend that.
How do you know the sun is like the other stars?
Hold up. So yeah, are you saying that we
That's
know what the sun is,
true.
but we
Good
don't know
call,
what other
Richard.
stars are?
You don't even know if the sun is a star.
I would agree that it's close, though, almost local-like, right?
Yeah, it's so
No, I
close.
wouldn't-
It's like
I
it's
wouldn't-
right there.
It's
Like,
almost like
right
it is.
there.
It's almost like it is. And as soon as you measure it definitively, then we can come to an agreement.
You measured it definitively?
It's been the distance of the sun has been measured.
Really?
We need to get seriously. we need to
Jesus,
just go
man,
in
you
and-
are amazing.
Okay,
You're
so
all
we
in,
know,
bro.
I'm
all right,
confident.
so he hold up. You shuck and jive from the stars to the sun. Fine, I'll bite the bait.
The star is the sun.
So you know
Sun is the
that the
star.
sun is a ball of gas, right? Right?
He wants to
Wasn't that
talk
the
all
point?
the time, but don't want to answer that question.
You're gonna have to
Professional.
finish this thought out, man.
Everything,
Yeah, you're right here at the moment.
everything went quiet. Hang on.
Yeah, because you didn't answer the simple question because you
I'm
know
not.
you have
You know
to
what?
say it's a gas
I'm
giant.
here for a good chat. I'm not here for just.
You've been interrupting and bullshitting us for hours, dude. Now we got you trapped. You're here to run away.
Rikia, I'm not interested in your
Yeah, there you go. First
Just
time you
everyone
said my
calm down.
name.
Everyone,
Say
everyone
my
calm
name,
down.
buddy.
Hey,
I said it before.
everyone
I'm
calm
muting you.
down.
Goodbye.
Everyone calm down.
Let's
Ask your question
He's
again.
leaving. He's
Hey,
leaving.
Q,
No,
no,
not
he's
just for
not.
you.
No, okay, Q. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Just ask him again and see what your answer is.
Yeah, you said we knew what the stars were, and then you kind of moved the goalpost to we know what the sun is.
I'm not
What's
moving
the sun?
goalposts.
What's the sun?
Good grief! These things have been studied. You should ask the people who have studied
What's the
them.
sun? You said
With
you
the
know what they
sun?
are. What is it?
It's a giant ball of gas, basically. It's an atomic, whatever they want to call it, an atom smashing machine.
Can you prove it?
Me personally prove it?
Where's your proof for it?
By looking at the data, by looking at all the observations, I can draw conclusions. What have your observations led you to believe?
Let me
How
just
sophisticated
ask you,
have flat Earthers' observations
hold on,
been?
I'm not making any claims. So
No, neither
is
am
the
I.
limit of the information, the data that you have, pointing a device to the thing and getting absorption and emission spectrums, and then saying that they equal specimens of gas that we have, samples of gas that we have on real life,
Big
on
ball
the Earth?
smashing gas giant smashing particles. I haven't made any claims.
Is that the evidence you have for it? That you have no actual sample
No.
from there? You never
May I
went
ask,
there? You never did anything directly to it? You're just
No.
kind of assuming?
Incorrect. No,
May I
I'm not
ask
assuming.
another question?
But wait.
Then tell us, what's your proof?
May I ask another question real quick? So basically when you're using a spectrometer to say look at stars, right? To what I understand about a star is that the outer casing, and this is your model, not mine, the outer casing of the star is largely hydrogen. That's your theory. And then your theory is also that the universe is composed of 95% hydrogen, right? So how do you differentiate from pointing at the
All right.
how really? You don't think that they say like 95% of the universe is hydrogen? I'm pretty sure that's what they say.
They definitely don't say that. They absolutely definitely not say that.
You sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, I'm gonna go look this up, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit
Please
to you,
do.
but I'm pretty sure I'm wrong.
And by the way, it's not
Yeah.
my model because I didn't come up
Right.
with it.
But can you address the
coming-
bigger
Doesn't matter, you're
point here,
supporting it,
though?
you're
That
proponent of
It is
supporting the best evidence.
It is your model because in a debate, in a debate, you're defending the model, we're attacking it. So in this context, it is your model. Yes.
Yeah, but like,
I'm
can
s-
you just
I'm
address the point? You said
supporting-
it's a ball of gas in a vacuum,
I'm
and
supporting the best evidence. You're supporting.
No, what's happening is you're supporting the model, the mainstream heliocentric model.
The
We're
best
attacking.
evidence.
That's this
Yes.
debate. That's the
All right.
purpose.
Yo,
of this
Numpty, I
survey.
found it.
Yeah,
It's
I think what you're doing is-
2017,
I think-
approximately
Hey,
90%.
let percentage talk.
Yeah, approximately 90% of the visible universe is framed by
Wait,
hydrogen.
so I was
proving
right.
Okay.
I
that
was
being in
right.
the simplest form, this element is the most abundant.
So I was right. I was right. Maybe 5% off, but yeah, so 90% hydrogen. Then you go look at
Okay.
the star surface. That's all hydrogen. So how do you differentiate from pointing your spectroscoper at space and at a star if they're both composed of the same element?
How long have you studied spectroscopy?
You can go pretty in depth into it. I know a lot of the technical terms. I want to know how you know, not me. It's not my question is directed towards you. So you answer the question and explain it. If you can't, then just say I don't know how to explain it, and don't ask a question back. Just say I don't know if you can't explain it.
Sorry, I think the sun doesn't have a surface because it's made of gas, right? So how can a gas have a surface?
You said it's a ball. A ball has a surface
Hold
by
on, let
definition.
Hugh answer.
Okay. All I'm doing here is I'm going with the best evidence, and I'm citing the best evidence. What all you're doing here is you're saying all the evidence is made up, and
Hold
we
up,
don't
you
have
don't have to try
alternative
reversing
explanations.
it.
You're not answering my
He asked you a
question.
simple
Very
question. This is
specific
your
question,
evidence. You should be
you're
able
not
to explain it.
You're not answering the question I just asked. I asked a very specific question, and look, you can't answer it. Please answer the question. I said you can use as many technical spectroscopy terms as you want. I will understand, but I want you to explain this for me now. If you can't answer it, say I don't know. Don't go off into a tangent on some other bullshit.
Okay.
I posted a citation in the chat. It says 95% of the universe is made
So
up
it's
of dark matter and dark energy, not hydrogen.
I'll repeat
Okay,
myself.
visible
No, it's the
universe.
visible universe.
We'll
guys.
clarify.
If you want me to go and look
Thank
up,
you for majoring in the minors. Thank you for majoring in hydrogen. You can't detect it with spectroscopy.
I just want to make sure. Just want to make sure.
So you understand how spectroscopy works, but you don't accept that it works.
So you can't
No,
answer the
I want
question.
you to
You can't answer the
explain it.
question.
You
No,
need-
because I'm not an
that's
expert.
not
Are you an
answering the
expert in
question, dude.
spectroscopy?
Wait, do you even
The
remember
point
the
is,
question?
hold on. The point is, Hugh,
All you have
that
to
you
do is
looked
answer.
at this
Either
information
say you
and
don't
you
know
found
it
it
or
convincing enough to persuade you that the sun is this ball of helium hydrogen, right? That means you looked at it, you understood the evidence enough to come to that conclusion, to be convinced. So you should be able to say what it was that convinced you.
For the lack of any competing evidence, yes. Now, if you have competing evidence other than saying sonoluminescence, then I'm all ears.
Forget the competing evidence. Explain the evidence that you came across that convinced you.
You want to recite all the evidence I have that I learned?
No,
He just gave you. He just gave you the competing evidence, man.
Yeah, you
He just said
dismissed our competing evidence.
sonoluminescence, I am.
No,
competing
no,
evidence
not what
and
I
then
said.
same
Not what I
sentence
said.
dismiss it.
Not what I said. He said the competing evidence. He said if 95 or 90% of the visible spectrum of the universe is hydrogen, then how are you distinguishing the difference between the outer edge of the sun supposedly being hydrogen? You haven't answered.
Because I'm not an expert in spectroscopy.
So
or
you
the
agree?
sun.
So
you don't know.
And neither are you. And if I gave you an answer, you would just call it BS.
The answer is you don't know. No, the answer is you don't know. End of
Fine,
story.
fine.
End of story. The answer is you don't know. That's
Yeah, why is it so hard to
That's
just
your
say
answer,
you don't?
dude.
Why is it so hard to just say you don't know, man?
Because all I can need to do is look it up and I will know.
Well, then
But
do
you'll
that.
say that that's
Then
all
do
made
that.
up. Why
and
would
come
I do
back
that?
with it. Then do that.
Why
and
would
come
I
back
do
with
that
it.
in this
But
conversation?
until then, all you have to do is say, I don't know.
What necessitates me learning?
That's what you've been doing all
Guys,
day.
settle
the
down.
eccentric
You're
model.
badgering the witness.
Yeah. Why would I go and look up every tiny
That's
little
what you've been
detail
doing all
about every
day.
tiny little thing that you want me to
Just
look up
repeating
to
what you've looked
satisfy
up
you?
before.
What will that gain?
It's what you've
Okay.
done all
Point here-
day, man.
Same
Sorry,
reason you don't need
go
to
ahead,
teach
Rakia.
8-year-olds. Same reason you don't need to teach 8-year-olds about refraction.
You have talked down to us all day about what you've read in the past and repeating it here to us like we haven't read it and like we don't have an opposing view to it. You've talked down to us all day about what you think you know because you've read it. You've
I don't
done
think
it
he's been
all
talking down too
day.
much. It might be his accent.
But no,
Are
why
you
can't you just
kidding me?
address the point? No one asked you to read it right now, and
Okay,
then
the point
well,
is
you
that you're
immediately
after definitions
interrupt.
immediately right now, and that's the point.
No, the point is
You demand explanations from people, but you deny all of the explanations. So what
If
is
you
the
have to,
point of
if
even
you have
giving
to,
explanations?
do you not notice your own behavior though? Right, like you feel the
Do you
need
not
to
notice yours?
You feel the need to impulsively interrupt me and then straw man some other story.
Okay.
So what motivates you to do that?
it's not psychoanalyzed.
He's a professional.
Well, then I mean, what else can I do when I can't say anything?
We can point
So-
out that his reasoning for believing that the sun is a ball is unfounded.
No.
That he doesn't have an
Yeah.
understanding of what he claims to be the evidence to be convinced by it.
Right.
So maybe
Okay,
he
right,
should
so
exactly.
reassess his
I
position
haven't
Exactly.
and
the need-
reconsider
I don't
whether
have the
the sun
need
is
to
actually
learn.
a ball of gas.
I don't have the need to
Exactly.
learn every
Here's what
tiny little
happened.
detail to satisfy you. That's not
Yes,
necessary.
here's what happened, dude. There's two claims. There's competing claims.
Yes.
There's a claim that you don't know what the stars and the suns are made of, and then there's your claim that you do know. We ask for evidence for your claim. You say, "Oh, spectroscopy." We say, "Explain that spectroscopy." You don't answer the question, and you keep obfuscating from it instead of just saying, "I don't know." So your evidence for your
I just
claim,
said
you
that.
don't know yourself. That's it.
Well,
That's all.
I think-
That's
yeah,
it,
but-
dude.
No.
The point was just that you should have just said it and been honest from the beginning, bro. Like, you could have just been like, "I don't know. I've never heard
I've
that.
been
I'd have to
nothing
look
but
into."
honest.
You could have just said, "I don't know. I've never
I would
heard
like
that."
to challenge that. Does he?
Yeah,
I've
but
heard
Can you
it-
explain?
I've heard it
Can you
before, and I've heard
explain?
these spectroscopy
Okay,
things
fine.
before.
Can you
Let
explain?
Rakia-
We can move on. Can we move on from that because he's already said he doesn't know? Can
Yeah, he
you
doesn't know.
explain? Can you explain solar luminescence
Neither do
to
you.
us? Can you explain what's
Nor
it
will you
brought
ever
up?
know.
Can you explain it?
Sonoluminescence.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, and
can,
like what?
Can we get his quick explanation since he said he knew what it was?
Yeah, sure. What is
He knew what
sonoluminescence to
spectroscopy
you?
was too, though. So we'll probably get
Yeah,
a similar answer.
Yeah, but
well, we'll find out. Let's give him a chance. So, Hugh, what is sonoluminescence to you? To your understanding?
To my understanding, it's the visible light that you when you vibrate something. I don't know. It's
not too
the
far off.
it's the
Yeah,
changing.
that
it's-
laugh pretty much gives it away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Hugh, I think the issue here.
doesn't know.
Let me
That
just
the
say
court
this.
show,
I
the
think
court
the
show that
issue
he doesn't
here is
understand
that
either evidences,
No,
and
here's
he's going
the
to.
issue. Here's the issue. For me personally, the issue is I have ADHD, and what happens is I forget
Oh,
stuff.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is that
that
you
is the
said
issue.
the issue
we
is
know
when
what the
Whitsitt
sun
gave
is.
you an alternative
Exactly, we
response,
know.
you
As
said
hold
you
up,
knew
Rakia.
what it was,
Hold
and
up.
you
Not that I
obviously
can
didn't.
recite it right now.
You
off the top
dismissed
of my
his
head.
response. You
Yo,
dismissed
let me just say
Whitsitt
this,
saying
Rakia.
solar illuminescence because you said you knew what it was. When we
I didn't say I
challenged
knew
you to
what it
say if
was.
you,
I
yes,
said
you
that
did.
we know what the sun,
Yes,
what
you
stars
did.
are.
No, you said you knew what. So we asked you very,
Oh, for
very
Pete's sake!
vividly if you
Rakia,
knew.
I'm not interested. I'm
It's
not interested
ridiculous,
in this
bro. We
gotcha
knew when you
Hey.
lied
tactic that
back
you
then. We
do.
were laughing at you.
Okay, well,
Disinterested.
who cares?
We're
Okay,
laughing at you
let's
now.
move on from
Just
solar.
everyone calm.
I'm talking
Everyone
about
just
the
chill
sun.
out.
Okay.
Everyone chill out.
Rakia,
Do you
stop
want to
being
know
a
what it is?
Rakia, don't be an ass.
He's on the
Yeah,
attack.
he
I'm not
lied. I
interested
didn't
in the
lie.
attack.
He's being the
Don't be
ass.
an ass, Rakia.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the one that
I'm
lied.
not
He
Does
wasn't
he
far
want to
off
know
with the
what it is?
sonoluminescence, though, Rakia. I don't know what
These
you're on
mutes
about.
are just going to
Everybody,
be
please
temporary.
calm
Does he
down.
want to
He
know
wasn't
what it
far
is?
off. So
Percent.
Does he want
Calm
to be
down.
intellectually honest and want to know
Whitsitt,
what Witz's claim
Whitsitt
was?
is actually, Austin. I've seen you in debates, and you can get really, really riled up,
Oh my
like
goodness.
Nathan does. Right now, you're being really, really polite, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, do you want Witzit to explain what
So,
solar
Rakia, I'm
luminescence
not
is?
interested in your rhetoric, though.
Yeah, do you want
Thank you.
Witzit to explain it to you so then you'll know, since you dismissed it as his claim as an alternative method?
Yes, I
to
saw
have a
that
light bulb?
5 years ago,
Well then
dude. I saw
shut
that
up,
5
go on
years.
mute and let
Okay,
him
bye.
tell you what it is.
Rakia,
Okay.
why don't you just stop?
Yeah, I would just
I
like
mean,
to
I don't
say.
like liars.
No, I've turned down Rakia.
Yeah,
I'm not
okay. If
Yeah,
you
interested
two
in
shut
that.
well,
up, if
people
you
don't
two
like
can
you
shut
too,
up
so.
for a second, man. I would just like to
Yeah,
say that
okay.
basically Hugh claimed he knew what stars were made of. We asked for his evidence. He said spectroscopy. He couldn't explain it. And then he said the biggest reason, not because I understand the evidence, because we've shown he doesn't. The biggest reason is because there's a lack of an alternative explanation.
competing.
But
Correct.
no, don't interrupt, please. You said that there's a lack of an alternative explanation. Then Whitsitt gave an alternative explanation and started to present his evidence, which then you denied. We asked, why do you have a reason to deny it? You said, I understand it. We asked for your understanding of it, and you didn't understand what you actually claimed to have understand.
Yes, and I explained why. Because I don't retain information as tightly as a lot of people do. So it's something I have to deal with. I learned it about 5 or 6 years ago when I first encountered flat Earth, and people said sonoluminescence. So I owe Austin an apology for being very, very dismissive. Austin, I apologize. But what happens is I don't retain information. It just leaves. Okay,
Honestly,
it just leaves my brain.
maybe I'm being generous, but I feel like you kind of half explained
what
it.
it
You
is
weren't that
because
far
it's
off.
fucking awesome.
Yeah, I explained the basics.
Let's let Whitsitt explain it. Let's let Whitsitt explain it then, because it's awesome.
Yeah, so you have like a little bubble that's acoustically suspended, and then whenever you send certain sound frequencies, effectively, so you're not too far off with the word of vibration, it causes the bubble to implode, and then it basically collapses and results in an emission of light.
There you go.
So
Thank you.
the issue
Wait,
here,
is that-
Hugh,
you said-
was
you
at the
said
beginning you claimed to
bioluminescence?
know it, when
How
in
does
reality
it
what you should have
create
said
inclement
is
light? What's it?
when
Wait,
in
you
reality
said
what you should have
bio-
said. Hold on, let me just say this.
Did you
He
say-
said sonoluminescence.
Oh, sono.
He didn't say bio. He
Okay,
said
okay,
sono.
okay,
Stop asking
okay.
that question.
Just want to clarify, that's all.
Can someone
Okay.
let
How does
percentage
the
speak?
solar thing
Someone let
Can I
explain
say
percentage
something now without
inclement
being
lights in the
interrupted, guys?
sky?
Yeah, percentage is trying to talk for the last couple minutes.
All right, so the issue was that you claimed to know, or that we knew what the sun was.
Good grief.
That's hold up, and just bear with me. And you put your foot in your mouth when you said that. What you should have said is the prevalent theory is that the sun is a ball of gas. I think it's a ball of gas. You
Okay.
claim to know it's a ball of gas, and that's where you fucked up.
Okay, no. The mess up I do is I say things are known and that I would know them because things are known. Okay.
Yeah, but it's
And
not
what-
known. That's the point, right?
The point is that spectroscopy as it is presented is not accepted by flat earthers. That's kind of the point.
Spectroscopy is. No,
Wait a minute.
Spectroscopy is
I
not
wanna
the,
respond
not
to
the
that.
type of not the type of. Okay, go ahead.
I would like to respond to that. Okay, if you claim that spectroscopy in its current form is not accepted by flat earthers, where exactly do you think that is? Like, what exactly aren't we accepting exactly?
And shouldn't she know what it is to say that's not
Yeah, because I mean, I was trying to clarify that earlier, and you said you couldn't explain it or answer it, and I said
Okay.
use as many technical terms as you want, and then
I don't know any technical terms.
oh, so you don't know? So
Okay, so but
Well,
here's the
we
thing.
can look it up, can't we?
Yes, I could look it up, and you just say no. That's all made up. That's the point.
No, you just spectroscopy.
No, they're putting, wait a minute. No, that's unreasonable. That is an unreasonable.
unreasonable?
That is an unreasonable way to go through a debate. Is to not actually present evidence. No, is to not present evidence for your claims
But that's
because the
just a
opposing
knowledge
side
claim.
will question it. That is not a
Yeah.
reasonable way to go about debate, hands down.
Okay,
Well,
whatever. What he said was
This
inherently
really wasn't
wrong.
a formal debate.
Spectroscopy is accepted by.
Is it though? Because every time someone brings it up, you guys say there could be something in between what we're viewing, and that could be giving it a false reading. Isn't that what you guys say?
No, the act
Thing
of it,
is, there's
like
different types.
I was gonna say the process of having absorption and emission spectrums from a sample and from pointing your camera or whatever the device is to get the wavelengths and then comparing that with the sample. That's fine. The issue is they don't compare it with the sample. They don't have a sample of the sun. They can't
Who are you
confirm
to say they
their
don't compare it
assumptions.
with the sample?
Their
How do you know they
inferences.
don't do that? How do you
Because
know they
we've
don't
never
do
had
that?
a sample of the
there's
sun, bro.
different-
When did you ever go to the sun to get a sample?
They have probes near this. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
and it captured some sun.
They have probes.
You got a
near
pocket
this.
full of sunshine.
Parker, you
Probes
don't have
got
a Parker
a
solar probe?
sample
Parker
of
Solar
the
Probe.
sun.
Thank you.
Parker solar probe, yes.
Parker Solar Probe and Soho.
They grabbed
Look 'em
a
So
pocket
it got close enough to the sun without getting burned and got
Yes.
You can't use
some
that
sun.
because those have to be.
Yes.
Are you
Now,
guys
you're talking about not
serious?
knowing things,
Oh
and
my
you've never heard
god!
of either of those things.
Prove
That
it.
wasn't like an
Prove it.
argument
You
from
said you
incredibly
got a
there.
scoop of the sun.
Way
Are
to
you
go.
guys for
They
real?
got a scoop
The
of the sun.
arrogance
Asking for
of
a
this
scoop of the
guy to
sun.
talk about not knowing things right now.
With
My
a
god!
universal luminescence creates permanent lights in the sky. That's what I really want to
And
hear.
What do you want to
there's
hear?
two different types of spec.
How does Witzig's explanation explain permanent lights in the sky? Because we have stars that have been up there for all of recorded history that don't move, basically, or move in the same pattern. How does that work?
What do you mean? There's a certain sound emission. There's an acoustic sound that causes the illumination. Why would it go away unless the sound went away?
What a sound in space or a sound in the sky is creating this in the same place forever?
Vibrational pattern, yeah.
Before we move on,
Vibrational.
Replicate that in a lab and show how it can happen. Yet your claim is that it's a ball of gas in a vacuum, and you cannot physically replicate and show that that can even happen. So as of now, my explanation is actually more viable.
It's not more viable because there's
move
never been one that's been done continuously.
I'll tell you how. I'll explain
It's
to you how
an
it can be
instantaneous
continuous.
thing.
Yeah, it can be continuous
Hold
by
on,
having a
before we
lot
move on
of different
real quick.
bubbles constantly forming, and then this resonance is present constantly, such that
Duplicate
there's
that in a
constant
lab.
implosion.
Duplicate it in a lab.
Before we move on,
We can't duplicate that, but we duplicated it to some extent.
A constant
That's why-
reaction in the same
No, hold
spot
up.
that
We've
appears to be
demonstrated-
one light.
1 second. We've demonstrated a little bit, right, with one light. So we still
An
have more
instantaneous
evidence,
reaction.
more evidence that it's more probable than something that's never been demonstrated at all.
yeah, they can keep a star in the jar going.
It hasn't been demonstrated
Is my
outside
mic clipping?
of a
Is my
lab.
mic clipping or?
No.
Okay, they can keep a star in a jar. They can keep a star in a jar going indefinitely. First of all, second of all, before we move too far from the spectroscopy thing, and guys like this say, "Oh, you deny spectroscopy." We don't deny spectroscopy when it's done correctly in a near isolated environment here on Earth, very controlled. What we do deny is when you guys point some shit at the sky. Remember, you said you want to point a P900 at the sky. That's what we deny is when you just point some shit out at the sky and say, "Oh, this is what it is," and not having a sample or any or totally uncontrolled conditions like
Because
real
it would
spectroscopy.
match the
Jeremy,
schedule
he
that
has
we
a
have
sample.
on the
Like
Earth,
real
wouldn't it?
spectroscopy, without
Wouldn't it
having
not
controlled
match the-
conditions like real.
Let him finish, Bebo.
Go ahead.
Oh, you motherfucker!
There's a delay. Go ahead, man. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Nah, you're just a son of a bitch, is what it is.
No, man. It's a
It was my
delay.
bad too.
So,
I said
go
something
ahead.
as well.
Yeah, I would just like to say this is the same argument I brought up earlier about pointing your spectroscoper at the universe, which is known to be 95% hydrogen, versus pointing your spectroscoper at the surface of the sun, which is supposed to be known to be a hydrogen surface. So both of those are hydrogen. I asked earlier how you differentiate. You guys admitted you can't explain it. So there's no more. There's no more debate to this. There's no more debate. Buddy. No, you don't get to talk.
Numpty, I think they'll say
admitted you
if
don't
you're
know how
not
to
pointing at
explain
the sun, there'll be different markers in like the spectrum.
Tell you what, study it for a few years, pick holes in it then.
No, you can't present any evidence. You didn't present.
Go and study it.
Okay, so
for
you're just saying you can't
and
do it right now, basically.
Overturn the entire scientific community about spectroscopy. You study it for a few years.
Go for it.
Here, what you should have said is they claim to know. I can't prove it, or I can't substantiate it. But when you said we know, I know what the sun is, you fucked up. Like I said before.
Scientists think or scientists believe. Don't they say that all the time? No, scientists think or scientists believe.
Yep, they do. I've seen it a whole lot of times.
But science doesn't think or believe. Science just proves.
Can I just
There is no
fast,
proof in science.
Can I poke a hole in that argument earlier about the universe being made like 95%, whatever? What was it? Hydrogen? Can I like talk about that real fast?
Yeah.
Because so first off, he's not giving us context as to what is hydrogen in the universe. Just listen, right? Because if we're claiming in our model that 95% of the universe is hydrogen, right? And then he's saying, okay, how do we know we're not measuring whatever the space instead of the fucking star, right? I mean, so how do we get that 95% number? It's not like we just.
Hey, I must be
joining
joining late, but that guy just said that sonoluminescence.
Can I
hold up?
That guy just said sonoluminescence was a split. Who thinks that sonoluminescence is a split second?
Shut up, Brian. You have no idea what's going on.
Hold on, Brian just came in.
I'll be gone. But does anybody here think sonoluminescence is like a split second fucking reaction or continuous?
That's what they were claiming. That's what the globe earthers were claiming just 10 seconds ago.
No, I already told him you can keep it going indefinitely. It's not a split second thing.
Duh.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. But anyway, back to what I was saying though. Like, I feel like
we have
like,
to skip past that part though because it shows that is more viable than a ball in a gas and vacuum that can't be replicated.
Before we move on to you, Arma, still said, do you want to respond to that real quick?
It have to be a fluid.
No. Okay, Arma, go ahead.
No, but you're saying that it's doing it continuously.
What's so funny is he put that. What's so funny is he instantly tried to put the star jar in a vacuum. Like they try and put our theories in their model. It's so funny, man. Go ahead.
Right. Well, you're saying that it's doing it continuously, without bringing up the fact that you're gonna have to give it continuous input. If you stop giving it input, it's not gonna keep doing it.
I already acknowledged that.
Yeah, no, but then there's saying it's doing it continuously is relevant. If you give something continuous input, of course it can do it continuously.
Well, that's our
You're
point.
continuously adding energy to it.
There's a resonance.
Yeah, that's like saying your theory doesn't work and work with my theory at the same time. Therefore, your theory is wrong. It's like no, dude.
I'm saying that it's continuous. Saying it's going continuously when you're adding continuous input to it is a relevant thing to say.
But the other guy, well,
you guys say that there's nuclear bombs going on in the side of fucking gas.
Okay, but time out. Kosho, the reason we had to say it was because the other person said, well, you can't make it go on forever. So until you can make it infinite, then it doesn't matter. It's not viable, which was wrong anyway, because we can actually physically replicate it. You can't replicate a vacuum ball of gas in a vacuum. But beyond that, you can make it infinite. All it requires is an infinite resonance in the outer space area that you guys call that.
Right. And where's that coming from?
Oh, well, I would say whatever the intrinsic makeup of existence is, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's not the point, Kosho. The point
Isn't
is
that
we
funny?
have something that can like demonstrate it a little bit, like
Can I say
something that might be a little bit plausible, whereas they have nothing.
What's the
Can I say something?
We have a mechanism for where our energy comes from.
I'm trying to say something, guys. Isn't it funny that they're asking you to prove it that it's working infinitely, while at the same time they cannot even prove to be working for them
for 1 second?
I mean,
no, we can't. We have shown this on Earth. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. They keep saying it multiple times.
You showed a ball.
This is
You made a sun?
Yes.
Wow, let me see. it.
No, nuclear fusion reactor.
The nuclear. I knew it. I knew it. The
Yeah,
nuclear thing.
they have to add the input, the pressure that the sun would already have due to its mass.
Pressure, not
We give
pressure.
it that
We live
pressure
in a
here on
nuclear
Earth, and we
reactor.
create that
Coach,
nuclear fusion reactor.
It's the opposite of your model. You just said it. Pressure. We're asking for a demonstration with vacuum, not pressure.
Yeah, the
That's how they
pressure
do it, with a
is
mixed
done
pressure.
in a vacuum.
No, if
Yes.
you're inputting pressure,
They-
it's not a vacuum.
No, there's a vacuum, and then what they do is they put the gas in there, and they provide pressure,
Then it's not a
so
vacuum.
it isolates it. It isolates it from the rest of the container. That's why the heat
Just
doesn't
stop.
burn the container.
Coach, back off on this one, bro. You're digging deeper, man. I don't want to.
I mean,
I
you
don't wanna
understand
lose
what
my opinion
magnetic
of it.
you understand what magnetic repulsion is, right?
Kosho, could you provide a reference for that, please? Citation.
Yeah, I posted it. I posted it about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
A fuser.
You're saying
There's a
vacuum
fuser
and
that a
pressure.
kid made in his garage. Okay, which is literally the gas in the center there in that vacuum tube, which is also there, right? And then there is a diagram for a nuclear fusion reactor. Okay,
That's
which is the
fucking
same
electric.
thing.
You're describing fucking basically neon light and just electricity.
It's not. It's not at all neon
That's
light.
not fusion.
Not at all.
That's not fusion, man.
It's not at all neon light. Neon light is a single gas. This is a fusion process.
The only people to fuse anything, okay, to demonstrate it, to even kind of come close to replicate the sun, is the fucking the what you call it from the Electric Universe. They have that device called the Jesus Christ. It's
Talking about CERN?
called.
But Jesus Christ.
You
Well, no,
think that-
there's a
No, it's definitely-
There's been several
What's that?
thermonuclear bombs which have done this.
Oh
They use
my
a
God.
fission reactor to ignite a fusion reaction.
Those are
And
irrelevant.
then
That's not in a
there's
vacuum.
several machines in China and UK and
In a vacuum?
France which are actually thermonuclear reactors.
In a vacuum.
Actually,
Yeah, what they do is they contain the
I would like
gas
to say-
inside of the vacuum, just like in
Okay, can I
the
ask you a
image I
question,
posted.
Kosho? Could you do this if I took this little
I
glass
would like
jar
to
off
say
of it?
that Kosho's explanations actually might even do more for our point, because the thing is, what you demonstrated was a nuclear reaction. You did not demonstrate a gas ball in a container. Now, your claim is not even that. Your claim is that it's a gas ball in a container exploding nuclearly at the same time, which is even more ridiculous than just a gas ball.
Who said it was exploding? Who said it was exploding?
Did you not just say that there's nuclear reactions going on within it? Is nuclear reactions
Yeah,
not
I said a thermonuclear reactor. One of those thermonuclear reactors was an actual bomb.
I'm
But
talking
yeah,
about
other
the
than the
sun.
bomb,
I'm
there's
talking about the sun.
reactors.
So you would say the sun is
Yeah,
not having a nuclear reaction. You'd say the sun is
No,
not.
the sun
doing
is a
that? It's not
thermonuclear
giving off
reactor. Yeah,
energy? Oh, okay. So that's what I was speaking of, not
Absolutely.
the reactor.
I know,
I'm
but you
just
said it
saying,
was exploding. That's
I'm
what
just
I
saying,
was.
we ask for you guys to demonstrate gas in a ball in a vacuum. Then you go on to say
Right.
that, oh, well, we have nuclear bombs and stuff that show we can prove nuclear reactions.
No,
That just
I
makes your
posted
gas
the
ball
fu-
in
I
a
posted
vacuum
the
even more.
fuser.
That makes your gas ball in a vacuum even more ridiculous, because it not only is a gas ball in a vacuum, now that there's nuclear reactions going on inside of it, makes it even more fucking
Why
ridiculous.
is that ridiculous?
That's fantastic. That makes it ridiculous. I posted for you the fuser. It shows you. It just says right there: the machine induces a voltage between two cages inside of a vacuum. It says the positive ions fall down, building up speed. If they collide in the center, they can fuse. Okay.
Yeah, what's your physical little copper in?
That's what I said. Electricity.
Okay, can I ask Austin a question?
Go ahead.
What's the next stage in your development of this sonoluminescence idea?
My next stage? Oh, I'm pretty content knowing that I don't know, because I can't go out there and verify it. And so if I can physically demonstrate it, it has much more viability, and that's about it.
Yeah, you guys are the ones that need constant explanations for everything. Some of us are fine, you know.
Well, yeah.
Some of us are fine. I definitely am not done. Is my mic clipping? You know what I'm gonna do from now on? I'm gonna say over and out when I'm done. That way it'll be crystal clear when I'm done talking. If my mic's clipping or there's a wall or whatever, okay? How's that sound? That'll make
Sounds
everything that
great.
much easier.
I try to
Great.
say thank you.
Oh, I don't even remember what I was saying anymore. So go ahead now. Over and out.
That's Jeremy. That is my problem. I get flustered and I can't think at all. Austin is much better. He can just go bam, 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 no matter how much input he's getting. I can't do that.
Okay, Sapphire is where they've done any fusion at all on Earth with and they use tons of electricity, and it's an electric universe. It's Sapphire, and it's using frequencies like you're talking about, and different gases. They've tried it with a bunch of different shit, except the gas ain't the. I mean, you can't get a continuous spectrum from gases. So the only thing we know for sure, 2022, is that the sun is not a gas. We know that for sure. It's not just a gas. It could have gas, whatever, but it's not what they're explaining. They need to revise their shit and catch up with technology.
Who is we?
As a people, as science, as current science, mainstream needs to catch up.
The current science says that the sun is not gas.
Spectroscopy. You can't get continuous spectrum, like all the whole spectrum, right? From gamma all the way down to freaking yellow light or whatever, green light. Okay, you can't get that from gas in spectroscopy. Okay, would you agree with that? Now, if you had like graphite or something, if it's just one element, maybe graphite or a couple others, you can get continuous spectrum if you put enough electricity in it. But would you agree that you can't get the continuous spectrum from hydrogen and helium?
You might be a little bit confused, man, because each material has its own specific signature, which is only a small portion of that spectrum. And there's no material that gives off the
contradict fusion then.
Kosho, I have a follow-up questioning for you.
So contradict fusion and then claim fusion just 2 seconds ago. Okay, listen.
That has nothing to do with fusion, my man.
Would you agree that you can't get continuous spectrum from hydrogen or helium or both?
Yeah, hydrogen has its own specific spectral lines, emission lines from it, and helium has its own specific ones. And neither of them are equally spectrum.
I have a question for you.
Why are you dodging, bro?
Okay, Brian, let me ask Kosho this question. So you say that each atom or element has its own emission spectra, right? Now, if what 95% of the universe is made up of and the surface of the sun are both the same material, would you not get the same emission spectra? And if not so, what would be your explanation if not?
And it's fairly simple, my man. Fairly simple. It's actually fairly obvious and kind of embarrassing. You're not realizing it, but the light that we get comes from the sun. So the emission lines that we're going to be receiving when we're measuring this are going to be the light that comes from the sun. We're not getting light. We're not getting light from other places to measure this other hydrogen from other places in the universe. It doesn't make any sense. When you're measuring the emission lines from the sun, it's because you're getting the light from the sun.
Everything you say, it comes with some kind of assumption. Even that the light comes from the sun, it probably does. Okay, but you can't prove that. Okay, it could be all the ionization of the fucking atmosphere and focusing at that point of the sun, it's cascading. And daylight daylight. They could replicate daylight in the lab and different shit we see in the atmosphere. But I mean, more than likely, light is coming from the sun, but it could be what's causing daylight and what's causing the sun.
You got me there, Brian.
Did anyone understand that?
Yeah, that I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't fucking get any of that.
I'll post something, man, so y'all can see it, and people who don't know what I'm talking about.
Sunlight doesn't come from the sun.
No, I'm just saying, more than likely it does, but it's not. It's still an assumption.
Let's get back to the fucking shit.
For example, like the tides. Okay, you say the moon causes the tides. Whatever's causing the moon's freaking orbit or whatever you want to call it, circuit motion. It could be what's causing the tide. Just because the time
it could be.
Just because the time is the same, y'all are assuming that the moon causes the tides. You can't prove that. It's an assumption.
The issue is you constantly saying could be this and it could be that. Why? I just asked honestly. I just asked Austin if he had any plans to develop his idea of luminescence. He doesn't.
Sapphire, man. Sapphire is a badass version of that, and they've even come up. They've even made new freaking. They've actually done fusion. They've achieved it on a very, very fucking puny level, but and with tons of electricity. But they've actually had it going for for a little while, couple seconds or whatever,
Let's get
without
back to
input.
reality, guys. Spectroscopy, right? Terrestrial spectroscopy is one thing in a closed environment. Very scientific, very, very accurate. Now, when you point something in the sky, let me finish, please. When you point something in the sky 93 miles away, there is no possible way to verify that. Absolute nonsense. You have no clue what the sun is made of. Nonsense.
That's what I was trying to explain earlier. There's two different types of spectroscopy, and running around saying we deny spectroscopy makes us look like nutcases, right?
Yeah, the only thing we know is what it
definitely
ain't
two
made of.
different
Right?
types, and we deny the type that is the uncontrolled type that has too many. It's totally uncontrolled, over and
Anything
out.
that requires space and a universe.
But
What?
right,
What does that even mean?
Or just dismissed.
Spectroscopy.
What are you blabbering on, dude? I hear you blabbering on day. What are you blabbering about?
Spectroscopy just gives you a signal based on what atom it is. It'll give you a signal at a specific location. So it doesn't really matter.
Jace thinks spectroscopy can tell us what's the medium in between the sun and Earth from spectroscopy. Go ahead, tell him that one, Jace.
Tell him what? The atmosphere.
Tell him how spectroscopy can tell us what's the medium is in between us and the sun.
The telluric spectrum.
Oh, that tells us
You
how
wanna
it's
do
a
this
vacuum?
again?
No, I don't, because I remember it. I'll summarize for everyone. Basically, what you do is you just use arbitrary ideas of quote-unquote measurements, and you put an arbitrary line out in space where the atmosphere ends, and you subtract all of that that's read through the spectrum, and then you go from beyond there, assuming it's a vacuum, and then you look at different higher spectrums, etc., and concentrations and condensations, and then or concentrations, not condensations, and then you just say, oh, well, this has to be the sun because we don't see this kind of stuff in the atmosphere. That's what you do.
Can I say something now? Earlier, there was a huge debate, an argument where all the globers were saying that they can't make a line to determine where the atmosphere is, but it sounds like they did just make an arbitrary line to determine where the atmosphere ends. So it has to be either one or the other. And I was called stupid and not understanding for trying to get that line that now is being presented as something they use in
Where's
their
the line?
Nobody called you stupid.
Where's the line? Nobody said there's
you
a
might be
line.
right here.
Well, they
don't even
run
know
away
what the
from
Terman line is. Ask
They
him
run
where the
away-
Terman line is. Go. Where's the Terman line, ballers?
That I do know.
Real fast, they run away from
just
this
said-
though, because I talked to him about this not too long ago in here, and so the point is that there would have to be some line if you're going to subtract the whole atmosphere, quote unquote. You'd have to know where you're going out and where you subtract from to where there's nothing left, and they just don't acknowledge that part. They can't.
Well, we did cover this earlier. It's something I do know a little bit about, but we did discuss this a bit.
Where does your atmosphere end?
Okay, that was the question that Numpty asked, and
Yeah,
the
so
atmosphere
answer
has
it,
no
please.
definitive end.
You see?
What do you mean you see? You want a line? Why do you want a line?
What do you mean? Why do I? Because there's an end. If you ask me where does the Pacific Ocean end, right? I'll bring you to the beach and I'll tell you, look, right here. This is where the ocean ends, right at this beach.
Well, the atmosphere isn't as simple as that.
So the atmosphere goes all the way out to
Why not?
Polaris.
It goes exactly.
We just
does it reach the Great Attractor? Does the atmosphere go
go
all the
all
way
the
to the
way-
Great Attractor?
Yeah. Does the atmosphere go around Polaris? Yes or no?
Numpty, this is deja vu from about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, dude. We were just discussing this. I was hiking. I couldn't even fucking breathe. I was like climbing up the side of a fucking mountain, and I kept on coming into the fucking chat because these fuckers kept on like basically responding to my argument, and I kept on having to fucking argue back. I fucking vividly remember this shit.
Yeah, I mean it's all good. It's just
Sorry,
funny
man.
because
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you out.
And now also
So you know what I call that? The cog-dis event horizon. That's where the cog-dis hits. Bam.
No,
they know
also,
they have. They know there has to be an end.
We'll cover it again. This is something I do know about. So The Kármán line is simply the point at which aeronautical flight isn't possible anymore, and astronautical flight begins. Internationally,
and how many
I
of
believe
them
it's
are there?
60
How many?
whatever miles. So that's what the Kármán line is.
Oh, so you agree with the U.S. Air Force then?
That's
Which
what I think.
Kármán
Yes,
line?
there's two. Isn't it like there's several? There's international one. It's kind of arbitrary because it depends on what you mean by aeronautical and astronautical flight.
So again, another arbitrary thing. You don't know where you're
not
at.
Arbitrary in that sense. It's arbitrary in that if you have a set of planes or whatever, and you can't fly above a certain altitude higher.
Yeah,
but
and
it's
10
not
miles
a line
higher.
as
10
such
miles
any more than the
higher.
equator is a line.
Where do we get out?
10
Where do we
miles
get out?
higher.
Where do we get out of the Earth's orbit?
Yeah. Why is it 10
Depends on your
miles
speed.
higher? Why is that discrepancy so high between the U.S. Air Force and the rest of the world? Please answer that question.
I don't know. I'm not a member of the U.S. Air Force. I don't know how they came up to the decision of what qualifies as the Kármán line for the U.S. Air Force.
But yet you accept it, right?
It doesn't matter.
This is
No, I'm
space and you
accepting,
accept
I'm
it, right?
accepting that the U.S. Air Force considers the Kármán line to be where they can't fly planes anymore. Yes, I accept that. Why wouldn't I?
So that's
I
space
think-
then, right? That would be space, right?
I think planes can't fly below that even. Like the limit is way below the Kármán line. I mean,
That's not the issue.
It depends on the plane.
I mean, but that's his argument.
Right. Yeah,
He's
he's just saying that. That's
Yeah,
insane.
but you're giving him a way out here. I'm trying to establish that there's two different Kármán lines. Now, why is that? Who is right? Is
He
the
already
space
answered
start
that,
at-
though, SE. His answer is that it's arbitrary based on the differentiation between aeronautics. He already answered that. Like, whether or not his answer is right or not is different, but that's not just after he didn't.
Okay, point
A
taken, right.
747 would consider the Kármán line to be what? How high can a 747 fly? That
You
would be
agree?
its Kármán line.
Okay, you agree it's arbitrary.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we need. If you
Has to
agree
be
it's
to some degree.
arbitrary, our case is closed. Yeah.
What
Okay.
case?
Yeah.
That's the point, is that it's arbitrary. And so whenever you then invoke spectroscopy and you look out there and you're sort of, quote unquote, going to subtract a certain amount of the spectrum based on it being the atmosphere, you're going to have some type of, delineation as to where it ends to subtract it. Or how can you subtract it? How do you know how much to subtract?
How do you know what they account for?
You're the
Jace
one
knows. Why don't
I'm
we
the
let
one that
Jace
knows nothing,
answer? Because
remember.
he's the one that knows. Why don't we let Jace answer? Because he's the one that knows how to do this.
Yeah, I've talked to numerous people that do this, though, and they don't know the answer to this one.
Nobody knows. They can't even agree where space is. That's the whole point. It's all
Like,
a joke.
I've talked to
It's
numerous
all
people with
an
credentials
agreed
that say they
upon
don't know.
convection. That's all it is. It's an agreed upon convection. That's it.
They don't know the
That's
answer to
pretty
this.
much what every border is, though. Every border, international borders are.
We don't use international
but try
borders
to
to make
cross the
physical
border of the
claims.
American
Every
border
border
10 miles
in
off.
human society is arbitrary.
We don't
to some
use
degree.
Okay, let me use your example. Let me use your example. Try to cross the American border and say, "Oh, I'm only off by 10 miles." See what happens.
No, it's not a good analogy.
That's a perfect example.
Okay,
Jace,
how
you know how they.
the border between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean?
It's
That's
not a good
what I
analogy.
asked you. I asked you the U.S. border. You think you can be 10 miles off?
Features. Where you don't have features.
You know how they.
Stupid analogy, dude, because we don't use arbitrary lines on maps to make claims about definitive reality. Okay, we don't claim there's a giant red line painted in reality on the ground where we drew it on a map. It's nothing to do with the supposed border of where you're going to subtract the atmosphere, and now there's nothing there, and now you're going to make claims of definitive reality about what the sun is made of. It's not even close to the same thing.
I agree.
Absolutely. And just the location where you claim this giant ball of gas is, it's just ridiculous just off the get-go. You can't even pass step one of the argument. You die right there. A giant ball of gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the truth is, if you actually read the people that really do this, they know it's really, really, like, theoretical.
It's nonsense to any logical thinking person. You don't even need a full brain. Half a brain could tell you whatever the sun is, we know it's there. We're not saying it's not there. We're not saying it doesn't give us life and grow plants. We're saying it cannot be in the location in an area where you say it is. A giant gas ball cannot exist in a vacuum. It just cannot.
Yeah. And then Kosho showed the example where there's a little container right beside it. There's not a container out in outer space in your model. You know, like it's just gas in a vacuum. You don't have a container outside of some reaction.
That isn't implausible. You're just declaring it to be implausible because you have to. It isn't implausible. If it's implausible, then more people would just say that's implausible. And
it is implausible because gas always finds its equilibrium, and inside of a vacuum, you know, gas is going to dissipate. Oh, it's not.
Can you entertain for a minute that it could be something else, like electrical?
Yeah.
Or
I can, but I need to say something about the fuser because it's very important. People tend to miss this part, but the container is there not to contain the gas. It's there to contain the vacuum. The reaction is happening in the vacuum. The gas is entered into a vacuum and then contained. It's contained from the vacuum. It's actually separate from the vacuum.
Are you saying the sun has a container, Kosho?
No, I'm saying in the fuser. There's both a vacuum and there's the contained gas, which is not contained by the container. It's contained by the
copper
magnetic containment.
Yeah, and there's a metal structure around that, correct? Is there a metal structure around that?
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's not
anyway. It's plasma.
Not
gas. Plasma.
But there goes your theory, bro. Is there a metal container around the sun?
It's not gas, it's plasma. You have copper inside it, which you don't have in space, and it's not analogous at all because the container's right there, so it's dumb.
Yeah, the container's to keep out the atmosphere. It's not to keep out the vacuum. So at that point.
Go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead.
No, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm saying that the container is there just because the atmosphere is here. If the atmosphere wasn't here, the container would be irrelevant. The copper is there to create the pressure to make sure it's contained. That is done with the sun by the mass and the gravity of the mass.
So the sun is plasma.
That's an analogy for the mass of the sun.
So is the sun plasma?
Hey, Whitson, let me tell you the irony of this.
And it has copper around it in space.
No, it doesn't have copper around it in space. I just explained that, Whitson. Did you hear me? Or did you not understand? Because I told you the copper is giving it magnetic containment. That magnetic containment is not needed in the sun because it's using gravity. The mass of the sun is containing it.
Give me 1 second. This is the irony of all this. Real quick. Okay, so he's showing us something that's using tons and tons of electricity to produce and then denying that the sun could be electric. There's the irony, people.
No, I'm telling you that the analogy for what the sun is doing, which is it has mass that's containing the gas. So the gas is being contained, and the pressure is created from that mass. In this case, you don't have that much mass, so you don't have that much gravity. You have to have another mechanism to contain that gas, and that mechanism is taking place by the magnetic containment.
Also, another fact.
But those two things aside, everything else is equal.
Also another fact to consider when we recreate the sun here on Earth, right? When we make something a light to grow plants, we use electricity. We use electromagnetic. Keep that in mind. Not nuclear fusion, right? We recreate the growing properties of the sun using electromagnetics. Keep that in mind.
Kosho, what does it the stuff you posted? What does that prove or show?
Oh, it shows how the sun.
It shows how gases, plasma can be contained in a vacuum without needing to be contained, because the container is not there because of to keep the gas out of the vacuum. It's there to keep the atmosphere out of the.
That's why the copper's there.
And the copper is there to contain the gas from the vacuum.
I just said that.
Which is what exactly. Yeah, which is what the mass of the sun is doing.
So
the gravity of the sun is creating the pressure.
So it doesn't demonstrate that the sun could do that with gravity, though, right? Because you're using copper.
No, it just shows you that it can be done. It doesn't matter what the mechanism is. There's mechanisms. There's forces. If a force is compelling the gas, it can be in a vacuum and not dissipate because it's being compelled by a force.
If you put that same setup in a vacuum chamber the size of a football field, it would work the same?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how big the vacuum chamber is.
Oh, it wouldn't. You're wrong.
Why wouldn't it?
when I've shown things.
Why would that be different?
The pressure differential increases, bro. The area.
There's no pressure. There's no difference in the pressure differential.
Well, the area.
It's in a vacuum in both cases.
Okay, so you agree then that you could replicate this without the container being so close to the copper.
If you didn't have an atmosphere.
Well, yeah, making
if you had it in a vacuum.
So yeah, no matter.
Basically, they demonstrated the sun in a lab, essentially, right?
Yeah, but that's a simple example. That's a simple example. They've done that. They've done it with giant nuclear reactors. They've done magnetic.
At all.
It doesn't matter.
Of course they have.
They use copper and electromagnetism, constantly inputting energy and electricity. It has nothing to do with a ball of gas in a vacuum because of gravity.
Right.
It has nothing to do.
The only difference is the force that's containing it is different, but there's a force containing it. And if you have the force in the case of the star is by virtue of the mass of the star.
Kosher, that's what we're saying the sun is what we can demonstrate. Electricity, bro. That's what we're saying the sun is.
You can't demonstrate what a sun is in a lab because you need something the size of the sun.
Yes, you can, bro. I'm going to post it.
That's absurd.
You can do it with electricity, man.
You need something the size of the sun. We're talking about the mechanism.
That's what you're trying to
we're
say.
talking about the
mechanism, and that's not good enough because they use certain materials. Of course, they're going to use certain materials. They're in a lab.
No, it's because it's not the same mechanism. Good try, though.
Yeah, well, 5 seconds of looking at the picture in the side chat, and that was enough for you.
Okay, well,
it's automatically
not
false.
No, I know it's not the same mechanism. You think I've never seen this before? I've talked to Kosho about this 30 times.
And each time it still could be considered a demonstration of what the sun is, but it still is not good enough.
It can't be though, because it's a fundamentally different. It's a fundamentally different mechanism.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you are not intending to, increase your understanding of it or do any experiments.
No, it's called a non sequitur. It has no experimental viability value. It gives us nothing.
Look in live stream. Look in live stream text, and I just posted an electric sun. I just posted the sun in a laboratory as close as we can get, and it's using electricity.
Was that the one that was debunked?
It's fucking not debunked. I mean, there's a demonstration in live stream text.
I posted
one of many. Debunked. I mean, how are you debunking something they're showing you? You could argue that that's not the way the sun works or whatever, but you can't debunk. That's like debunking me throwing a football, motherfucker. I just threw the football. You can't debunk that. You could say that, hey, you ain't throwing the football like such and such. Okay, maybe not. But the point is this is the closest we've got to replicating the sun, and it's used in every effort of replicating what the sun does or even emits or anything involves lots and lots of freaking electricity, and that's the irony. That's what we're proposing. The sun is something we don't claim to know exactly what it is, but what we can demonstrate. We like demonstrations. We don't like just fantasy,
Brian, but science doesn't stand still. Understanding doesn't stand still. That's not a human. That's not a human.
Get on your horse.
Hey, buddy,
get on your horse. That's what I'm saying.
Superfluid would make this phenomena 100 times more effective, and yet it would be the same mechanism. You're claiming nothing close to superfluid, which would increase the conductivity significantly. You're claiming a vacuum of nothingness. So, whatever, bro. If you don't understand, it's a different mechanism. It's a fundamentally
but
with helium. That's what we're claiming. Because
no, but hold on. That's the problem here. Is their criticism is addressed, and then when it's addressed, they talk about something else. Because your criticism is again that this is happening in a vacuum, that this is a gas being contained in a vacuum, and we're showing you how gases can be contained in a vacuum as long as you have a force. And
that's
you're saying,
oh,
that force is that force is different because it's copper, it's magnetic containment. And yeah, that's a
not a
vacuum.
It
is a vacuum.
It's a vacuum chamber that has a little bit less pressure, but nothing compared to what space is, and it's contained. It's not analogous. And you can say that
it is. It's a vacuum.
You're saying it doesn't matter.
There's nothing different between that and a vacuum.
Coach, you're saying it doesn't matter because the container's not containing the gas, but actually it's creating a set volume or a pressure that is then regulated by a certain amount of energy put in there, and it has to constantly be input. It's different mechanism.
It's a lab.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It's a
You
lab.
don't have to keep inputting. You don't have to keep inputting energy in there to maintain that pressure.
You just have to maintain the pressure.
You're saying pressure.
No, the pressure is maintained by the container. That's what the containers. The containers there to make sure the
So you
atmosphere.
can just sit it there infinitely.
Once that happens, the pressure is contained.
So it sits there and does that infinitely.
So it's no
There's
longer a
nothing to change
vacuum,
that.
right?
No, the size of the sun creates a gravitational field which keeps the pressure. That's what.
Well, we know that's
With
what.
the
That's a
second
cool
you
claim.
add the gas, it's no
That's
longer a
cool claim which
vacuum,
you can't
dude.
refute. So find out what it really is, rather than just saying no, that's not it. No, that's not it. Find out what it really
Let's
is.
say-
Study it. One topic. Someone flat Earth.
What it really is not
You
a
have
bunch of
no
gas.
idea what it is. Do you not understand how ridiculous you sound?
No,
Do you,
it's just to deny what science has discovered what it is by looking
science
at it.
didn't discover what it is, though.
So you don't know. If I say Soho, do you know what that is?
Soho? You're talking about your little probe that you worship?
Exactly. There you go.
You
Austin,
claimed
that's
it
not
took
necessary.
a sample of the sun, man. You claimed
That's
it
not-
took a sample of the sun, man.
Can I ask you a question, Austin? Why would I worship a probe?
I don't know. It's weird.
Because you're
No,
not too intelligent,
because
by the
that's
way
not-
you sound.
No,
that's
don't
why.
insult. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm saying you said
I
it.
am.
SE Montreal has no trouble insulting. I don't.
You
it
said
doesn't
it.
bother me.
You said it just went over to the sun and left with a pocket full of sunshine, bro. It did not take a. It did not take a physical
That doesn't
sample.
make you sound intelligent.
That's
I'm
what you
just saying
said.
That I didn't say it takes a pocket full of sunshine.
You said it took a sample of the sun.
I didn't say it took a sample of the sun either. I said, have you heard of Soho? Wow, you just read all sorts of stuff.
No. Earlier, you literally brought that up to say that it took a sample of the sun because
No,
someone.
I did not.
Yes, it's recorded.
Yes, you did,
It's
and I
recorded.
made
Go back
fun
and
of you.
find it. Play it back.
Yes, yeah,
Go back
we
and
can't.
find it, play it
Okay, I
back.
will. I may. So I can remember exactly what.
Please do.
Watch, I
It
know
matters-
exactly what
it
happened.
matters so much.
Well, I know exactly what happened. He said it's not the same as like terrestrial spectroscopy where you have a controlled environment and then you go take a sample and compare it. And the problem is, and Percent's the one that said it, the problem is you don't ever take a sample from the sun and compare it. And
No
you
one has
say,
ever claimed to take a sample from the sun. You're the
you
one that's
didn't-
claiming
you-
that we have to take a sample from the sun.
no, your
Why do you
response
say
though,
that?
but your rebuttal was, yes, we have. Have you not heard of? And you said two different names of probes.
Yes,
and he
what are
said,
they?
he said
What
they
are the
didn't.
two probes?
He said they didn't take a sample of the sun, and you said yes, they did.
This is something you study 24/7. What are the two probes?
Are you going to ignore what I just said?
He's going to ignore it.
Probes.
I don't.
He's going to ignore it.
Soho and pseudoscientifico.
See? Okay. So I'll take
And
that.
I made a
I'll
joke
take
and I
that.
said, you took a scoop of the sun, right? And we all laughed. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Because that's, I'm not even going to say it.
So you agree it didn't take a
Yeah.
sample of the sun?
I agree that you don't have to take a sample of the sun.
No,
And
do you
I
agree
that
it's
saying
impossible?
A pocket full of sun doesn't really help your case.
So how do you know what the sun is made of then? You said Soho. Okay.
Because
What
it
did it
sounds
do
ridiculous,
and how
that's
does
why.
that change?
Okay, so you haven't heard of either of the probes.
Tell us what, yeah, we heard of them. Tell us what they did. How does it prove? Don't ask me about your fantasy. Tell me how this thing that you brought up, the probe, stop fucking interrupting people when they talk,
What you're
dude.
saying is that we
Shut
don't know
your
what the sun
mouth
is.
and let the person finish his sentence. You're a very rude man. Now, as I was saying calmly before, you brought up Soho.
I'm not interested
right?
in that.
Shut your mouth.
Montreal, you can vent on
Shut
someone else.
your
Thank you.
mouth.
We do gotta
Shut
just go
your
one at a
mouth.
time,
I'm not
guys,
done.
please.
Don't
Please,
be
one
rude.
at a time, guys.
Yeah, I turned.
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth. Somebody was
Just
talking before where you brought
let
up
us-
by chimpanzees. Shut your mouth.
I'll let him go.
Shut your mouth.
Go ahead, finish it
Okay,
up.
now.
Let's try to go one at a time, please, guys.
Yeah, I just want to put this fucking guy in place. Now, as I was saying calmly before you rudely interrupted me, you brought up Soho, and we ask you, what is the difference between Soho and observing it on Earth? What gives you definitive proof of what the sun is made of? Sir, go ahead, please.
I think he turned you down, SE. He didn't like the way you were talking.
Just
or
to
something,
clarify,
maybe.
I'm
hey,
not.
B-ball,
Jeremy,
B-ball,
I'm
that
not
doesn't.
interested in that.
B-ball, it
fine.
doesn't. B-ball,
You
NASA's
turn
park.
me down, the piece of shit.
Just-
Turn me down.
Calm
You're not going to
down,
speak
dude.
tonight. You're not going to
Calm
speak tonight.
down.
Please.
Yes,
So,
you got to calm down, dude.
Jeremy?
NASA's Parker Solar
Did you hear
Probe.
what I said, you piece of shit? Did you hear me? Did you hear?
SE, come on, man.
Yeah, you got to chill, man.
He
B-ball,
can-
what you just posted does not say that. It says touches the sun. It didn't touch the sun. It actually claims that it just like went through the like the outer corona of the atmosphere of the sun. So it didn't go touch the sun.
Here's
Think
the
about how
problem.
stupid the name of that YouTube video is.
Okay, I'm sorry, Austin. The problem is you say, how do you know what you know? If I come along and I don't know exactly, that's hilarious, and I don't know. When we come along, we say, well, this is how we know because we've measured things. All you do is mock the measurements and just say, that's ridiculous, that's absurd. So
no, we prove what it is. We don't know what it is, but we know what it isn't, bro.
No, we don't not know what it is. People are studying the sun. We don't not know what it is.
We know that it's not hydrogen, bro. There's
You have
nothing
no
in
clue. Tell us what you know. How do you know what it is? How do you know?
SC, I don't think he can hear you, dude.
No, I'm not.
Dude, you need to unmute SC, man.
So you're gonna let him get away with muting somebody in the conversation?
You can't just
Are you
come
guys
into a
gonna let him tell me?
conversation
Because I'm
and
gonna
then
leave and I'm never gonna come back in this server. Tell me right
I
now.
mean, I don't know
that ain't gonna fly, bro.
That shouldn't be allowed, bro. That should not be
I don't
allowed.
have a
That's
go with this guy right now. I'm never gonna come back on this server. I'm telling you right now.
If you're insulting people, then that's the issue. That's why he doesn't want to talk to you.
Okay, I won't insult him. I won't insult him.
Well, you
but
were
he
getting a
has
bit
to
worked
answer
up, so
me.
you gotta calm down, man.
No, but you're letting this guy get away with murder, man.
Calm down, though, bro. They're saying absurd claims. They're talking about taking samples from the sun. You know, there's no reason for you to get worked up, man.
Okay, so when I came into this chat, I signed a thing and verified that I would not resort to personal attacks.
Okay, you have my apologies. I'm sorry for personally attacking you. Now, can you please answer my question? How do you know that Soho made a definitive evidence of what the sun is, please?
I at no point said definitive.
So
Okay,
then it's a guess. Then it's not definitive proof then, right? You're just assuming this, right?
No. You're thinking such black and white terms. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Try to avoid thinking in such black and white terms. Okay. The best evidence that we have is the best we can do. You can't get a scoop of sunshine. The sun is too hot. It's pumping out massive amounts of crap. You can't get anywhere near it. You can get as close as you can. And the closest thing we can right now is the Parker Solar Probe. Okay, and we gather as much data as we possibly can on what the sun is, and then they analyze the data and they say, okay, here's what we think the sun is. At no
They
point
don't take.
are they
Sorry.
at no point are they going to be that definitive about it.
They don't take any evidence from the sun, man. That's not even okay. What they claim is, what they claim is that it goes to the outer corona, the outer limits of the Earth, the sun's atmosphere, and tries to collect data or materials or whatever. Okay, that's okay. So for one, that even doesn't work for you at all because that's just adding layers of compositions. That's not the actual sun's makeup, just the sun's atmosphere that you're apparently looking through with your spectroscopy. In addition, it's when you go around and say that you went and took a sample of the sun. That's why we were making jokes of it. And then just like that video says, it goes and touches the sun. No, it doesn't. So you never actually got a physical sample. Now, when you do spectroscopy terrestrially in a confined, controlled environment, which is actually pretty accurate, I have no issue with that. Science, I would call it.
Okay.
Right. Yeah,
it
requires a sample.
What you're saying is that any science that we do to discover what the sun is not going to be acceptable unless we scoop a little bit of it up and bring it home and put it in a lab. Is that what you're saying?
If you want to claim to be doing spectroscopy, if that's what spectroscopy requires as a sample, then
right.
What do you think?
Like, not that any claim you make or anything like that. It's just you can't invoke spectroscopy.
What I think is that's better than just saying, I don't know anything and just leaving it there. That's not even a human thing to do. That's not what human beings that are inquisitive and climb things and travel
They
and
do when they don't
make
know
boats,
the thing, unless they're
that's
dishonest.
what they do. Human beings explore. Human beings learn. Human beings are inquisitive
Yeah, but if
curious.
they don't know the thing, then they say, I don't know, unless they're a dishonest person.
Yes, exactly. And then they launch a probe so they can know more.
Yeah, but as
What is
long
the
as you
problem?
say that this is your best guess, this is your
What?
best estimate,
Yes.
I'll go with that. I
What's the
can live
problem?
with that. Is that what you're saying, though?
What I'm saying is that when we don't know something, you mock us for not knowing. When we try to learn about something, you just mock whatever it is that we learn
No,
about.
that's
Just
not
say, oh,
what I'm
that's
saying.
complete
Don't
crap. That's
misunderstand.
obviously not doing anything. Like Austin just did. He looked up.
Hold
He's
on.
only heard of the park of
Forget
soil
about
pro for
Austin.
10 minutes. He's
I'm
already
talking
dissing
with
it
you
as
now. Let
completely
me ask you
implausible.
this. Let me ask you this. When they teach the sun, right? When they teach it to students, right? They teach it's a thermonuclear reaction of hydrogen turning into this and whatever, right? They don't say maybe we think it's this. We have a probability that it's that. They teach it as a fact. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I tell you what, Essie, I would agree that what science does a lot of times is it makes declarations when it really only has good data and sometimes not even good data. And then it'll say, this is definitively what that is. That is a valid criticism, and I will agree with it.
Okay, so that's my beef. That's why I get so worked up and I freak out and I lose control sometimes, and I
get you,
apologize
man.
for
It's
that.
all right.
When people make these definitive claims, that's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, I get you. I'm not. It's kind of funny because I hear what you're saying. I really do. And the lab coat people, I get it. Austin wore a lab coat to mock him, and I, you know what? At first, I was like, what's he doing? And then I realized, you know what? In a lot of ways, he's right. He's mocking them because they put the lab coats on and they say, oh, we know this thing definitively. And when you really press them about it, they really don't know it definitively. And they say things like touching the sun, and they really didn't touch the sun. I get that. The alternative, though, what I said earlier about rather know something and be wrong, the alternative is not learning. And I don't think anyone should get to the point where they don't want to know and where they get so they don't learn.
Well, with all due respect, this is where we differ. Our side says, we'll take it from here now. We're going to go with our own brain, make our own decision. And you guys just believe the common held theory until another replacement comes along. This is where we differ.
And we learn all kinds of stuff.
The alternative of not making claims of things you don't actually know, the alternative to that isn't the only alternative isn't just not learning anymore. There's another alternative, which is don't make those claims and still try to learn.
So how am I going to learn about what the sun is?
Wait, what's the claim? What's the claim?
When we develop the technology to go there, we can learn about what it is.
Go where?
To the sun.
I mean, that's how we learned about anything else in our world, is when we developed the technology to get to the thing or to handle the thing, then we were able to learn about it. We've never not done that. That's never not been the way to learn about a thing.
I'm just wondering, why would you want to go to the sun?
That doesn't really matter. That doesn't really pertain to the conversation we're having right now, whether or not someone would want to, or whether or not we'll have the technology in whatever number of years. The point is, that's how you would learn about a thing, is you go to it and you learn about it. You don't sit far away from it and imagine up stories about it that you think might be true and then claim that those things are true until you come up with a different idea, the one that you have decided or think is a better idea.
So do you think we can get to the sun?
Again, that's not pertaining to the conversation we're having right now. You could bring that up once we're done with this topic if you'd like. That's fine.
Well, I tell you what I would encourage Austin to do, if he's luminescence, I mean, it sounds cool. It sounds interesting. I would pursue it. I'm always encouraging someone just to pick one certain topic. Maybe that could be it. If you've done a video on it already, you're halfway there. And then just study it and study it and study it. Spend 5 years studying it, 10 years studying it. And if what we know about the stars, or what we think we know about the stars, isn't true, then you can be in the forefront of figuring out what they really are. But just saying,
do you think the stars are inside the dome?
I don't think there's a dome.
Why don't you think there's a dome?
What?
What? I don't.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the thing is that you have to be able to acknowledge what all you can verify, bro. Like you can't, unless you could come up with some type of technology that can actually manipulate the the resonance itself. then you can't control the variable, like the independent variable, which would be like the resonance, right? Like the vibrational pattern, the resonance, the acoustic properties of the quote unquote universe. And in fact, even if you could somehow manage to invent something that could do that, I probably wouldn't suggest it. So I think wisdom oftentimes is acknowledging what you cannot know. It's like if you make up all these claims about what the sun is, but if you're wrong and I'm right about, like, if I say the stars are showing luminescence, if they are, and I think that's kind of probable, and I don't know more about it, or I can't claim it definitively, but you claim there are all these things that they are not. If you're wrong, I was still ahead of you. So I think it's just kind of wisdom, I don't have to make claims I can't verify.
I don't know if at any point you'll be ahead. I mean, if you think about what we knew about the sun 20 years ago compared to what we know now and what we're going to know in 100 years, or let's say 1,000 years ago, what we knew about the sun, nothing at all. And now what we know.
Are you talking about sun with a U or sun with a O?
Is this a troll?
Sun.
Can I make
the sun?
I want to make an interjection to this conversation.
Makes you go red if you stand out under it.
Can that guy hear me or what? Can you guys hear me?
Talking about?
We hear you, Data. We hear you.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing. Here's the
very busy. Let's try to be concise and not.
Yeah, sure. Here's the problem: is that you're accepting data, right? Information. Now, how is that information collected? Now, under your model, you have satellites 20,000 miles above the 20,000 miles away from the Earth's surface. They're collecting information, right? So when you say analyze the data and knowledge, a lot of the contention from, let's say, somebody who doesn't have access to the technology or whatever has to believe on the information, or has to believe the person who's providing the information. So we have to assume that there is no container in your model, and why you don't believe there's a dome, let's say, is because you have satellites operating outside of the atmosphere of the Earth, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah. So the information and data that you're claiming that's coming from these probes, that's the implication. It's implying that these satellites are leaving and are 20,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. This is where I think even the other one that you have has gone farther out, right? That's the claim. The one you guys are claiming that's getting the spectroscopy of the sun.
Parker Solar Probe. The other one is SOHO.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of
Yeah.
my head.
So how far does it go out? How far does it go out?
From the sun, Parker Solar Probe. You know what?
Yeah. How far does your probe go out? Yeah. So here's the thing. So when I looked at the distances,
what is the thing?
So when I looked at the distance for these probes, right? Now I have to believe that man has the ability to send these probes 20,000 miles out into outer space. I have to believe that because that's what the data says is being collected from. That's the position where the data is coming from, right? But I have no way to verify that if the probes are going out there. I do know, however, that they've had simulations since the dawn of time, because that's actually how they produce these models, is through simulations. So I know it's very easy to replicate the data. They've done it before. In fact, that's how they train their astronauts. Apparently, to land on the moon is through simulation. So the only evidence I can actually directly come up with is simulation evidence, because there's no way for me to verify there's a probe 40,000 miles out from the surface of the Earth doing spectroscopy. Zero, right?
What?
So you're claiming
yes and no. I'm with you to a certain point.
Yeah.
But
so again,
what
you have to rely on NASA. You have no way. You have no way to verify the data. Zero. Okay.
I do have
Zero.
a way of verifying it.
Oh, you do? Okay. Tell me how.
I could learn about it, and I could find out for myself. I could join NASA. There's all sorts of...
Oh, so you haven't learned about it. You don't know about it, but you just believe it.
Okay. So there is there's reason to believe, or there is reason to accept the science. Okay. And there is no reason to accept a denial of the science without alternatives. So if we say,
okay, so you still haven't got.
Falsification's independent of replacement, but I just think it's funny that you guys are posting videos that say that NASA.
Hold on, what's it? I muted Data because he interrupted Hugh. Hugh, were you done?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was done.
Falsification is independent of replacement. Okay, but it is it's very funny that people are sending these videos.
Why would I get muted, man? I wasn't even done. Like I wasn't even done bringing this up.
Okay.
Why was I muted and then obfuscated by Witsit?
Well, actually, your point's an obfuscation, but whatever.
You guys were talking about data from the sun, talking about a probe. You guys are talking about a probe going to the sun, taking a sample. This is a belief system that's required part of the model because you have to have objects be able to leave the Earth's atmosphere, and travel to other planets. That is fundamental to the model that they believe in. Now, what I know is I look at any of the data, okay, it's no different than simulation data because there's no way for me to determine the difference between either simulation data or actual probe data. Did you realize that?
No, that's that. I don't
Okay, well,
believe
go
that that's
show
true.
me. Go show me something because when I
burden's not on
research
me to show
satellite
you
companies,
things.
when I research satellite companies on the stock exchange and the stock market, how do you think they send up their equipment and what their equipment is? Like, do you know what the average equipment is and the average size? And like they put stuff up, right? Because they're selling shit. They're selling stocks in the stock market, right? So they got to have something, and it's rooted in basic observation and 24-hour surveillance. That's really the fundamental uses of these devices, right? They're trying to create grid patterns with each individual spot being recorded, and this is what these companies make. But you want me to go an extra step above and think there are probes that are leaving Earth's atmosphere 40,000 miles away, even farther, studying other orbs or planets, right? This is a belief system I must believe, or
That's
else
not
the
a belief
paradigm
system you
fails.
must not believe. No one's asking you to believe
No,
anything.
that's
I'm not asking you
what
to
it
believe
is. You
anything.
guys tell me the story. You guys tell me the story, and my mind has to fill in the blanks. Okay,
Well, for
you're
the lack of
telling
better
me.
information, that's what you're doing. So if you're not willing to study any further and to make further steps to
Okay,
understand it
how
or
do
to
I
prove it,
How do I prove a probe can go to go very close to the sun? How can I prove that?
I don't know how you would prove it if you weren't there. I mean, it's too far away to check on it now. All you do is get data. You should have, if you wanted to, you
How
could have been
do I
there from
prove the
the
data is
outset.
real? How do I prove the data is real? Because what I look at when I actually look at apparatuses and machines, there are a lot of spectroscopy machines that are on Earth that are actually just pointed up to the heavens, right? So pragmatic use, you look at the inexpensive option first, because the more expensive option is be putting something up there, right? Building a rocket and so forth, setting up. The more pragmatic use is the ground stations and things that you can see on the ground. Well, that's the evidence that I can see. And that's nowhere near outer space, but you can get the same spectroscopy information, right?
Well,
a light is a light, right? A light is a light. A light is a light, and it doesn't matter if you're 10 miles to it or 100 miles from it. It's going to give you the same light effect, right?
Well, with due respect, I'll encourage you as I encourage Austin. If that is in doubt and you feel that the evidence isn't strong enough, then go
what
and
evidence? I'm asking you what evidence.
Good grief, man! I mean, you're asking me to go back in time and be part of the team that sent the Parker Solar Probe up, and then to follow its trajectory, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Here's the basics of it. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, the rocket that sent the Parker Solar Probe up conformed to all known laws of physics. All right, the rocket would have been able to leave Earth's atmosphere. All right, and the probe would be physically able to do the task that it was designed to do, according to the people that designed it. Right. All of that
Okay,
is
so you
true.
believe the story. You weren't there. You don't
That's
know
rhetoric,
how to
dude.
test
That's
it.
rhetoric.
You have you. It's true. It's whether it's
believing a
rhetoric or not.
story.
It's true. You're believing a story. You're telling me a story right
That's
now that
not-
you believe. Yes, it is. This is
please,
exactly what it is. Because you
we can
weren't
do
there.
without the
You admitted.
rhetoric.
Let me finish, please. You weren't there. You admitted not to being there, and that you'd have to look at the data. So, well, okay, you're not there. You have to look at the data. You're telling me this story, right? At what point do you discern that it's not a belief and it's true? What point in your mind? Because you said you have to fill in the blanks, right? See, I can't fill in the blanks when I'm living in a pressurized system and looking at the vastness void of space. Man is going to go from a pressurized system to a low atmosphere system in a transition that's never been documented, in video. You've never seen them breaking that barrier on camera, but yet you want me to suspend my disbelief that you can send probes when I have no way to verify it. All I have is a story.
Thing is, you can't really argue with that. It's a problem. You can't really actually debate that. You can debate the other things, but that actual statement you just made can't be debated.
How do I verify the data is real? How do I know the probe stuff is there and it's not simulation? What
It's
is
very good question.
Well, what do I do?
I don't know what you do personally, but what I do is I look at what the known physics is, for example.
Okay, known physics. Hold on, let me stop you there. Known physics, the second law of Newton's second law, right? You claim that a rocket works off of the second law, right?
We're back to rockets working in space. Okay.
Well, no, this is what you believe. This is what your model is necessary.
Again, please,
that there's
enough
one.
of the rhetoric. I'll disengage if you want to continue the rhetoric.
Okay, so this is your model.
Fine, but I'm not
this is your model. You can use the word rhetoric if you feel threatened. Sure. The fact is, it's your model,
you're
and
not threatening me, dude. You're just using rhetoric, which is disinteresting.
Yeah, so this is how I describe your model to verify this is your belief system, and then ask you, how did you test this belief system? And all you have is rhetoric. You're projecting.
I'm not projecting anything. You're just using rhetoric by saying I have a belief system.
You have stories. That's rhetoric. You have stories.
Rhetoric.
That's it. I asked you how to verify
You're calling
it.
the science rhetoric.
Would Hugh?
No, I'm calling your belief system and the way you describe it rhetoric.
Come on, let another flatter. Let someone fucking else talk. I would just say like, it either you believe something or you know something. If you can't right now show the evidence and explain to us how you know it, then you'd believe it. So either you're going to present that evidence right now and show it and explain it to us, or you're going to say, oh yes, there is a part where I do indeed have to believe this.
No, those aren't the two options.
So there's a third option outside of
how do I know it's not a simulation?
There's either
How do I
knowing or
know it's
believing.
real
What's the
versus
third
simulation, right?
Flat earth that. I'm quiet for a sec. What is the third option then? Please give me a third option outside of knowing and believing.
Okay. Very, very few things you can absolutely know for sure. Okay? The rest of the things you don't necessarily know them, but they're not a belief system. Okay, it doesn't become a belief system as soon as it goes beyond your direct physical observation, any more than I would believe that China exists. I don't have a belief in China. You know what I'm saying? Or a belief in South Africa.
You're using an odd hat. You're using an odd hat. You're using an ad hoc explanation to describe your belief system again. China is something you can verify. China is something you can go to. We know there's Chinese people there. We know China's existing. So again, we can verify that. How did you verify that the satellite information 40,000 miles away is really legit? How did you verify that?
Can I still, he hasn't answered my question. I said either there's a belief or knowing, and what's the third option? Instead of giving me that third option, you just gave another example of knowing. There isn't a third. Wait, no, Hugh. There isn't a third option. There's either believing or knowing. What you described is knowing. You did not describe a third option. If you do have a third option, please answer my question directly and give that third option. I don't need an example. If you don't have it, then you don't have any claim.
Your question is flawed. You need to ask better questions.
How is my question flawed?
Because you're assuming that anything outside of my personal the view I have of the world, somehow becomes a belief system.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
That isn't how it works.
You are
if it's outside of your verification abilities, if it's outside of your verification abilities, you have to have a form of trust, which is a form of faith in the institution that you trust. This is the base principle of the argument.
But wait, that guy didn't say that. That dude strawmanned him. He was saying that there's no other option. You said there were other options, but then you just went and said one of the two options. So you claimed it was a false binary, but you have to walk that back.
Yeah, and then because you said Hugh, you gotta let me talk. You can't just fucking keep over talking me and then straw manning me. You can't just straw man me. Then when I need to respond, continue straw manning me. You said that I say that what you know is everything that you personally physically see with your eyes. I never said that. That's a straw man. I said you can either know or believe, and there's no third option. And you said, though there is a third option, So I'm going to ask for the fourth time,
You
what
can ask
is the
50
third
times.
option around the bush? You're supposed to answer the questions directly.
Told y'all he was a professor.
Not a politician. I'm just a dude.
But you
like
claimed it was a
Yeah,
false
and you can't
binary.
Never directly answered one of my
It's a
questions.
false binary.
No one's.
You can't
You've
answer
never
a simple
answered one. It's
question.
not a false binary. The question is either there's belief. Okay, there's one
I know
side
what the question
which
is.
is
This
my
is the fifth
side.
time.
No, there's one side which is my side, that there's belief in knowing. There's the other side that there's something else. What is that other thing? If you can't directly answer that, you don't know the answer, and everything you're saying is just imagination.
It's
Yeah,
a
Hugh, to help
false
you.
binary.
Yeah, but to help you out here, Hugh, if you claim something's a false binary, you have to offer a third viable option.
No, you don't actually.
That objectively is what it is. Okay,
That's not.
whatever.
No. I'm sorry, Austin. But
Okay, well, you can't claim it's a false binary if
He's
you
not
can't even
answering questions.
articulate. If you can't even
No,
He's just
articulate
not answering
alternative.
our questions,
I
so there's
don't
no
wanna be-
point in communicating with him.
I don't want to be critical, Numpty.
Dude, there is no.
but
That's
you're
not an answer to my question. That is not an answer to my question.
Just let it go.
Then-
Just say I can't think of one right
Then
now.
you're just
or
going to have
something
to be disappointed in my
All
reply.
right,
You
well,
don't have an answer to my question. Thank you.
That's fine.
Again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's no reason to go in circles. It just for future reference, that is a pretty natural response. If someone says there's two options, you say no, that's a false binary. Then a natural, reasonable response for that person to give you is, okay, well then, what's another option?
What's the third option?
Okay, I didn't get a chance
That's what
to
I would do
actually
too.
say what that is.
No, you got many chances.
No.
Could you
Okay.
What
possibly
is it?
know
Here's
that
now's
it's
your
false
chance.
binary
Now's your
if
chance.
you
What
don't
is it?
know of a third option?
Okay.
Hold on. He said he didn't have a chance. Now's your chance. What is it?
Okay. The way that we understand the world isn't by always having direct observation. Okay? If someone goes somewhere and sees something or gets data from something, they send something down to the Mariana Trench and they come back and they say, this is what I found. Okay, the typical thing is not to automatically dismiss it as fake, all right? Or to claim that that is just faith, that I believe everything that that guy just said about the Mariana Trench. Okay.
So you
Which
still didn't
debunks the
answer
claim.
my. You completely dodged my question and didn't answer it. Let the court show this motherfucker did not answer my question.
That's unnecessary.
Isn't
We're
the
not
court
in a
the law?
court.
Let the court know.
Let the
I
court
feel
know.
your
This is a
pain,
formal
brother.
debate
I
and
feel your
someone's on
pain.
trial.
Yeah, in the debate, you answer questions directly. You
This
don't
isn't
beat
a
around the
debate.
bush. Yeah,
I'll-
let the debate room show that this motherfucker still didn't answer my question.
All right, I need some order in the court.
I feel your pain, brother. I feel your pain.
What's wrong with the question that I'm asking?
No,
What's
go
wrong
ahead.
with
I'm
you?
done, Flat Earth. I'm done, Flat Earth. That I asked all my questions, got no
Yeah.
answers. You can
I'm
go
not
ahead.
asking you. I'm asking the other guy. I'm asking Q. What's wrong with my question of understanding that there is simulation data that you can have access to that can imply the same thing as the reality that you claim that you live in? My question is, how do you determine that that simulation data is authentic and real to the reality you live in, and it's not simulation?
Okay. If it really troubles you, you can study the data, or you can be there when they launch the rocket, and you can
Okay. Rockets, all that's there for evidence.
Oh, I don't know, and that's enough.
All there is for evidence of rockets is that they go up and they come back down. There is no footage. I've looked at all the ESA. I've looked at all the NASA. There's nothing of a rocket going through the atmosphere into outer space and beyond. There's nothing, none of that.
Yeah,
What
there
it is cutaways. There isn't. And if you have something, please post it in the chat, because I would love to be proved wrong right now.
Well, hold
So
on
if
a
you have
second.
anything,
Data
listen
asked,
to.
how do we know?
Hold on. Please
How do
post
we
it in the
know- how
chat
do we
right
know
now, because I
between
would love to see what you have, because I've looked at everything. Every footage, I've looked at every ounce of it. I've seen it all. Please show me where you've seen that exact thing. Can you do that for me?
Data asked you how you would tell the difference between if it was simulation data or real data, and you said study the data. How is that going to tell you if it's simulation data or real data?
Well, for starters, if you don't study it at all, you're not going to know anything.
Dude, the problem
Okay, but
is,
if we did study it, how would that? If
Go
we
ahead.
did study it, how would that tell us which one is, if it's the real data or the simulation data?
Yeah, I don't know. The problem is we ask questions and then we actually don't get an answer to our questions, which is a problem in communication, because like when people ask a question, they usually actually ask, wonder for a response to that question. They don't want when they ask a question, they want the information specifically about that. When you don't give that, it breaks the communication down, basically.
Well, he answered it, but I'm just wondering, like, how that, now we're trying to have a follow-up of how studying the data would differentiate between the simulation data and the real data.
That's a very good question. I said that before. That is a good question. And one way of doing it is to study it more, and you can draw your own conclusions from intense study and knowledge rather than
so listen, I looked at the information that's there. There's no way that I can determine. I'm not in a clique. I'm not in a group. I'm not in NASA. I'm not in that field. I don't hang around with people that do that. So I'm limited to the verification abilities, right? I assume because you're not in that position too, you're kind of in the same boat as me. So you have a belief system now. You have to believe to trust them that they're going to provide you information that's true, that's legit, because why else lie? Why are they going to lie about it, right? I can think of a few reasons. Money particularly.
Why would they lie?
Right? Money particularly. It's really good to lie about something you can't verify, right? If I told you there's Bigfoot if I told you there's Bigfoot in the woods, and I could make a lot of T-shirts and a lot of documentaries off of it, inspire a whole bunch of people to go look for Bigfoot, and who wins? I do, because I created the idea and I made a shit money off of it. Whether it was real or not, there's no way to verify it, right? So you can make a shit ton of money off of things you can't verify. Speculation is king.
And also, like, asking why would someone lie is still not an argument towards if they lied or not.
It isn't, but
again, yeah, it's never been an argument.
It's never been. That's not been a very good argument. I agree, but the problem is just accept or just assuming that everything that any certain person puts out is automatically declared to be fake or dubious.
Well,
that's not
a
reasonable position either.
That's the problem.
Now, when I ask direct questions, like I asked you already, Q, and you call it rhetoric, or I'm not going to talk about this, I'm going to leave.
Yeah, it's the rhetoric, yeah.
It's a simple question, Q. How do you verify the information that you believe to be true to be 100% true? You did say you study the data, right? Have you studied the data, Q? Have you studied the equations and formulas that shows that this probe can get X amount of distance from the sun?
No,
so you haven't done it. So basically, what you do is you have to believe.
Fake, and nor do I just.
I'm not saying you assume it's all fake. Again, that's wrong. Again, you are suspending disbelief to believe your system. I'm not. I'm saying I want to believe. I would like to believe, but I think there's a lot of shady fuckers out there. I think there's a lot of shady fuckers out there who will manipulate and take advantage of people who are dumber than shit for money, and allude that there's something that they can do that they can't do because there's no way to verify it. I've seen that time and time again in business. So why is space any different? Why is it any different? Right? If man operates,
I don't think you want to believe.
It's not about believing. No. I believed in space before all of this, right? I was a big space fan. I loved it all.
I know. And
look what NASA's doing. There's a NASA scientist want to fucking terraform Mars now. It's big news. They just released it yesterday. They're going to start terraforming Mars. Ironically, I was asking for the experiment videos of where can I see water evaporating on Mars? Where can I see the evidence of the low pressure of Mars with evaporation of water? Can you guys just bring some water up to Mars and show me? Nah, you won't do that. Right. So it's not that I don't want to believe, dude. No. What you're doing is believing blindly. That's what you're doing. You admit it. Yes, you are. You're believing blindly 100% because your attitude towards it. Well, why wouldn't I believe it? I just don't want to believe everybody's lying.
Are you done with the rhetoric, dude?
No, again, honestly. I'm clarifying and I'm precisely calling your behavior out for what it is. Your disposition.
No, it's just rhetoric.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's your disposition. Your disposition said, "Why am I going to lie?" No, it's not.
If we've proven, wait a minute. If we've proven that you're believing in something, I mean, we're not saying that the belief is true or false. We've just proven to you, or at least maybe not to you. Maybe not to you. It was proven, but to everyone else here, it was proven that basically you're putting your faith in these people at NASA, and that is a belief. That has been proven. It doesn't make. I'm sorry. I can't stop yelling when every time I'm talking, someone keeps interrupting me.
I know it's stop.
Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. Someone should mute him instead of me all the time. I got muted so many fucking times. Yet this fucker can ramble on forever. Anyways, what I'm saying is, we exposed you as having faith in other people. That is a belief. That doesn't mean your model is wrong. It just means it is a belief. Now the problem is you can't admit when you are believing something and you don't know something. It's just a belief. You have a giant cog diss if you think you're not believing. Everyone else sees it.
I second that.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Hugh. Go ahead.
That was a lot of rhetoric, and
that's your excuse. Do you believe in things?
It's not
yes
rhetoric
or no?
if I just admitted that your
believe in
belief has
things,
no
yes or
fucking
no?
correspondence on the validity of the model or not.
Do you believe in things? Yes or no? Obviously, that's a redundant question to you, right? Because you obviously do believe in
run-on
things.
sentences, Jeremy. What's the deal?
I know. Hugh, hold on, guys. Let's let Hugh finish. I mean, I don't know if he was done or not. Hugh, were you done?
He's struggling to communicate in an honest manner.
This conversation.
You're struggling to communicate in an honest manner. You have a belief system,
No,
yes
I
or
do
no?
not have a belief system. That's not how
you
anything
don't.
cognitively
You were
works.
there when the creation of Earth happened. You were there when the Big Bang happened. You were there when
I
you
don't
seen the
believe in the
moon
Big
coalesce
Bang.
into a ball, right? You were there when monkeys
believe in the Big
evolved from
Bang.
humans.
I don't believe in
right?
evolution.
Okay, sure.
What have you
You
got
don't believe in
next?
those things, but you were not there, right?
What do you got next?
You
I don't
weren't.
believe in the Big
Listen,
Bang. I don't believe in evolution.
this is
What next
it's
are
a
you gonna
test of
strawman me?
genuine. It's a test of genuineness and your humbleness. You don't have it. You're not willing to be humble here. We don't know where we are, dude. We have a philosophy about where we are.
You've got lots of rhetoric and run-on sentences, and that's all.
Yeah. So again,
Maybe
what I'm
let me
stating
run
is
on
true.
sentences if you didn't fucking interrupt everyone. Fuck.
Yeah, he's just listen, dude. You are the one who has the rhetoric. You are the one who wants to run on with your ideas that are beliefs, and you don't want to admit it. We're trying to show you that you have beliefs. That's it. Whether they're right or wrong, that's not the point. You have a belief, dude. Because there's no way that you could verify the probe going to the sun.
Data into a conversation.
There's no way for you to go to check to verify the probe of the sun. You have to believe the rhetoric that you're given, right? It's fundamental in your belief system. You have to get it from an authority figure that you trust.
And it's whatever. If you want to believe it, just believe it. They just want you to acknowledge what it is. Just acknowledge it for what it is. It's a belief. We have to believe that NASA. We have to believe that NASA, when they say they touched the sun, well, it wasn't misleading, even though they only got 4 million miles close to it, supposedly. And we have to believe they went out there to the sun and did all this stuff. Like, there's no way for us to know that. We would have to just believe and trust them.
Or I could believe you.
Well, I'm
why
not.
would
Yeah,
I do that?
I'm not making ridiculous. You don't have to.
I have two choices, guys. I can believe
No,
them,
you don't.
or
We're
I
not
can
asking you to believe us. We're not asking you to believe us. We're calling you out because we're calling you out, proving a point. You have a belief system, dude.
We don't
and
want
you're
you to
weak
believe
with it
us.
because what you're doing is you think you're trying to manhandle the situation when you're weak as fuck, dude. You have a belief system.
It's boring,
dude. It's true. That's why you claim it's rhetoric. That's why you claim you're going to leave. This is not a real debate. You don't want. It's because when your paradigm is being questioned, you're going to run. We're not accepting your paradigm of thought. Bottom line, never will. Okay,
dude. It's okay to say that it's a belief, man. Like, we're not trying to give you a replacement belief, right? It's just like
you guys
it's beneficial to acknowledge.
He
what
left.
they-
You guys scared him away.
Yeah,
I was trying to walk it
too
back.
much.
But yeah.
You guys understand that flat Earth is almost like a religion too, right?
Yeah, that's not. But here's the thing. I could admit that, but here's the thing: is he will not admit where we have all shown he has a belief. It has nothing to do with flat or round Earth. We demonstrably showed that the evidence he says supports his claim he has no fucking idea about. Therefore, belief in authority has nothing to do with if his model is right or wrong, if our model is religious or not, if fucking Islamics fucking line up in the desert and stand around a cube. None of that is relevant to the fact and the true fact that he has a belief because he did not verify it for himself. He trusted another human being. Trust, aka faith, aka belief. Thank you.
Yeah, like we don't have a ton of belief. Actually, I'm sorry. If you think flat Earth's a religion,
his
then
mic off or his camera off because it's limiting how many people can join.
The
Hold on, what's going on? Hold on, guys, stop. What's going on with the camera thing?
Brian needs to turn his camera off because it only lets 20 join when the camera is on.
All right, we got you, Gio. You gotta fix that, bro. whatever you got to do to, because that could fuck us all up right there.
Yeah, perhaps more people are trying to join.
Why would you be, just out of curiosity, why would anybody be afraid of calling a flat earth a religion when the globe itself is in fact a religion? So what would be, it's not like there's no difference.
Well, yeah,
why would it matter?
Because
I just don't think
the way you guys defended, it's almost like
there's no
religious,
defending
like,
flat earth, right? There's nothing. It's actually, the flat earth thing is, after a while, it's secondary. It's really not what it's about anyway. Right? It's deeper than the shape of the earth. That the idea that we can determine the shape of the earth brings me back to the book of Job. I don't think we can. I think we've got limitations to heights and distances, but as far as every crevice and crack and whatever, no, there's no way that man has decked out the whole entire earth. I don't think so.
Yeah. We defend it with passion because maybe we're passionate about the fact we were lied to and trying to find the truth. We definitely don't have a cultic belief or dogma. Like, everyone thinks something different. Your side has a monolith of thought.
I don't know if I agree with that, Austin.
Yeah, because there's not flat earthers that believe in a snow globe, right? And the mainstream likes to paint this snow globe, and Flat Earth Society paints. Flat Earth Society believes that the ground is rising 9.8 meters per second, right? These are all philosophies at the end of the day, right? You're a tiny little person.
that backs
You're a
up
tiny little person, limited with tools. You have to take majority of information from authority figures. Now, you can learn the math and physics, but you're still only going to be terrestrially.
But it still matches.
Okay.
What matches?
The physics, the math, it all matches the shape.
What matches?
That we have.
What matches? Give me an example of what matches.
Science matches, man. There's
what
evidence.
What science matches? What science?
I'm just saying in general. Like, I don't want to.
What science? Give me an example. Give me one thing that matches.
General claims don't hold water. So thank you for a general claim.
I just want one claim. What is it?
For a general claim, it doesn't hold water. It doesn't. Sorry. General claims just don't hold water. So you're gonna have to make a specific one, or get on with wasting our time.
Well, I just think the point is, it's very ridiculous to call it a religion when only one side has a monolith of thought. That's all I'm saying.
The thing with the flat earthers that I've noticed,
religious to call the globe a religion.
It is. It's dogmatic. You have a very rigid monolith of thought you have to adhere to adhere to the model.
Austin, do you not believe in God?
I believe in a creator. Yeah.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with flat Earth.
I just think it's interesting that people who
listen,
religious ideas
you're making his point for him though by bringing up the fact that he believes in a religion. He doesn't have any problem admitting that it's a religion.
He doesn't. That was a dig. That was a
realize
admit that it is a religion. He will.
Yeah, but Q, you don't realize that
a majority of the
Christians.
You won't admit that yours is. He will admit that his is. Hold on. So it's okay for him to do that because he'll admit that that's what it is.
Yeah. Hold on. See, a lot of Christians helped build the globe model. Ironically, Q, did you know that? Like Euler, Romanians, Bernard Romanian.
It's like the person with the drinking problem. You have a drinking problem, and you're laughing at the guy who will admit he has a drinking problem. Okay, he says, "I have a drinking problem, and you do too," and you're like, "Ha ha ha! You're calling me a drunk when you have a drinking problem." Yes, he's trying to tell you you have a problem. He will already admit it himself.
Yeah, like I believe. Okay, but my belief that there's a creator is not the same as what I'm saying. Like your side, if you adhere to the model, you have a script. Like you have you don't have any leeway. You have to adhere to what the model claims. So you have a monolith of thought, a dogmatic religion, if you will. I don't have that with the earth. Now I do believe in a creator, and I know that that's based on faith, and I have no problem acknowledging that. But my point is that with the earth, you have a spectrum of ideas. All these quote-unquote flat earthers, they all have, people think that it's infinite. People think they're hiding land in the Southern Ocean, beyond Antarctica, all kinds of stuff. All these different things, because there's not like a dogma. There isn't a script. There isn't a monolith of thought. But with the globe earth, you have to adhere to the script. So it's just fundamentally different.
It's not that you have to adhere to the script. It's that you have to adhere to the data and the facts at hand. Like the evidence that's there. Like you have the script because you have a faith, which means that you must believe it or else.
I don't have a faith in the earth, right? Only you do. Like,
but there's evidence and data that
Yeah, it's a total straw man.
How's that a straw man? You guys have never been to Polaris. It changes by 30%. You immediately accept the new number as real. You've never verified any of these things. I claim you can't verify those things. I don't have to claim about it. You believe them out of faith.
There's data.
There's not data to show
We
Polaris
follow-
is
we follow the best
423 light years away. What's the
Following
data?
There's
following the
data.
best-
What's the
following
data?
best- following the best evidence doesn't mean we have faith or religious belief. I
You
have
just
a religious
saying best
belief.
evidence over and over isn't real,
Yes.
though. No, get
Yes.
specific, because you guys love to just say the
other-
words
what
over and
other way
over
would you go
like
about it?
religious zealot. It's just like a religious zealot would say to
That's
say
rhetoric,
that.
Austin. You were doing
No,
so
I'm
well as
explaining something, man.
No,
I'm
you're
saying just
not.
like
You're
a.
just-
Oh,
No, flat Earth
it's
data
just
comes
like if
in
a
and you
religious
just
zealot.
resort to rhetoric.
Yeah,
Dude,
so it's been a
you do
long
that
it's been a
everything.
long enough time of Hugh talking. I'd just like to say general claims don't hold water. Specific claims don't hold water unless they're presented with evidence and explanation. If you are making a claim that is general, you're just basically saying your beliefs. Nobody cares. If you're making a specific claim, please back it with evidence so that we can discuss it. If you don't back it with evidence, then it just and you're wasting our time. Thank you.
Well, let me make this point, right? So it's like if someone's talking about the Bible, and then every time that you ask them questions about it, what's the evidence for it? They say, the Bible is the Word of God. And they just keep saying that. Or they say, the Bible is the truth. And they just keep saying that. The real Bible is the truth. And you're like, okay, what's the evidence? If it's not the same as if someone says, if wait, Tom, can't come on, man. If someone says, well, look at this anthropological evidence that supports the Exodus claims of the scriptures. That's a hyper-specific physical evidence claim, right? That's not what you do. When I ask you about Polaris, you just say the best evidence. It's not the best evidence. It was off by over 100 light years. It wasn't even close. The supposed
What's
distance
your
of
evidence?
Polaris was off by over 100 light years.
What's the competing
When?
Well,
What
what
are you
about the
talking
distance
about?
to the sun? What about the distance to the sun changing so many times to eventually end up at an occult number 93? Because that's just
Okay, I
just
see where that's going.
circumstantial, right? Well, hey,
Yeah,
man, this
okay.
is the
So
thing.
what is the
In this
alternative to
model,
the-
in this model, there seems to be constant numbers that I didn't create, right? And these constant numbers represent a mathematical description of a boundary or physicality of the Earth. So you're looking at like the horizon as an example of a physical boundary in your model, where the everything at that point is going to go down over the edge of the ball, right? That's a physicality of your surface. It's quantified mathematically, right?
Guys,
doing so much
I have a
projection.
question for the flat earthers.
No, I'm making a point first, dude. I want these guys to acknowledge what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's
okay,
like
my bad.
for you to compare it to the Bible. It's like if the Bible, if you kept going in and editing it every couple months and saying, never mind, the Exodus didn't last that long because I found new evidence that supports it. If you were just updating it constantly, then it wouldn't be a very strong religion. In fact, the Bible is a better religion than the globe Earth. That's my point.
Well, that's because the globe Earth isn't a
Can I get
religion. It's the
posted?
Yes,
fucking
it is.
fact of the
Yes,
world.
it
It's not a religion.
And we're
That's
using
fundamentally
science
false.
with data, which means that
Okay,
the
what
data,
science did you use to
the
determine
data
the distance to
changes.
Polaris?
Guys,
I just
guys,
posted
one at a
it.
Can I
time.
clarify?
One at a,
Can I clarify?
one at
A
a
lot of the
time, please,
cartoons,
guys.
a lot of the
You got to go
cartoons.
one at a time and slow down a little bit, please.
Whatever. I
Well,
mean,
I just want to
if you
clarify.
don't,
They just keep throwing around this science word 24/7. Right? Science. Well, what I see for your model as science is lots of cartoon CGI images and lots of Hollywood production
well,
movies
that's
that are
because
completely.
you're fucking stupid.
Okay, great
Okay, that's
answer. Awesome.
2015 rhetoric data. What the
Yeah,
heck?
again, now it's 2015 rhetoric. Okay,
Yes,
buddy.
2015
So again,
rhetoric.
this is
Cartoons
what's
and
evident. Now,
CGI.
I asked you, Q,
We
already
haven't
about 20
progressed
minutes
1
ago.
millimeter.
I've asked you 20 minutes ago to present a video in the chat that shows me a rocket leaving the surface of the Earth,
Why
heading
would
into
I do
space.
that?
I don't know, because you have a belief system that you want to
Why?
back
God,
up.
there's
Because
a
I don't have a
billion of
belief
them.
system, and you're straw manning my
Okay,
position.
yeah.
And you won't
It
even let
sounds
me
like
get
you
2
just
words
straw
in.
man me by claiming
What?
it's a 2015 argument,
So,
and
guys,
now you're
It is.
using
That's
I
what
now
I
you're
have a
using
like 7
question.
this.
years ago.
Now you're
I
using
have a
this.
question.
Now you're using this. Come on, man. You guys got to
It's
do better.
boring.
I have
Yeah,
a
it is
question.
boring. You're weak. You're weak men. You're weak. Your
All right,
argument's
let's
weak.
chill
You
with the
act
rhetoric.
weak.
personal
So I
things.
say that there's no rhetoric.
Chill with the
listen.
personal things. The other guys, a
Down on the
question. What's
rhetoric.
your question? Oh my God, we got to get some order in here. What's the other guy's question?
So I have a map, right, of flight paths right now, like currently, and I took a picture of one particular, Vancouver to Frankfurt, which is happening right now. You can track it. Why is it that the flight path is doing? If the map is flat, why is the flight path not straight towards from? I posted it, by the way, and that's tracking the what's it called, This tracks all the yeah, it's doing a circle instead of a straight line, which means it's accounting for the curvature that there is.
Oh my God, are you serious?
So they drew it.
Do you know what kind of projection this is? Do you understand that?
So are you telling me all these pilots are just taking longer distances on purpose?
No, it's not a longer distance.
What are the distances? Because I've tried to go over the distances with one of your professional Glober buddies who actually flies planes, and they couldn't do it. They spazzed out and freaked out and had circular reasoning.
And
you know how they verify
this is the site, by the way. You can see all the flights currently. You can click on them and you'll see the routes, right? So, and they're not straight lines. They're all.
Jeremy wasn't done.
But yeah, sorry. Continue.
You just don't understand it.
They verify the distances with the plane flights?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. How do
distances
they
are verified. Well, I don't have the data.
How do they
but,
verify
it's all through GPS.
You go a certain speed and a certain distance and a certain time, and that's
they actually don't maintain a certain speed. That's not how planes work.
Well, no, obviously,
I know many. I used to work
obviously,
at an airport.
it's not an exact speed every way, but you can keep track of it along the way. You fucking ass.
Okay, and how do you verify? And does planes go straight? When planes go up and down, do they have to cover more distance?
But just look at these routes, man. They're not straight lines. They're
because of the projection. If you don't understand that, I wouldn't.
What do you mean projection? It's a globe and it's flattened, so it shows you an angular route.
Right. So
hold on 1 second, real quick, Witsit. Listen, if anyone's getting muted, it's probably because you're calling names. There's been a lot of name calling in the past 10 or 20 minutes, so take that into consideration. If anyone's thinking about calling names, we gotta get a little tighter on that. Thank you. Go ahead, Witsit.
So you're saying that the have you ever seen them on flat projections? Have you ever seen like where it goes way out of the way, but then on a flat projection it's a straight line? This is just a projection with a curve on it. This doesn't mean anything. The plane doesn't actually do that.
When you transpose coordinate systems, I wonder what you can do to it, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And the planes don't do this. I actually have a video I can post right now. I just talked to a pilot, and they admit 100%. If anything, you're actually tilting the nose up because you don't want the nose to be completely level because you get the most turbulence that way, obviously, because you get an even disruption of air. So you want to tilt it up a little bit. They are not going in a giant loop down. That is not what happens. So I literally have a video where I just talked to 2 pilots the other day. And actually, my last 3 flights, I've talked to the pilots every single time I got off the plane and asked them, and every single one of them said that it was flat. What's up with that?
That's...
Let me guess. I made that up. Let me guess that's not real?
Yes, you made that up.
Yeah. Okay, on my unborn child, hey, buddy, I'll tell you my flights never
check it out.
I have videos of
wait a minute.
Just so you know, I did the exact same thing. I did the exact same thing as you with Witsit. I interviewed 3 pilots.
Somebody just called Witsit a liar. Hold on. Somebody just called Witsit a liar.
No, I'm going to back up Witsit here because I went back to pilot school because of this whole thing, just to confirm.
Wow.
So you see how instantly you just wanted to call me a liar, though? Like, what I'm saying is just subjective. I walked up to the front when you get off, and I asked the pilots 2 times. The third interaction was in the airport where we were eating, and I have it on video. So there was 3 for 3. 3 for 3.
You asked them, is the Earth flat?
I said, when you're flying the plane, you fly it like it's flat, correct? I said, I said, so it's really flat up there. The Earth looks real flat up there, doesn't it? Or you fly the plane like it's flat, huh? And they always say yes. And I used to also work at an airport, so
that's the thing I've seen in videos is where you don't actually say, "Is the Earth flat?" to a pilot because they'll say no.
Dude, I had a 10-minute conversation with the pilot that thinks there is a globe, and I asked him why and if the plane could prove it, and he ended up admitting no, that it doesn't, and that you have to fly it like it's flat and stationary and travel like it's flat, but it's just accounted for because you don't have to worry about it. It's just the way it is. I have it on tape. Actually, me and my wife did it.
If you come out and say, I believe the Earth is flat, or you're actually honest in your interaction with the person, they will say, no, the Earth is not flat.
I told
the
them
number of
that's how
flat
big
Earth
the Earth.
pilots. The number of flat Earth pilots. I don't even know if there's a dozen. And I researched it, and I found that there are 300,000 pilots in the United States.
This is all non sequitur. This is all non sequitur. My point was that this is all non sequitur.
A dozen pilots who believe the Earth.
This is all non
Most of
sequitur
the
and a straw
pilots
man.
never thought of it before. Do you know that most of the pilots have never thought of it exactly what it means?
I never said the pilots were flat earthers. That's not what I said.
I know what you. Yeah, I do get it. I do get it. You're
okay, well, they're not going in some giant curve, dipping their nose down. They all admit that you actually keep the nose up a little bit and that you fly like it's flat.
Otherwise, you crash the plane. If you dip the nose down, the plane crashes.
Yeah, of course.
I asked the pilot too,
just like Witsit,
and he laughed at me and said, "If you wanted to dip the nose down while you're flying, you'll crash the plane."
Exactly.
That was my whole point, buddy.
Witsit, just like you, I interviewed a pilot. And I did a little observation with a digital protractor. In other words, when the plane was coming in for a landing, I calibrated the protractor to the base of the airplane. So I would calibrate its pitch in 3D space, because that's what you can do with a protractor. If you attach it to any object in 3D space, whatever angle it's at, you calibrate it, you'll get a degree. So on camera, I went up to the pilot and said, "Hey, man, we flew about 700 miles. And just about half an hour before descent, I decided to use the device to see if I could measure curvature." I said, I couldn't measure any curvature, but you know what? When you landed, because your nose is tilted up in the air, guess what the protractor ended at when I landed horizontal on the surface of the runway? He said 3 to 4 degrees. And guess what my protractor showed? Around 3 to 4 degrees. This was all on camera, showing you that this just linear functions, linear movement. That's all it is. No curvature, no nothing. And then when I asked him, I says, "I'm in pilot school now, and I don't understand. I'm confused. I don't adjust for Coriolis or rotation, and there's no dip or no drop." He goes, "Yeah, you're right." And then he proceeded to say that I needed a special gyro. And that was the end of the footage.
Well, here's the question. Why doesn't a flat earther go to a pilot and say, "I'm a flat earther," or "Do you believe the Earth," or just my
first day in school, my first day back in school, my instructor said, "Don't worry, it's flat." And I said, "What do you mean?" He didn't know I was a flat earther when I was going back to pilot. It's just a fly Cessna, this light wing Cessna, right? This light small fucking time shit. But that's the first thing he said to me day one. "Don't worry, it's flat." And I said, "Why'd you say that?" He says, "Because a lot of people, when they come up there, they think that the Earth's a ball. It's flat, objectively, observably flat. So you don't adjust for curvature. So if you fly 150 miles in a triangle."
Do you have a map?
Do you have that on camera?
Or a model, I mean?
Yeah, so I have it on me flying a plane on camera. Yes, no problem.
No,
the point
the guy
is,
saying it's not a ball.
No, that was in class, and I wasn't filming that in class. But he didn't say it was not a ball. He said it's flat. He wasn't thinking like a flat earther. He was thinking as a student wanting to learn how to fly a plane.
Dude, I bet
people are nervous. People are actually nervous, he says, because they think it's a ball up there. That's what they actually think. This is what it came out of his own mouth. So in the first day in class, he says, "Don't worry, it's flat." In other words, it's flat and stationary. You can fly from point to point to point. No Coriolis, no curvature, no dip, nothing. We didn't have that discussion. I was just learning how to fly back then.
And he's in a powered airplane?
Yeah, we didn't adjust for any of that, dude. So we flew, you know, the courses that I've taken, there was no, even the Microsoft a simulator that I used, it was also flat, matched my objective reality. There was no curvature, nothing. So the simulator matched my objective reality. So I have two objective experiences, and they might be anecdotal because I've seen them for myself, but there's no actual application. So when I went and interviewed other pilots after the first one with the protractor, I had two more, and I said, "It's flat, right?" I whispered like that. They both said yes. And that's what I said. And that's also on camera as well. Okay, so I have 3 pilots on camera, buddy. And the point was, it's just about being genuine. It's not about being fucking deceptive. It's not about lying or being deceitful like you guys are coming across. Like, especially you, dude. You're getting really suspicious to me. Yeah, the point is that it's just objective reality and being honest and asking straightforward questions with no malice.
What's that video that you linked? First 5 seconds. Look what you say. Look what you say before you ask a question.
Dude, that was after.
Confirm
Hey,
there's
buddy.
curve and it spins. Then you ask the question.
Hey,
You're
buddy,
very,
this
very,
is.
very deceptive when you ask.
I bet if you guys
Yes,
keep
thanks,
interrupting
man.
me, that
Come
it'll
on, man.
somehow. But
Too
you guys are
obvious.
such losers, bro.
Can
I
you
would check you
respond?
so
Let him
fast in
respond.
real life, dude. You're so funny, bro. So anyway, this is after like a 10-minute conversation. You don't ever know what you're talking about. Okay, so we've already discussed a bunch of stuff. Kai had already broke a ton of it down. They didn't have an answer for any of it. I'll be putting it online. We have the whole video. I can't post a 10-minute video in here. So anyway, the point is that we were explaining to them, well, you're actually flying the plane like it's flat. He goes through and he is conceding. So then I videotaped that part I cut out, which was the summary of it. I said, so basically what you're saying is even though it's curving and spinning, we fly it like it's flat and stationary. And he's like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, okay, so it could be flat and stationary. And this was after this is a 13 seconds out of 10.
Even though it's curved and spinning, then you ask that.
Okay, I just said that. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying, dude. You understand? Even so, basically, what you're saying.
I would bet you $20,000 that these guys don't believe in a flat Earth.
Obviously they don't, you moron, because in the video I'm saying, oh, so you think that it's spinning and curving, but you fly it like it's flat and stationary. You're a deluded individual that has to straw man and then say things like that, as if there's a human, when the majority of people think there's a ball, if there's a pilot that thinks there's a ball, that proves that they fly like it's a ball, which is stupid and retarded, and that's all you guys can do. And then people get worked up and get upset, and you're like, why are you guys upset? I can't imagine why you're upset.
I would like to finally make my point, because Hughes talked 3 times, Whitstitz talked once, so I understand that point, but Hughes talked 3 times. I would like to make 1 point.
Go for it.
I would like to make the point that I have 2 friends. One friend that flies Cessnas for fun because he's a rich kid. His family's fucking rich. They own a lot of fucking land. He flies, never corrects for Coriolis. I asked him myself. I have another friend. The last time I talked to him was before he got into the Air Force. Before he was in the Air Force, he was at Amarillo fucking college or whatever. If you know anything about flying, you know that's a really good flying school. I asked him about Coriolis. He said he doesn't use it. So, I mean, we got Whitsit asking fucking 5 pilots. They don't use Coriolis. We got Flat Earth Data knowing someone who doesn't use Coriolis. We got me who knows 2 pilots that don't use Coriolis. And then we have you with a model.
You don't know what Coriolis is then.
Well, this pilot says that they don't use
what
it.
is
This
Coriolis?
pilot says you
Hold on.
assume that it's not there. So I have the 10-minute video.
What is the Coriolis effect, Hugh?
The Coriolis effect is the apparent misdirection of an unpowered object when it leaves, for example, a gun and is fired in a northerly direction. It will appear, because of the rotation of the Earth, it will appear to turn right. Is it, or is it left? I can't remember.
So you think powered things? So you think powered things aren't subject to Coriolis because they're powered?
Jeremy, yeah, I don't.
You didn't let him finish, Jeremy.
Hold on, it's okay. So yeah, I don't think that powered things like planes don't need to account for Coriolis. I know they don't account for Coriolis.
They would definitely need to.
They have rudders, and they can fly. The Coriolis effect is slight.
Yeah, they fly the plane like it's flat and stationary.
So
it's just
the fact that you said that you're all agreeing with each other that planes should have to account for Coriolis when it's a very, very slight change in the path of a projectile, not a power, anything in powered
Do you know how
flight
wrong this guy is in his own model?
Hold on, Dave.
Do you know there's many
the planes
videos?
are definitely the planes are definitely affected by the Coriolis, right?
Very, very slightly, but planes have
Yes,
rudders.
so they would have to adjust for it.
Very slightly, but they have rudders, so they wouldn't have to adjust hardly at all for it. They wouldn't.
But they
even
don't
notice.
at all.
The difference that Coriolis makes is a matter of millimeters per mile, or whatever you want to say. Okay, very, very small, and they are powered. Okay,
You get millimeters per mile from that's not true.
Coriolis affects projectiles that move apparently either direction according to if they're fired north or south because of Earth curve. That's Coriolis. Look it up.
They move. Yeah, they move similar speeds.
We know
Actually,
it.
Okay.
The plane would be affected more. It moves a little slower.
If you let me put it like this: if you have a pilot that says I don't adjust for Coriolis, then he's absolutely right. They don't need to adjust for Coriolis. It's such a slight effect, and they're already subject to winds and all sorts of different stuff. So no,
Right. So you just have to fly the
projectiles.
plane like the Earth is flat and stationary.
No, What you do
Well,
is you
I
fly...
just now talked to all these pilots that disagree with you.
Okay. So what you want to do is be honest when you have conversations with pilots.
I told...
So wait a second.
Before the conversation was
in a
over.
plane
Wait
flight,
a second. Saying flat
in a
earther will
plane
change
flight
change
from
the fact that
Alaska to
they will
Hawaii, from
adjust for
Alaska to
Coriolis.
Hawaii in a plane flight, from Alaska to Hawaii in a plane flight, it's not millimeters per mile. I don't know where you got that number from, but
it's
they
very,
would be
very
off by
slight.
about 25 or 30 miles from Alaska to Hawaii due to the Coriolis effect. Not millimeters per mile.
If you
25 to 30 miles.
Right. If you look at the Coriolis effect, it affects unpowered objects. Planes can direct themselves, all right? Can change direction, right? A bullet or whatever cannot. And that's what Coriolis affects. Of course it affects both, but a plane has rudders and can change direction. That's the point.
A plane can adjust for it, yes, and they must adjust for it. Otherwise, you'd be off by 25 or 30 miles, say, if you were going from Alaska to Hawaii.
Right.
Right. So they definitely have to adjust for it.
If they flew in an absolute straight line, like a bullet would, yes, they'd be off. But that's the point. You have a pilot that says we don't adjust for Coriolis. Of course, they're gonna say that. But then you're going to conclude, oh, there is no such thing as Coriolis.
When I ask the pilots, if they fly the plane like the Earth is flat, they say yes. I say so. It's flat up there. It's always flat up there. They say yeah, of course. And then I say, and you also fly the plane like it's stationary, like the Earth is not moving underneath you, right? And he said, yeah, of course. So whenever all the pilots that I've asked say yes to the questions, and I just showed you another video of one in which I'm going to post the whole video, it's like they all admit that you fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary, and that's just objective.
Okay, so with the speed that planes go, okay, they're never going to need to. They're not going fast enough. You're talking about a rocket that goes multiple thousand miles an hour. Absolutely, you'll end up in orbit.
The SR-71, the Blackbird SR-71, is it the 71? That didn't have to adjust for Coriolis, and that reached 2,100 miles an hour. Bullet's 1,700 miles an hour.
Okay, are we talking about curvature or Coriolis?
Well, we're talking about any powered object, or you're claiming anything like a bullet is non-powered, but you're talking about something that leaves the surface of something. To experience any deviation, you have to have something leave the surface of a rotating body. The non-inertial reference frame is what has to be left to have any deviation, right? So you're claiming that it's leaving. Yeah, but that's okay. So you're claiming that there's rotation as an effect that we don't see, that we don't adjust for at all.
Planes do adjust for it because it exists.
We don't.
So you're just blind.
You just spent 10 minutes.
Listen,
you just spent 10 minutes telling me that planes don't have. You just spent 10 minutes telling me that planes don't have to adjust for it because they're powered.
I said planes have rudders and can change direction. Bullets.
So they're definitely adjusting.
Well, they also. So all the pilots just don't know about it.
No, because
they're definitely adjusting for it.
Yes, of course.
The plane does it on its own.
The plane does it on its own. He just got caught double speaking.
Austin is right. The plane would do it on its own.
Oh my god! You guys are lunatics, buddy. Listen, I hope Facebook is paying you. I hope Facebook's paying you something because it's just lunatic talk, dude.
No,
the plane is sentient. It knows it's being affected by Coriolis.
Dude, that is lunatic talk. A plane has gyroscopes. A plane can match a heading.
Yep. All machine mechanical stuff that has nothing to do with your claim.
It's like it's a physical thing with understanding.
Your claim is something has to leave a non-inertial reference frame for an apparent non-physical force, right? Unless you're talking about something being something affected physically, which means it would require physical interaction. In this case, you have no physical interaction or no force, just a claim of deviation. But you're claiming that the planes automatically correct for it. Dude, that's lunatic talk.
No, that is lunatic talk. Because when they fire guns at long distance, there is army manuals that say you have to account for Coriolis.
Fire guns, dude. There's no correction for Coriolis. Sorry, buddy. I fire rifles. I don't adjust for Coriolis, just wind.
Over what distances?
wind. Oh, now it's distance related. So first of all, it's
Yes.
not velocity
Sniper
related.
rifle.
Good grief.
It's not velocity related. It's non-power related. And
How do you
now
not
it's
know
distance
this?
related. So now it's non-powered, and distance relation causes Coriolis. Again, Coriolis is the non-inertial reference frame deviating from the object that's left its reference frame, which
Okay,
is
I'm going to leave you
irrelevant.
to run on
Which
the
is
sentence. I'm
irrelevant to
going to look it up.
speed. Which is irrelevant to speed and distance. You have to have a spinning object and an object leave that spinning reference frame to have deviation. That's your claim of Coriolis. But you're
Yeah,
claiming the plane.
if anything changes its tangential speed, tangential speed, you're gonna have Coriolis effect, whether you go up, down, or side, north, south, whatever. All it needs to do is change its tangential speed, and you have the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I'm rewatching. This is hilarious. We destroyed this dude, but I mean, he was nice. We were just being nice. He didn't really realize what he was getting into. So this is a perfect example. A pilot that thinks the Earth's a globe, when each point is discussed with him, he's like he brought up that they use their altimeter to maintain pressure zones, right? So, and we're like, yeah, so you're going up and down, maintaining a pressure zone, but how are you gradually going down around the ball? Because his answer was that's basically what does it. Because that's all they do is use the altimeter to maintain pressure zones. So he's just like, well, that's what we do, and then he drew a circle with his hand, like it just that's what keeps you going around the ball, basically.
What you said?
I'm
They're
like,
going
okay,
up
so
and down?
if you have to go, yeah, he does it with his hands and everything, up and down.
Up
And
and
I'm
down.
like, so
So this is kind of frequent. They're more or less correcting all the time, up and down, right?
yeah.
So okay, so what if he's going up? Just hear me out. For this example, 6 units, going down 6.5, going up 6 units, going down 6.5. He'd be going
That's
down.
not how it works, though.
How do you know they're not doing that though? You're saying they're going up and down. Unless they're going up and down the exact same amount every time, then yeah, they'd be taking a straight path. But you don't know if they're going up and down the exact amount. They could be going down slightly more than they're going up. So I mean, the fact that they're going up and down kind of just gives us room for for an argument.
The reality is that all horizontals, all the positions from A to B, the horizontals are all parallel to one another, regardless of it being elevated between 6 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet. It's all parallel, all the horizontal, all from point A to point Z.
Yeah, like I explained to him. I explained it to him. I have it on video right here, dude. Okay, I was talking to the pilot just now. Sorry, listen to it again. Okay, and I explained it to him. Like, yeah, you maintain a pressure zone, but if you were going horizontal, you'd be increasing in altitude on a globe. Just going horizontally, you increase in altitude on a globe. I'm like, so if you're going up and down, I mean, yeah, so you're, the Earth is still going down beneath you. So if you find a pressure zone and go that, if you maintain that pressure zone for 50 miles, like the ground's going beneath you. If you're just going up and down, you're going up and down relative to a horizontal marker, dude.
Yeah, and
that's
you've
what
got to be
pressure
honest.
zones are.
You've got to misrepresent the way the ball model works. That hurts the other argument.
How did I hurt it? Or how did I strawman it?
Well, the pressure zones on a sphere are curved. So if their altimeter or whatever is maintaining a pressure zone, then they don't even physically need to go down. Because as they go around the sphere, the pressure zone itself is curved. So the plane will hold in that pressure zone. That's how they fly flat and level, but also curved.
Nonsense.
It can't do that. It can't do that. Listen, it can't do that if the nose is pointed up.
The planes work independent of the shape of the Earth. The planes work independent.
No, but
they work off of air, dude. They work off of air. They work off of air. And I'll tell you this much: how does the plane know if you're claiming that it will contour to the shape of the Earth, the curve, because its gases are curved? You're begging the question. But if it's doing that, then if I come up to a valley and a valley dips down, why can I just control? I can just operate the plane and dip down. I can actually contour to the physical topography of the Earth, as opposed to some illusionary adherent to the center of the Earth, right? The center of gravity.
Surfaces, and you have lift, and it's based on pressure. So if you go up to a certain pressure and you hold level,
of air,
right?
It's off of air. The plane works off of air and air only. It doesn't give a fuck of the shape of the Earth, dude.
Hello, air
fundamental
pressure.
practice. The fundamental practice of flying a plane.
Are you able to listen?
The fundamental
or are you that fucking ignorant that you're not even going to accept the model?
The fundamental workings of an aircraft is
hold
to
on.
fly
Let's not. Hold on, Effie. Let's not call names and let's slow it down a little bit.
That's fine, but he's not even acknowledging the reality of the model.
You're not
Like the ball model.
acknowledging the actual fundamental operations of an aircraft. It works off of the air.
Yes,
it doesn't
I
give a
am.
fuck of the shape
It
of the Earth,
works
dude.
on air pressure.
Dude, I think
didn't
It
talk
works
about
off
the
of
shape.
air. It
But wait, we
creates its
already know.
own air
Pressure.
pressure.
But
It
wait,
creates its own air
Fuck me.
pressure, dude.
All right, can I
It creates
speak
its
for
own
10
air pressure.
seconds?
That's how it flies.
Dana, let White finish his point. Don't try and railroad him, please.
It does not create its own pressure. It moves at a certain speed within the pressure that's already there.
The
And that
shape of the
creates a
wing
lift
creates its
based
own
off
pressure, you
half and
numpty.
half.
He's full
Fuck.
of it.
That's
The
called
wing, the
lift.
shape of the wing
Right?
creates its own pressure.
Go, White.
Right, beautiful. Right. So when lift occurs and you get up to a certain altitude and you want to maintain that altitude, you have to stay in a certain pressure zone, or you will either drop or rise. It's simple. And if we're on a sphere, if these pressure zones are curved, therefore the plane, if you don't do anything to the controls, will literally stick to a certain pressure area, right? Because that's where it's getting the lift. So if you don't add any more thrust, you're not going to go any higher. And because the pressure zone on a sphere is curved, it's naturally going to arc around the sphere. I don't believe that's what's happening, but that's the model.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I talked to the pilot about. That's all there is to ask the pilot. There's not much to talk. It's not like there's some golden position that knows the truth. They just, all you can get from them is to admit that, well, although assuming that it's curved and spinning, you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary, and you maintain your altitude, your pressure zones with an altimeter on a horizontal, assuming flat, and that it just is compensated for automatically without you ever having to account for it. That's all you can ask the pilots. When I ask the pilots, they all instantly act like it's a ridiculously dumb question because, of course, yeah, you always have to fly like it's flat and stationary. So whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's just their story, their model describes it perfectly, and it can work within their description. You can't say that their description of how it's working doesn't work, because it fucking does. It fits it
doesn't
perfectly.
work.
Can they
Well,
prove?
it's just a claim. It's just a claim.
It doesn't work, dude. The plane itself works off of air independent of any shape. That's why we needed to. That's why we needed to create something. We need to create something that has a horizontal linear path, so that we know the deviation from it. That's what the airplane's designed to do: is to find an orientation in 3D space. That 3D space allows us to fly a linear path because it works off of air. That's why we can fly into valleys. That's why we can fly up over mountains. It doesn't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth.
That's the point I say to the guy.
I never said.
Your nonsense says that I don't adjust for it. It's not operational, and the aircraft takes care of it for me. Nice fucking story, dude.
Pilots follow
It's
their
not
instruments.
fucking nonsense. If you fail to understand it, that's not my problem.
You have to debunk the instruments and
Yes,
how they
you
work.
don't understand, and it isn't my problem. Correct.
So you guys are gonna? What do you mean debunk the instruments?
No, I mean the point I make to him, I don't agree that it just automatically works in their model, is because just like I said to the pilot, it's like, well, you have to use horizontal and you go up and down, and just like he said, really, if there's a fluctuation, you set your altimeter based to the local under 18,000 feet, but when you get over there, really, it's pretty much just all on the same thing. So you do all this using a horizontal as your base. So that's just subjective, man, and all the pilots know that. And it made him think. He's like, wow, I never really thought of that. So.
And what else they don't think about Whitset is when they fly a great circle, I say it's a 2D circle. And they're like, yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, it's crazy. They just fly like it's flat, but they've never really thought about it. I mean, so whenever someone's like, haha, you're so stupid, I guarantee you, I bet 20 grand he thinks it's a globe. It's like, that's such a non-relevant point and so dishonest of a
Take the
tactic.
20 grand.
It's a dishonest tactic. And I know many flat earth pilots, actually. So
You should get him on Discord.
Yeah, maybe.
Isn't Bob a pilot?
Yeah.
You still didn't answer my point, though. You still didn't answer my point. Like I said, how do you know they're not going more down than they are going up? You just kind of can't.
Because they're only way they have any measure of down or up is with a horizontal.
Okay.
It's air pressure.
So your whole world of it being something else has no evidence, and the only way it actually works is to fly like this.
It's
yeah, but
air
that doesn't.
pressure.
But you could still do that on a ball if you're going more down than you are up. I mean, even if you're using this horizontal thing. I mean,
what? You don't have a
wouldn't work as
horizontal on a
well.
globe.
Here's a
You can
pragmatic
make a
thing as
horizontal
well.
though. What the hell are you talking about?
You don't have
You can
horizontal
have
on a globe.
models.
You can make a
You
horizontal.
can have models.
Yes, you
You
do.
can have,
Every single
you can have
point
models
is
all you
horizontal.
want. Here's a pragmatic thing you can go test for yourself and go read as a story. So a pilot used a cup of water because all of his electronical instruments went down. There were 72 passengers on his plane, and he used a cup of water to land. Now, guys, why would he use a cup of water?
Data, the water would look
the
the water would look the same on the globe or the flat Earth. Jesus Christ, we went through this before, dude.
Again, what does water do? Water shows you deviation from what position, what orientation.
What would look different? Let me ask you, what would look different from a flat Earth to a globe Earth from that water on the dashboard or whatever that is?
So if you're flying a linear path, which means a straight line, and the object you're using is going to give you a reference of that linear path, which is horizontal in the case of using water, you can deviate and figure out what pitch you are in what orientation in 3D space. This doesn't work on a spherical surface. This only works on a flat surface.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. What would look different with the glass of water?
A pilot used a cup of water to land 72 passengers
Data, hold on a
safely.
second.
Fuck your ball, shove
Data.
it up your ass, suck some dick.
It's not his ball.
It's not my.
Are you? Come
You're
on, he's not.
Ireland. Data. What would look
That's like
different,
automated,
guys?
dude. That's an automated response.
Suck some dick. A pilot used water to land a fucking plane. If you don't, if you can't get the Earth flat, if you can't get the Earth flat from that,
you're renting.
If you
Flat
can't
Earth,
get the
you're
Earth
renting,
flat
man.
from that,
You
then
gotta
you've gone full
temporarily mute
retard.
people.
Let Jeremy play devil's advocate.
Don't call names, please. Armbar. I'm gonna have to temporarily mute you.
Me?
Data. Don't call names, please. I'm just asking, what is the difference? What would it look like? What would the difference be if it was a
Stop
globe
being
or
an
a flat
idiot.
Earth?
Stop being an idiot. The whole point of flying a plane
I have a
is
very
at the end.
simple question. Very simple question. What would the cup look different if it was a globe or a flat Earth? How would the cup look different?
My observation, it doesn't interfere with the default orientation of water. Okay? Doesn't matter what I fucking think about it. I can detect any deviation along a horizontal linear path from point A to point B to find my orientation in 3D space. That is a default. Now, if you can show me how that defaults on a ball, show me.
Data, I'm asking, how would the cup look different on a globe Earth compared to a flat Earth? What would you see? What would the observation be that's different?
Again, I just told you, from point A to point Z, if I was to use water would give me a horizontal along that linear path and detect and can show me my deviation and orientation in 3D space. So at what point would I think there would be a ball? What evidence?
I don't know. We're looking at the cup. We're looking at the cup.
What evidence
of water,
would
right?
I deduce from that to prove a ball? If every
We're
point of
looking
my
at the cup of
orientation,
water.
if every point of my orientation
You're
over a
fucking
map,
nightmare to deal with.
if
We're
every
looking
point
at
of
the cup
orientation,
of water.
sure.
Looking at the cup of water. What would be the difference between the cup of water if it was a globe or a flat Earth?
When you maintain a direction and the cup of water is in the 3D space along that direction, that cup of water maintains a default position independent of its containment, right? There's a default there that is regardless of my philosophy of what I think is happening or what the cause is. And as as long as I proceed from that point A and along my direction, that water maintains a consistent property. That's, again, it's irrelevant what I think what's going on. It shows me a default factor from point A to point B. Why would a pilot grab that in a situation to help him land a plane? Because he knows that over a linear surface, he knows that over a linear surface, that water is going to help him orientate in 3D space along a linear surface.
He knows over a curved surface with gravity going to the center, it'll do the same.
Oh, well, what I don't see is a center. What I see is an extended plane in my observation. What I also see is the consistency of that linear path and objective reality. I don't see a center and I don't see any curve. I see parallel horizontals.
Can you draw?
So if I
Can
see
you draw a
parallel,
picture? Can you draw a
if I
picture
see,
for us? Hold on a second, Data. I thought you were done. Can you draw a picture for us and show? Can you draw a picture for us and show us
use your imagination, Jeremy.
what it would look like?
Use your imagination.
I'm using my imagination, and I can
use your ball imagination. Grab a pair of balls and use your imagination.
In my imagination, I'm imagining it looks exactly the fucking same on a flat Earth as it would on a globe Earth because
good for you.
it's a cup
How do you get
fucking water.
How do you get equal positions of how do you get equal parallels of horizontal on a ball? How do you get equal altitudes?
Show us what the difference would look like, or no?
How do you got equal altitudes and parallel horizontals? How do you have that on a ball?
Data, can you show us a picture of what the differences would look like on a flat Earth?
So yeah, grab a map. Go grab a map and show me if there's any curvature on it.
Dude, I don't think there's curvature. I'm just wondering what this fucking cup of water. I'm wondering
go
if this
grab
cup
a map.
Of water,
if you go grab a map,
hey, Data, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, here's an experiment for you, Jeremy.
I'm wondering if what the cup of water.
You're just trolling now, Data.
Christ, man. Data, I'm wondering what the cup of water would look, how it would look different on a flat Earth compared to a globe Earth, or if you're just making us look like fucking idiots right now. Some of this dumb shit, I swear to God, guys. Fucking stupid.
Well, real fast, Jeremy, I appreciate you playing devil's advocate. I like.
It's not devil's advocate. It's fucking. Listen.
Yeah. So what's dumb, Jeremy? I can take a map of a locale 500-mile range, and it's a conical map with circles and just Euclidean. And I fly over that map in my aircraft with a cup of water, and it matches the map and it matches the cup of water. So what point am I going to deduce a ball through this operation?
The cup of water matches the map?
Yeah, in other words, it's horizontal, right? So if I'm flying across this map and my job as a pilot is to find an equal horizontal line, fly straight as possible, and the water's there with me, and I go over this map that I have that's actually actual topography data, and I used a plotter and I use Euclidean to find find my location or whatever I'm at, where my approximate could be. You know what I mean? Why would I use all that pragmatic Euclidean horizontal linear information and deduce a ball? Where would I get that from?
You would get that from the fact that the cup of water would look exactly the fucking same on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
How does that happen? How does that happen when the map that I'm using is 1,000 miles and there's no 8 inch per mile squared on it? So how does that work?
We're done with the cup of water thing. Have you conceded that it's fucking absolute nonsense?
If I know the surface doesn't have any 8 inches per mile squared, because there's no map that has it, and if I'm flying over that map, that means that water is going to be horizontal and parallel to all the other rest of the water there, right? Because that would be a linear surface, and it would be equal points of where would you go? Well, just parallel horizontals, right? That's what would be displayed. So it would be pragmatic, objective reality to show you that the map doesn't have any 8 inch per mile squared, and the distance that you flew, the horizontal line that you're flying, is parallel to the surface of the Earth, especially if you flew over a map that had water over it. So that would be pragmatic, and that would be objective reality. So if you want to troll me, dude, and you want to swear to God that this stuff is bad, you just look like an agent at the end of the day, dude.
Really, I look like an agent. You're sitting here telling us there'd be a
yes,
difference.
Jeremy, you look like an agent. That's what fucking agent tell what you just did.
What
you just did was an agent
tell. Now you're
tell.
interrupting me.
What was an agent tell,
Now you're
Jeremy?
interrupting me and not letting me respond. This is exactly what an agent would do. Okay, you're sitting here also another thing an agent would do is make us look stupid. Like,
yeah, that was unnecessary. The whole agent thing is unnecessary. If we can't actually take,
I call it like I see it. What I stated was objective reality, Jeremy.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
How you see it? You just fucking interrupted me in the middle of my shit.
Yeah, hold on, Dudley. Could you hear someone else talking when you just try to railroad someone else again? Go, Numpty.
Bro, I don't even fucking. Honestly, I'm fucking pissed. I don't even know what I was gonna say.
Data, you got some good shit sometimes, but this cup of water thing is just fucking
with
stupid,
your shit. Dude. Stop with your shit. Point is, the pragmatic reality. Pragmatic reality, again, you're either an idiot, because again, it's not my story. A pilot grabbed a cup of water to land. Why a cup of water is significant? You claim that it works on a ball. Well, remember, they claim that Earth's curvature is 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer, right, Jeremy? So if there's fucking curvature 3 miles away, well, that kind of ruins that story. You know what I mean, bud? So
Yes,
if you
I know what
kind of,
you mean.
if you look, yeah, I'm sure
I know
you
what
do,
you mean.
Agent
Listen, you
Jeremy.
got some data. You got some good stuff sometimes, but this cup of water thing is fucking stupid. We went over on Brandon's before.
Again, a pilot landed an aircraft with a cup of water because his instruments failed.
Oh,
Why would he
play it
choose that?
again, mate.
Why would he
Misunderstand
choose
it
that?
again,
And why is that
please.
embarrassing? That's not embarrassing at all. It's a real event.
Embarrassed.
There's
I
bodies
feel
of water
embarrassed
that
for you,
don't
Data.
change.
It is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing, dude.
Take 5, Data.
Absolutely embarrassing. There'd be no. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference on a flat Earth or a globe Earth by a cup of water on a plane's dashboard. It's ridiculous.
If you could compare 2 aeroplanes, a significant distance apart, and they each had a cup of water in them, and the Earth was truly curved, and you could reference one cup of water to the other one in the other airplane, you might be able to see a discrepancy. But other than that, you're not going to fucking see shit.
Why? Stop being practical.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
Yeah, just looking at a cup of water, it's gonna be the same thing unless you can measure if there's any fucking curvature in the cup of water. I don't think it's gonna. It's definitely you're not gonna see any difference from it on a flat Earth compared to a globe Earth. Come on, man. You come up with some good shit sometimes, Data, but this is fucking ridiculous.
All right.
Anyone else got something to say before I
Any last words?
Just forewarning you guys. Just forewarning you. All right, there you go, Data. You're off the leash.
Mic check. Mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But barely.
Okay, I would just like to say before.
It's a little bit low.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Or not Noah.
hello. I would just like to say, like, this whole agent thing or whatever, we have to at least be able to give the other person the benefit of the doubt. I would say in these types of debates, right? We can't just be like, oh, you're an agent, blah blah blah. If you actually believed someone was an agent, why would you be in a VC with them, trying to communicate with them and get information from them? You wouldn't. The whole context of this VC is that there is a mutual trust between us, that we're not just going to come on here and just start spouting extreme lies. If that trust can't be maintained, then nothing can be communicated, and therefore you have no point to make. So if you're going to make a point about someone being an agent, you might as well not, because you're not making any sense.
Agent!
I don't know. I reckon the biggest clue for an agent, they'd probably have 13 mobile phones.
Fuck that, man's up. You son of a bitch.
Bunch of burner phones.
13 cell phone ass motherfuckers. Listen, no one's an agent. Pete Shea's not here. Okay, we're all safe. I mean, use your head, Data. Come on. Is he on mute still? I don't want to keep talking.
This is why I call you an agent, dude. This is why I call you an agent, because this is how easy it is. If I have 2 observers and they're 10 miles apart, the model suggests that their horizontals will not be parallel, the globe model. It has to be evidently true if there is a rate of drop or curvature at a certain distance between them. And at 66.6 feet, there's going to be that much of an arc between a 10-mile distance, at the surface, right? You're telling me that 10-mile distance, a pilot doesn't cover that in a matter of minutes, as he goes over it, right? And the horizontal is equal at all points of position, which means it's parallel to the horizontal, which means it's truly linear. If it's truly linear, that means there's no adjustment for curvature or Coriolis or periods. It means you're flying over an extended horizontal surface. That's objective reality. And water proves that.
Nobody adjusts.
I'm not doubting that the plane's flying over a horizontal surface, but I don't know how the cup of water on his dashboard proves it? Can you?
Okay, so if you can't figure it out, bro, then I don't know how far you've come in this community. Again,
Can anyone
what's the
else figure it out? Maybe it's just me. You're right. Can anyone else
why would a
figure out
pilot?
how
Why
the
would the pilot
hold on,
grab it?
Data?
Well,
Data,
a couple.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Can anyone else figure out how this cup of water?
Would you
I'm not
agree?
keeping the plane. I think that's what he
Lemon,
means.
would you agree? Would you agree? It doesn't matter what elevation that water will give me orientation in 3D space.
I would agree. Yes.
Okay, so it's irrelevant of how I feel and how I think about it, right? And if I was just to have, like, let's say, let's go quantum mechanics here and let's go superposition. If I had all these
Before we go there,
superpositions,
Dana, I think
hold on,
Jeremy, he
hold on,
used
hold
the
on,
water
hold on.
as a level to basically land the plane without tipping too much up or down. Jeremy, does that address your question?
Yes, and Lemon, how would that be different? How would it? What would be the difference on a flat Earth or a globe Earth in this cup of water example? Would there be a difference? Would there be a difference you'd be able to notice if it was flat or a globe?
I don't think so, but
Of course not, because it's fucking stupid.
It's a linear path, and your objectives is to maintain a horizontal orientation in a linear direction, or a straight path, right? That's what your objective is when you fly the aircraft. Why it's important and significant is because if you're claiming, if you have two arguments and put them together, one argument is that an observer on the ground sees curvature and an airplane in the air doesn't see any curvature. He sees a horizon stretched out. There's no curvature beyond that point. It's just an optical limitation. But you're claiming to ignore the one conversation for measuring dip or drop for a guy on the ground reality, which is an operation of an object that works off of the air that doesn't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth. The idea is to have orientation in 3D space so that you can fly a straight path from point A to point B. That's the objective function of the instrument that's being used. It's not designed to fly over. It's not designed to fly over a ball. It's literally called a. It's not designed to fly over a ball. It's designed to fly over a plane surface. That's why it's literally called an airplane.
If the water on the dash was over a curved surface, would you expect the water to be curving and not to offer a level to provide the ability to land or something?
Here's the issue. The issue is that between point A to point B, if the Earth is curving at a rate of drop, you're not going to have parallel horizontals. You're going to have to correct for a dip physically, and you don't correct for that. So if you're telling me that as I'm moving in for a landing, that over a certain distance I have to correct for that curve, and I don't because it's a linear path that operates deviation from horizontal, where would I think there is a ball?
Well, we don't correct for curvature, so at that point, the globers make themselves absurd by implying heavily that the plane will simply correct for the curvature without the pilot having to consciously and volitionally do anything to address the curvature. So at that point, the curvature becomes trivial and or irrelevant if it exists at all, if they're not using their actions in any way to consciously address it.
I know, but the cup of water, what would look different on a flat Earth to a globe Earth, Lemon? Do you know? Because I can't figure it out.
What would look different, Jeremy?
Well,
Again,
it would probably
listen.
locally
No equal
quote,
parallel
unquote,
horizontals.
Hold on, we're letting Lemon try to figure it out, Data, because I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. Let's give Lemon a shot.
No equal parallel horizontals.
Well, I guess, Jeremy, it would be so locally flat, even if it were a curve, it would be like such a small section of a curve, you wouldn't notice it. So at that point, Jeremy, I would be confused myself and say flat around it would probably look the same, but I don't know.
Yeah, no shit. Lemon's a fucking certified flat earthologist, Data, and he don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
The cup of water example is no different to a spirit level.
Okay.
Here's the problem.
On a ball. This is how I know it's a shit show and I'm being trolled. Because listen, Bandsaw, this is how
it's just level at a point in space. Right? So
I don't think you're being trolled, man. I agree with you, but in their model, unfortunately, the fucking water adjusts itself as they fly around it. So it is a tough one to argue, Data.
But no, that's not how horizontal works on their model. They don't have equal parallel horizontals. So their water is determined off their horizontal, right, at each position. So you claim that it curves over seamlessly. First of all, water's physical properties don't do that. So you have different points of horizontal. That's how the ball works. That's why you get your different angle measurements. If you're one position to another position, you're going to be getting an angle that's dip down or drop down from the point of origin.
I agree with you, bro.
That's-
I agree with you. But this is why I agree with you, David. Because all they're looking at is the artificial horizon, and then if he had a glass of water to see his deviation from the artificial horizon, that to the artificial horizon, that's a straight shot. In my opinion, that's a straight ass shot. And if he sees the fucking water inclining some, and he knows he's going down if he can't see the ground. So I mean, I'm in agreement with you, but in their model, you naturally curve around the ball, and the water naturally adjusts. So they can believe that horse shit. I don't believe it, bro. I'm with you.
Yeah, but you're claiming that the water curves, though, right? That's what I'm saying. You're claiming that the water has to curve at this rate.
No,
and then that
not
plane's
me.
Gonna, then
I'm
it,
saying
then
that's
plane's
what
going to
they're
adjust
claiming.
for it, right? It's complete nonsense. You don't have to adjust for it, but water curves at this rate.
How is your?
Well, they still claim it. They claim that it curves around automatically. I don't know where the fuck they get that shit from, but that's what they claim in their model. The plane automatically
Guys, the
flies
model of
level around the
Twitch, I'm
ball.
telling you,
It's a
you
bunch
have
of horse
model
shit,
of
bro.
Twitch.
Gravity, guys.
No, it's
Gravity.
Does
called
anyone
model
understand?
affliction.
Even in
Model
the
Does anyone
Aristophanes
understand? Does anyone understand yet how the fucking cup of water would differ from a globe Earth to a flat Earth?
I'll tell you how it will differ. So look at
Hold on,
Aristophanes.
we know you know. We know you think it
Look
would
at
be different. So
Aristophanes' measurement of the Earth, right? 500
we
miles
know
away.
Data.
You're
We know
telling
you
me.
think
You're
it would
telling
be
me.
different.
You're
Hold
telling
on.
me there's going to be a 7.2 degree tilt 500 miles away from the horizontal. From my horizontal, 500 miles away, there's going to be a 7.2 degree tilt, right? That's what you're
Data,
claiming is happening.
We already know you think the cup of water shows something, but we're trying to figure out what other people think. Let's give them a chance.
7.2 degree tilt 500 miles away. Then I go another 500 miles and there's a 7.2 degree tilt. Give me a break, man.
Okay, so I think I don't think he's disagreeing that the water would look the same, but I think he's saying the theory behind it, though. The theory behind, like,
If he draws it out, it wouldn't. There's no horizontals that are equal between 2 points. At a certain distance, there'll be a deviation. There won't be equal parallel horizontals. That's how the model works. If you have a line of sight that deviates to the point of the horizon, you have to have a linear path to it. Well, show me that on your ball model where that represents physical reality.
Data, I got a better question for them.
Every point is linear.
Wait.
Every point.
I got a better question for them. To fly level, let me just say this: to fly in a straight line, let's say 100 foot above the water, because I've seen planes do it. I've put it in my videos, and I'm talking about them fuckers at the speed of sound, fucking way faster than passenger planes, but fly like even probably 50 feet, but we'll just say 100 feet. To fly a straight line at Mach 2 over water. Do they have to keep angling down? I mean, what? Let's bring it down to the ground.
Here's the thing, Brian. They have the capabilities of flying a straight path in 3D space and also a curved path in 3D space. Do you know how they do the difference?
Pitch, cup of water.
Well, they have to have a base, which is a cup of water. Which is gyro, horizontal, and from that horizontal, you can pitch your aircraft so you can actually do a circular path. Right, and you need a horizontal base to know what angle to pitch your plane at to do that. Right, so you know that you have a base, and that from that base you can deviate from curve to straight. So don't tell me that there's a functioning automatic curve when you can differentiate the two manually.
They gotta claim automatic curve, bro. They've got to claim automatic. They gotta claim auto curve. They got to. Because that's the only way that you could fly pitched upwards around the ball. They've got to claim that.
They don't claim it. It's not a claim. If it's based on pressure, you guys have to concede that if we're on a ball, the pressure
it works off of air. It doesn't work off of. It doesn't
around.
work off of the. It doesn't work off of the air pressure of the Earth, which is dependent on the
Yes,
locale
it
of the
does.
Earth. That's
Okay,
why
can
you
I
have
explain how? Can I explain how so you can have just a little bit of an
No,
understanding?
dude, it's not. It's absolute nonsense. The plane. No, because you know why?
Do you
Because I
think
can
there's
fly.
any correlation
I can
between
fly
the density of
plane
the air that you talk about?
I can fly the airplane whatever direction I want, however I want, independently, because I have manual controls. I can fly whatever I want. Manual controls, dude.
This guy has just descended for an hour now. Do you think at all, possibly, Data, that the density of the air that you mentioned has anything to do with the amount of lift?
They look for a stable pressure zone. Go Data. Hold on. Go on.
It doesn't matter, man. It's irrelevant. I fly the aircraft manually based off of the thrust capabilities and, of course, the wing design, creating my lift. So when I fly through the air,
if you keep the thrust constant, what happens if the air density changes?
well, you can experience some thrust or some turbulence because you're going through a different medium of air.
No, that's not turbulence.
What about
That's wrong.
drop?
Quit lying to people.
If you were flying in a path and the temperature changes, you'll come into turbulence, right? I mean, especially if you fly lower to the ground.
He said density.
Like
if the air is more dense, you get more lift. Hello.
Start again, Rocky. Start again, Rocky. You were getting
With
knocked off.
more dense air, you get more lift, so your controls are more fluid. Like barely, like little deviations do a lot. When it gets less dense, it takes more control surface movement to move the same amount. And with the cup of water, with the cup of water, the cup of water would only adjust with the attitude of the plane, not of the ground that's under it. Jesus, man.
Beautiful.
That's exactly right. It's meant to keep orientation in 3D space, as I stated. And pardon me, I apologize. When there's density of that's why you go up higher, the air is denser, and you can fly. You have less turbulence. I fly only 25. I fly 2,500 feet. I fly 2,500 feet, and you get some turbulence because of the air, the ground being heated up, and you have a drop. But anyway,
all backwards, mate.
No, dude, the plane doesn't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth. Zero.